everyone, this is Misha from Bifrost. Today we are starting our new series with the League of Legends team, which is called Who's the Real Challenger, and which is a big quiz with a lot of questions which are testing the knowledge about the NLC, League of Legends in general, but also about their teammates from our League of Legends pro players. My first guest today is Diamondprox, our jungler.
Hello.
We will start with the first question. Just before we start, short explanation about the format. We have 9 questions. We start in Iron, and then we go up until the 9th question, which is the challenger question. If you answer a question wrong, then you're immediately out. At the end of the series, we will have a leaderboard, and whoever is first will get a prize, and whoever is last will get a punishment. So stay tuned for that. Every player has 2 jokers, 1 phone joker, so they have 30 seconds to call one of their friends to help them with a question, and they have a 50-50 joker, so 2 answer possibilities get directly eliminated. So, is everything clear, Diamond?
Very
okay,
clear.
Perfect. Then we start with the first question, the Iron question. What is Fury's first name? Answer A is Fului, B is Wills, C is Mike, and D is Fuyu.
If it would be any other teammate, it could be actually quite hard, but I know his name. It's Mike.
We wanted to start easy. Like we could have taken Odie or Highware or something, or that would have been a bit harder, I think. But that's of course correct. Already in bronze now. It's getting a bit harder now, especially for you since you didn't play in Europe last year. Still, the question shouldn't be too hard. But the question is, which team won the European Masters in summer 2021? Was it A, LDLC, B, Fnatic Rising, C, BTXL, or D, Carmine Corp?
Okay, it's certainly not BNC.
Okay, why? Why do you think so?
Because they're just not as good, I guess.
Okay.
But yeah, this LDLC and K-Corp, they play kind of similar. I don't remember who won exactly. I guess it should be K-Corp, right?
You want to lock D in? 100%?
Yeah.
Good. Then congratulations, and you made it out of Elo Hell. You made it into silver out of bronze, because Carmine Corp is correct, because Carmine Corp is actually the triple European Masters champion. So they won in summer, they won in spring 2021, in summer 2021, and now in spring 2022.
Really?
So yeah, they've actually won it 3 times in a row.
They won a lot, it's just I don't know the exact splits that they won.
Okay, good. So we made it out of Elo Hell. We are moving to the next question, which is the silver one. It's getting harder and harder, so let's see. How many champions in League of Legends have energy instead of mana? A,
oh my god.
4 champions, B, 5 champions, C, 6 champions, or D, 3 champions?
Alright. Akali.
That's a hard one.
Akali, Lee, Shen. I mean, it's all the ninja champions, right? It's Akali, Lee, Shen, Kennen. It's already 4 at least.
The ninja champions is already a good take. I see someone played TFT a lot.
I didn't play when ninjas were in TFT, but yeah, I played a lot.
What did you had so far? Let's count.
It's 4. It's Lee and 3 ninjas with Akali, Shen, Kennen. I'm pretty sure there are more. Like every other champion has energy. It's so hard without the list of champions, to be honest. I needed to print it on my wall, I guess.
I mean, if you ordered them via alphabet or I don't know, via roles, like maybe. I can also give you a small tip because it's still like silver.
No, I'm not so bad. I hope. Okay. Oh, there's Z. There's more.
Okay. So how many do we have now?
It's 5.
So A4, B5, C6, or D3. So you said it's B or C?
Yeah, it's B or C, definitely. It's too early to use the joker. I need to find the 6th champion. I don't remember. I don't remember more.
So you want to go with B or take a joker?
You said there's going to be a punishment for the worst result, right?
Yeah, silver would not be too great, yeah?
Oh my god.
Okay, but I need an answer soon.
Alright, I choose B.
Okay, you're going with B? You lock it in?
Yeah.
Without a joker, so big balls?
Big balls, B.
Okay, that's actually right. 5 is correct.
God.
Holy shit.
That was intense. I actually thought there should be 6 champion. There's like every game I play, there's energy-based champion.
Yeah, I mean, you have Zed, Akali, Shen, Lee Sin, and Cannon. Those are the 5 ones.
I guess they're just so popular.
Okay, good. Then we move on to gold. Gold is already decent, I would say. But this one is being hard. Because I don't know how much you actually follow the NLC broadcast, so the stream. And if you even know all of those guys.
Who are
So
those people?
the gold question is, which of the following has not been on the NLC broadcast start of summer 2022? So only the split that you started playing with us, basically. A is Jamada LOL, B is Nymera, C is Trouble Inc., and D is Kadril.
I have no clue
Who those guys are?
who those guys are except Casual. But Casual, he's British, right? So he could be on the broadcast. Because I didn't watch it too much. I'm pretty sure it should be Casual. Wait, it's gold questions, right?
Yeah, this is the gold question. So there's Platinum, Diamond, Master, Grandmaster, and Challenger to go.
Yeah, I would go with Casual. Wait, actually,
sure?
I've even seen a Finn, I guess, on the broadcast once, right?
It was on the broadcast, that's true.
So there could be Casual as well for some weird reason.
There could, yeah.
That's crazy. This question caught me off guard. But I guess it's...
I mean, you still have your jokers.
I'm pretty sure my teammates are going to int more. So maybe I should just go. Yeah, I will just go Kadril.
Your big balls again? Do you really want to risk it? Like, if it's wrong, then we stop directly, right? Like, I will not give any other tip.
Course.
Then you're just in gold, and your hearts are gold, and then you're gold on the leaderboard.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure someone can have worse results than me, even if I finish gold.
I mean, maybe. We'll see.
Bad.
Okay, so...
Yeah, I think I will just go Kadril. Big balls.
You go with Kadril? No joker?
Yep.
That's big balls again, and that's correct again. It is Kadril, actually. But, I mean, it would be amazing if he would be on the show, but actually hasn't been there yet. And Jamada, LOL, and Nymera and Trouble are a fixed part of the broadcast team. Okay. I mean, that's... I mean, I would have pulled a joker here if I would have been in your situation, but I mean, you're going for the long run. Yeah. We move on. We go to Platinum now. Okay, this is the Platinum question. Should be relatively easy for a pro player, in my opinion. How long is the cooldown of Barrier? A, 210 seconds, B, 300 seconds, C, 180 seconds, or D, 150 seconds?
It's either A or C, 100%, and I'm pretty sure it's A, because if it would be C, like, everyone would be abusing it, right? I remember it used to be 180, the heal and the barrier. I remember heal got nerfed, and now it's 210, but I'm not exactly sure about the barrier, if it got the same nerf to the cooldown. But that's still too early to use any help.
No, I mean, you're already in Platinum.
What is the later on, like the Diamond, Master, Grandmaster?
Diamond, Master, Grandmaster, and Challenger, and that's it. So only 4 more questions to go, and then you already, like, made it through. I mean, the questions will become, like, way harder, like, when you hit Diamond and further. But, like, Platinum is already good, so you only have, like, including these questions, 5 more to go. And you still have 2 jokers. I'm pretty sure only Ghost is 180. Sure are you? Like almost, or pretty sure I need a joker?
Pretty sure I don't need a joker, it's A.
It's A?
Yeah, it's A.
Okay, I'm a good quizmaster, so I will give you the time to overthink this decision. for 30 seconds, and then you can decide if you to take
You
a
cannot
joker
play me like that. Every time.
or want to lock in A. It would be very disappointing if you would drop out with such an easy question as a pro player. What do you think?
It would be pretty disappointing.
So maybe it would be worth to use a joker, no?
To use help on this question is even more disappointing, no?
You're a jungler. I mean, like, when have you played barrier the last time, realistically? Never, right? Or when did you ever play? Was there a meta where you played barrier and jungle? No. I don't think so.
But I played a lot of Olaf, and I was inspired by top lane OTP Olaf that plays Ghost Barrier. I even recommended to Shikari once. But I'm not 100% convinced it's 210. Maybe it's... I mean, if I call Mike, he knows the exact answer immediately. Gonna be kind of boring to call him.
I mean, it's not about being boring, it's about, like, getting to gel, right?
If you do it like that, let's use 50-50 then.
You want to use 50-50?
Let's use 50-50. Okay, you talked me into it.
Okay, then A and B are eliminated, and C and D are your last answers.
Oh, really? This summoner is 180? Yeah, okay, it's 180 then.
So you want to lock in C?
Yeah, of course. It's crazy.
Yeah. 180 is correct. It's crazy, right? Like, barrier is so broken. Like, it's shorter than Ignite. So, like, Ignite is 210 as well. And I'm, as a mid lane professional player, like, I always struggle when I play in my Pislow Gold games, and the Xerath has, like, barrier, and I have Ignite, because then always barrier is more often up than my Ignite. So.
And he all-ins you with this barrier timing, this 30 seconds.
Exactly. Okay, but so 50-50 Joker gone, and we move on to the next question. And from now on, we've hit diamond, so only 4 more questions to go. So I'm not giving you any hints to take jokers anymore. I will just listen to what you say, and you're completely on your own from now on.
All right.
The next question is actually an NLC question again. And it is, what score did Team Singularity have had by the end of the NLC Spring Split 2022? A, 5-13, B, 2-16, C, 3-16, or D, 7-11?
Oh my god.
I mean, it was the split where you were not here, so that's a pretty hard question, not gonna lie. But you have played Singularity yesterday, I think, right? So you got a pretty good insight on their roster yesterday, I guess. So yeah, maybe that helps.
If they were playing like they played yesterday, I would say they have 0-18. But unless they had some really crazy carry mid laner, they could not be 7-11 or 5-13. It should be B or C. But I have no idea. Literally, it's just gambling. I guess that's the time to call Mike.
I mean, you can call him, right? Then your phone joker is gone.
Let's call him.
Hello.
Hello, Mike. Do you hear me well?
Hello. I hear you well.
I have a hard question for you that I need you to solve.
Okay. Bring it on.
What was the score that Team Singularity had in NLC Spring Split 2022? 5-13, 2-16, 3-16, and 7-11. I guess 3-16 is not possible. Or maybe it's possible.
Okay. I'm quite sure it's 2-16 because 3-16 means it's 19 games and there were 18 games in the split, so it's for sure 2-16.
Didn't they play some what's it called, tiebreak in the end?
No, they didn't. They for sure didn't play a tiebreaker.
All right, so 2-16, they're so bad.
Yeah, they were so bad.
So Mike is saying 2-16?
All right, I see. Thanks for help, Mike. See you.
No problem. Have a good one.
Yeah.
So he said 2-16 and you trust him?
Yeah, I trust him. That's what I would go if I wouldn't call him as well.
So you want to log in B?
Yeah.
Okay. B is correct, so thanks to Mike for that, but that's also all of your jokers gone. And we move to the next question, which is the master question. So the next question is, how much do all of the following items cost in total? Unfortunately, don't know the name of the first item, but you probably know. And then the other ones are Thornmail, Draktar, and movement boots, or however they're called.
Yeah, so boost of swiftness, and the first one is the some dagger that you buy as a jungler. I have no idea how it's called.
Yeah. 4 red smite, yeah.
So I'm pretty sure it cannot be C, because the dagger costs 350, and everything else costs with 0 in the end, zeros. So the boots is 900, this thing is 350, Draktar is, it should be 3,100, I suppose. Wait, it's, no. Alright.
Okay, but if you count everything together, like, so how much did you say for Draktar?
Draktar 3.1, wait, if Draktar 3. Wait, it's so weird.
Yeah, I think you have a calculation issue.
Yeah, I have. Wait, 3.1, it's 4k the boots and Draktar.
One eternity later.
I go with A, I'm pretty sure it is it.
100% sure.
Yeah.
If it's wrong, you're out, right?
Yeah, of
I mean,
course.
Masters is not too bad, but... Okay, so you really want to lock in A?
I think I have to. I have to believe my senses. Yeah, we'll lock in A.
You're locking in, and then I unfortunately need you to say that A is correct, and we are moving to Grandmasters. It's actually, you actually had the perfect calculation. Like 350, 900, 2,700, and 3,100.
Yeah.
Good, but then we are moving on to Grandmaster already. So only 2 questions away from Challenger, but still no jokers anymore. So yeah, let's move on with the next question. And the next question is, which chain CC lasts the longest on max level? Is Ornn Ultimate and Syndra E, B is Nami Q and Jax E, C is Nautilus Passive and Kalista Air, and D is Leona Air and Shaco W. That everything is on max level, so everyone level 18, and some of the spells are scaling with level, so the duration of the CC goes up with levels, and some are not.
The question is about only hard CC. I mean, Nautilus Passive is not even hard CC, it's just the root, right?
Yeah, but it counts as it counts to CC.
So we count only the second Ornn R.
With the knock-up, yeah.
I'm pretty sure, like, it's 100% A if Syndra E applies to the Bramble, which is this weird thing that Riot introduced with Ornn, where like his first ultimate empowers the CC on the target, or something like this, by 50%, I think. And so if Syndra uses E into it, and then, only then, it gets knocked up by the Ornn second R from max range, that should be the longest.
But it says like Ornn R and then Syndra E.
I guess I will have to go, but I mean, the Kalista R, if it's like just 1.5 seconds, then it should be D. But D is only 3 seconds by my estimation.
I need an answer. You had a lot of time now. I need an answer.
You pressure me like that, huh?
Yeah. Now it's time.
So we go with.
Will you reach Challenger or no?
I think we go with D. I think the Shaco W must be broken.
You're going with D? Final answer?
We're going with Big D, yeah.
Okay, then we're going with Big D, and Big D is unfortunately not correct.
No! So it's C, or am I wrong?
Yeah, it's C. It's C.
Oh my god!
You had the perfect. Like every number was correct. Every number you said was correct.
It has 2 seconds. Kalista.
Yeah. Kalista R is 2 seconds.
My god.
But that's really broken.
Level.
We're playing it.
Yeah, on max level.
I was really not sure about the Kalista R.
Yeah.
Like I know it takes edges in the air when you get hit by it.
Yeah, but. You failed in Grandmaster, so you fall back to Masters, but that's really good. I mean, you can be proud of that for sure. It's high elo, and I mean, you were pretty close, and how you calculate the numbers was actually pretty impressive. So thanks for participating, and also thanks to all of you guys for watching. don't forget to leave a like and subscribe and tune in for the next episodes. We will now have weekly episodes with all of our pro players and our staff. And then we will see if someone is able to hit Challenger and who at the end of the series will set off on the top of the leaderboard and on the bottom of the leaderboard. So Diamond, thank you for participating. I hope you had fun.
I had fun. Thank you very much.
That's great. Then bye-bye. See you and see you guys.
Hi everyone, it's Mari here from X7 Esports and Kasing as well after their win against Naruki. And how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. You know, we finally bounced back from our 2-4 deficit as we were before. But you know what? Like, we're still a new team in my eyes. So it'll take some time to actually get back onto that kind of higher level.
Yeah, and how do you think morale is doing team-wise? Like, do you think you can still get to the top 2 or... How's everyone feeling?
I mean, for sure, the goal obviously was always number 1, right? Regardless of whether we get number 1 in regular.
Of course,
because
of course.
Honestly, like, it's not about how you place in regular, it's how you place after in playoffs. That's the most important part for us. And I think by the time we get to playoffs, we should be more than ready by then.
Perfect, perfect. So you're feeling happy and satisfied?
I mean, I'm satisfied that, you know, we didn't lose the game level 1 because that was like a common occurrence actually.
Yeah.
Two out of 6 games of losing level 1, yeah, that's not the best. It was more about, you know, us kind of controlling ourselves and not just, you know, feeling pressure to win the game in one go rather than actually playing the game properly.
Perfect. And were you happy with the draft? Were you happy with the Twitch Lulu bot lane?
I mean, yeah. In this case, it was more like, you know, we're playing champs that we're kind of confident on and we should... Oh my god. We should be fine in this matchup just because we're quite confident on these champions as well as the matchup itself is quite good for us.
Yeah. Perfect. And what do you think is needed for the top 1 or the top 2 place? Like, what do you think you really need?
I mean, it's more about just us playing consistently and not just like, you know, doing random stuff and just playing like different, you know?
Yeah.
I think just us finding our identity, our style is really important. And I think we kind of have. We just need to refine it so that we actually become really good at it, basically.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
No worries.
It is Wednesday, my dudes. And that means it's NLC time for week 4, day 2 of Summer Split. Everybody thought I was going to do it, but I'm not going to do it. My name is Alexander Asharam Maya. I'm your host, and I have the pleasure of welcoming together on the studio, Initialize alongside MTS for the pre-show.
Excuse me? I did not go through this much work to be called my brother's name. Hi, I guess I'm Initialized for the... Yeah,
I completely forgot. There you go. I mean, he's British. You're not quite British, but I just want to make sure that...
I just want to say it really fast, though. I'm so blessed to be here in a time like this. We're going to see the schedule later. Yeah, between those as well, but the schedule you're going to see later, it's a complete pop-off.
It is going to be a pop-off as soon as we show it, but before we show that, let's show our casters. Initialize with Troubling.
Thank you. Accept no substitutes, even if my name is clearly better than Nightmare, and I am the older and therefore more important Hapgood brother.
Is that how it goes?
Yeah, he's
I'm
absolutely.
an only child, so...
Yeah, that's exactly how it works. And I am here and subscribe to Archerom's Make Nightmare Feel Uncomfortable segment. This is great. Keep this up, guys.
Hello, guys. Happy to be here. Back to you.
I would say so far it has been going smoothly with the roasting of Nightmare across the Summer Split.
I'm used to it at this point. I've been, you know, like the Bane quote, like, it's like, oh, you didn't know the light until you're already a man. That's basically but with various people saying,
welcome, Nightmare. To make you feel comfortable. If you're new to the NLC, let me tell you, we have the Northern League of Legends Championship, where every single Nordic country, alongside with the UK, are playing for the first spot. So that means we have a lot of different teams from different countries, alongside with different players. And some legends we will tell you all about as soon as we look into these teams. If you want to know more about the teams, how about you look into the previous day for week 4, day 1, to understand what happened. We had a good game to start. M&M versus Bifrost.
Yes, it's a great way, of course, to catch up with what's been happening. We've now had a number of weeks of play coming into our 7th games for each of these teams. First and last games of the day were absolute bangers. This one, Bifrost, great early game, had some mid-game struggles, and M&M took him so close.
I mean, M&M just did the opposite of what they usually do, right? They kind of tend to want to win the early game, but this time around they kind of lost. They had triple scaling lanes, but after that, I mean, they're just their team comp in the mid and late game. They just were winning every single fight possible, and you see here Mishigu on the buffed Seri, just completely having his time of his life, honestly, having a complete pop-off, but we thought this was going to be enough for M&M, right? Maybe this is what they needed. They need to stop scale play for the early game, but yeah.
Two truths with Bifrost. One, they somehow make it to late game, and they give you a heart attack if they do win either way, right? Yeah. So that was kind of the par for the course in that one. Par for the course kind of happened in game 2 as well. We knew that Singularity were going to bring out something a little different. They always tend to. JDXL kind of just put them to the sword after a point, even though Singularity had some decent moments, particularly around getting Tattery some of those kills.
Yeah, I mean, you see Singularity, as you mentioned, right? Kind of getting these niche picks of the draft. And while it's all good and dandy in somewhat plays, they're drafting 3 losing lanes with a Xin Zhao into JDXL, who has just been kind of dominant in the early game, right? This is not really what you want to do. I mean, Singularity, as you mentioned, had some good opportunities in this game. I think they got like a triple kill on Tatui eventually at some point, but as you see, was not nearly enough to close out the game.
And then, of course, we move on to the next one after this. Nexus exploded, and this was X7 versus Nurki. Now, in previous splits, you think, oh, X7, they're too far ahead. What's going to happen with this? This ended up being still fairly kind of close, but X7, for the first time in a little while, gave us some signs of confidence.
Yeah, I mean, just confidence and just straight up, like, kind of having an actual identity in the team. You see Attila picking up the scaling, kind of playing weak side for his team with the Twitch and the Lulu, while, I mean, MC was just having a complete pop-off in this one. He was completely jungle gapping Flipper, and that just means that if you don't have a jungler, you're not going to have a win. Nexus exploding, and yeah, X7 moving on.
Vanir versus Astralis. This was another game where we get to see Astralis the way they're doing on Summer Split.
Yeah, I mean, you see here they're having kind of really good, consistent making good decisions in the mid to later stages. And here, I thought Vanir was not going to decide to fight this one. It was actually a crucial fight. And while we love to see fights happening on the Analyst desk, they have triple scaling lanes. They have the Ezreal, the Victor, and the GP.
That before, right?
Yeah. And I mean, obviously, Hassan is going to be really happy about that one, right? And after this fight, it felt like it was not really in their favor.
This game was set up to be, as you said, with those scaling lanes, a bit of a slow affair. Really happy that these teams really started playing aggressively. I know I called out Zarema, was like, look, early game, buddy, you got to start fighting, otherwise it's going to be a really boring game. He did do that. Also think that Astralis kind of fired back pound for pound. So we did actually have a pretty interesting game and a pretty aggressive game, considering those drafts.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at this, right, if imagine it was going to be a 50-minute snooze, so we were kind of trolling our causes with that. But this, I mean, Riddle versus Dusty, this was kind of the game of the day, right? And look at Nash, what is he doing, man? He's completely popping off on this rail.
For me, Nash was the player of this game. Even just his resets, making sure he's in the right part of the map, very intelligent player, and he sets up for the big plays. So much work goes into getting those killer performances in the late game. Rest of the team obviously performed well around him at that same point. Lots of damage threats to take care of. There was a very dangerous engage combo on the other side, but still really interesting games both at the start and at the end of the day. Those are the two which I'd pick out from the last game day.
So you already know the teams that are playing on the NLC, but let's look into how they're faring in the NLC with the standings so far. JDXL undefeated in first place, followed up by Astralis, Bifrost, and Riddle still tied up in second place, but that is going to change throughout the day today. Dusty are actually with the lead versus Nuriki. They only need one more game to face off Dusty in terms of standings. X7, Vanir, Eminem, and Team Singularity at the bottom of the table, something that I never thought I would say.
So for me, big thing about these standings is obviously we've got a lot of games which are close in the standings today, and we'll talk about that after, but I'm looking at a couple of teams who are really punching above their current scoreline. Eminem, they do not look like a 1-6 team. We saw them yesterday, not yesterday, of course, on Monday. Always gets me that one, but last time they were on the Rift, we saw them really punch above their weight. They were really dangerous versus Bifrost. Similarly, I actually think Riddle at 5-2, they're actually punching above even the other two teams that they're tied with. A couple of teams in here which are really starting to get some momentum behind them, and I expect them to start having a very strong mid to late split.
Yeah, and you're speaking of momentum really fast, right? I mean, X7 got the dub on Monday, not yesterday, but on the Monday, kind of getting me as well. And I just hope to see them kind of building on this identity that they're now starting to form.
They're starting to form, but let's look into the games that we're going to have today. And this is the most exciting part of the day, because look at this, completely stacked. We're going to start up with Astralis Talent versus Riddle. I told you, these two teams, one of them are going to fall off the second place. JDXL versus Dusty is going to be a good test for the undefeated team so far. Bifrost versus X7 never disappoints, and Vanir versus Nuriki. At the end of the day, we're going to have Team Singularity that never won a single game so far in Summer Split versus Eminem, a team that you told me that shouldn't be on that spot.
So again, we're kind of left for this first game of the day, last game of the day, really keeping you locked in your seats. I think both of those matchups are going to be very good. It's a word I use all the time. Benchmark for both of these teams. I think that Riddle might be the second best team in the league right now. Astralis, you've got some very strong opinions on. I think this will be a really good game to show actually who is second best in the league right now. Bottom of the day, of course, though, M&M need to really put up or shut up versus Singularity, a team with 0 wins, because if suddenly Singularity wins that, as much as they've had good performances on just in terms of the eye test, it hasn't led into wins. If they lose this, they're in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, every single game today is going to be a complete banger, but I'm just looking at that JDXL Dusty. Dusty, we had an interview with them on Monday, and they were saying they were going to be the ones to stop JDXL, who seems to be so dominant, right? Are Dusty delusional, or is JDXL actually going to be taken down today? We're going to see.
So far, everyone has been saying, okay, we're going to take JDXL to the ground, but so far, nobody has been able to do it. They're undefeated, and that is news for us, but news for you. I'm going to toss it to Initializer alongside Treble Inc. to talk about what is happening in the league.
Hello and welcome back to the NLC News. On a Wednesday here, I'm joined by news anchor Trouble Inc. and I am, of course, news ship Sam Hapgood, otherwise known as Initialize, and we have got some fabulous news for you today. First up on the docket, 12.12 is supposed to be hitting the live servers today. It's the Wednesday. It's normally when we see these patch notes come through. But, and this is really important, as of now, they aren't currently on the live servers, which is leading us, a lot of people to assume we're actually on a 3-week patch cycle, which is very unusual. And rumors are abounding, and I will stress that they are rumors, that we might actually be looking at the return of a Star Guardian PvE event. Where everyone remembers the defending Valorant City all those years ago, maybe it's time for that return. Again, rumors, we'll have to wait and see about that. But speaking of Star Guardians...
speaking of Star Guardians, of course, the long-awaited event, Riot has teased us with a minute-long trailer with a little bit of an anime style named return to Valorant City. So there were a bunch of hints in the video about potentially some champions that will be also receiving a makeover in that 4-star Guardian suit.
Looking very stylish indeed, and honestly, what incredible production value there was on there. But we do actually want to move on because some other big changes starting to hit some of the practice servers and the like. Sivir is due for a mid-scale rework. That's kind of like what we saw recently from Olaf, to those not quite sure what the terminology means. And some really big ones to note here. Effectively, what they're trying to do is make Sivir a little bit more unified in her kit, make her work better with a crit build, and that means that things like the Q, the Boomerang Blade, has been hit on some of its basic damage, AD scalings for making it allowed to be crit. The spell shield is going to cost a bit of mana and heals rather than give you mana back. Also activates your passive now, interestingly. But the big shifts are in the R and in the W, the Ricochet. Ricochet now activates for 4 seconds. It's still an auto-attack reset, but more than that, the bounces are longer, it lasts for longer, not just those 3 auto-attacks. And then your R, less team utility, but what it does is while it's active and you get a takedown, R refreshes. And every auto-attack while that R is running will lower the cooldowns of all your basic abilities. If you can get R and W running through a whole team fight, that is a lot of blenders going on.
I just really like the Sivir change in general, because unless you're called Reckless, let's be honest, this AD carry has been long forgotten. And the most recent build that we had was that lethality build, usually with the Dustblade or the Eclipse as well. Now, moving towards a little bit more of a crit build, she can actually compare and punch those tanks that are terrorizing the front line. Talking about frontline and front runners, Riddle, arguably the second best team that we have in the league after losing the first blood in the first game of the season. They have got a 6-game streak where they have taken first blood themselves, leaving other teams right behind them. And honestly, Riddle have looked so freaking good this particular split.
Oh yeah.
They've left Bifrost and Vanilla behind them at 71.4%. And I think I saw somewhere in our script that JDXL, who are our actual front runners in the league, are somewhere down to 43% first blood. I would like to say that with Venza giving the other 57% to the enemy team, they've had 100% first blood participation.
Well, it's been a very sunny day, but Trouble Inc. is here to provide some nice shade for everybody to take some shelter under, and we'll throw it back to the rest of them to take it from here.
Trouble Inc. not pulling on those punches. There you go. I mean, she's this aggressive inside and outside of the Rift. I've played with her, so I know what I'm talking about. Talking about aggressiveness and how to play this game, Astralis are showing up into Summer Split, and they're a shadow of what it used to be on the Spring Split, but on a good note. Can you run me by it? How Astralis?
Okay, I will do it just for you, Ashram.
Okay, thank you so much, MTS. Thank you. Thank you.
You've been hearing me, guys. I've been talking the talk. I've been talking how kind of badly the teams are playing in mid-game. And I actually want to give some credit to Astralis. I've been looking through the broadcasters, and I think Astralis in the mid-game, they're really good at like pressing their advantages where they can. They're also really good, even when they're behind, they kind of stay true to their win condition, and they kind of want to get that comeback fight, right? And also, they're really good at like seeing when the enemies are really messing up, when they are making an obvious mistake. They are not hesitant to instantly go for the play and punish it. So we will look, these are the 3 kind of good things that Astralis are doing. We will go through them in chronological order, so to speak. We see here Astralis. They are now kind of recalled at the same timer. This is really good because then means you can kind of group up with your team. If you roll the clip, we're going to see this. Before recalling prior, Senkox actually pushed his bot as well. So now he has like a 30 or 40-second timer where he can actually do something with his team. And most teams maybe don't do anything really proactive with this, but Astralis actually decides, okay, guys, we're going to go group into the mid lane and at least get some vision for Carlsen, on the top side, because realistically, they want to play for this tier 1 top side tower. And that's really all they kind of care for. But remember that I told you that they are not hesitant to go for the plays when they know they have the numbers advantage. They get the vision down, they're kind of chilling, but what happens here? They see Kasing walking up for absolutely no reason, and they just insta-go. They know they have the numbers, Senkox obviously flying in with the Spirit Rush, and they just get the pick. And this is also just good and dandy, right? But this actually results in them getting the mid tower, opening it up when they have champs like Azir on the other side of the team, who really wants to play with this mid tower. And this just kind of snowballs the game out of control for Astralis. And just by one move from Senkox, moving from bot side and understanding the map, gives them such such a huge advantage.
And I think the important thing for me in this specific clip is that they give themselves options. Now, if that pick hadn't happened with Kasing, they still could have gone towards top tower. They still could have gone into the enemy blue side jungle. Plenty of ways they could have played that out, but them just setting up to allow for a lot of different eventualities really helps them, as you were saying in that tagline, press their advantages.
It's about throwing in the bait. If someone bites, you just go in instantly. Astralis are using that one really well. What else?
What's next on the
Astralis?
test?
Yes.
Next on the table.
Tell me.
Yeah, so I actually want to go through a replay as well of when they're actually behind, right? Because this is even harder to play. And this is a clip where they're not that far behind in gold, right? But they are 3 Drakes behind. They're also playing into the likes of Orianna, Twitch, Lulu, Wukong, Gnar. Like, how are you supposed to team fight against this comp when you're behind? They also have 0 pressure in the bot lane. So as we roll the clip, you see Kalem obviously just gonna pressure the bot lane tower, right? And he's gonna get that eventually. But what you don't see is Kiba placing this critical ward earlier in the game. Their pings going down on this. They know that if they don't get a fight that it's like at least 5v4, they are not gonna win this game. You see the Drake coming up in 1 minute as well. It's just really crucial that they actually get something going for them to make a comeback play happening. And they know this, right? You see already that they're kind of trying to bait Eminem into them. And Eminem obviously wants to play in the chokes. They just go for it, right? And you see the TP instantly coming in from Carlson, who has backed off from the bot, and now it's just a complete cleanup, right? Now it just looks like a completely different game where Kalem is not able to join on his Mega Gnar, and it's just kind of a fact where Astralis get this fight going. They deny the Ocean Soul from Eminem as well, and just win the game out of that. So really impressive, once again, comeback from Astralis.
For this level of play, there's actually quite a rare skill set shown there. You mentioned it a little bit. You said, oh, Eminem wants to play around the chokes. They want to play towards this. Well, if you know they're doing that and they're ahead, let's be honest, the team that's in the lead normally plays how they want to play. You realize that, you bait them into that choke, that sets up that teleport. It's this big kind of big 4-head, 5-head play to kind of understand we are kind of mind controlling them into the right part of the map. They punish that.
And not every team can play from the back and look into the game. How can we come back? So that brings mentality into this team. But also, what do we have, MTES?
Yeah, the last point of the table is actually able to punish the enemy mistake. Because sometimes you see people doing something that you're saying, guys, this is illegal. What is he doing? But you let him do it anyways. Astralis, they don't like that. We're going to roll this clip as well. And you see X7. They want to push out the mid lane. They're just grouping as 5, right? The game is looking even, actually X7 being ahead. But what is going to happen, when I watch this, honestly, it kind of blew my mind that X7 is doing this, because I know that there are 5 smart individuals and they really need to get their identity going, as I was speaking of. But they push in the mid lane, all good and dandy. But now they actually decide to start off the Nash. And this upsets me a lot, because they have 0 vision in Astralis jungle. They have both sideways pushing into them as well, which just gives so many opportunities for Senkox and Carlson with the double TP to actually get a flank going. You see already, Senkox setting up for the flank, Taxer on the other side, and Carlson TPing in behind them. Into this X7, they're just looking it's just looking impossible to win this one, right? They get triple flanked from the side of Astralis, and I mean, it's just impossible for X7 to win this fight. They end up going down everyone. I think it's a 5 for... okay, Kiba goes down, 5-for-1 trade. They get the Nash, and obviously with this comes the victory as well. Just really impressive to be able to punish the mistakes of X7.
So I love a certain quote from the current roster of Team Liquid, which has Bjergsen and Whippo on them, 2 very experienced players that have very different play styles. Bjergsen had this quote saying, I love playing with Whippo because I think of the right play to make. If the enemy does X, Y, Z, this is how we respond. Whippo has the response of saying, yeah, but if they make a mistake, slap them, fight them. And that's kind of the play which I love kind of seeing there in terms of the mentality. So we've seen how they make the good plays, the structured plays. They also know how to punish the egregious mistakes too. That's very important.
And thank you so much for bringing this, because in Spring Split, we're looking into Astralis, and every single interview they were saying, I mean, we do things in the test when we're scrimming, but on the official ones, we cannot do it. And they only change one play, and out of a sudden, there you go, new Astralis, new start, and they're rising in 2nd place. Let's see what happens today if they can secure that one versus Riddle, a new team that we don't know who it is, and that's why we're going to play a game of Who Am I? Where I'm going to test our analysts to understand if they know their stuff about NLC. So I'm just skipping my page and going for this one. MTES, have you ever won a game NLC.
Have you ever won a game in general? Ever? Yeah.
This is your first one.
I have actually, but not against Nightmare. I heard that this guy's actually cracked at this, so I'm not gonna be as kind of confident as Jamada and say he was gonna beat you down.
Where's Jamada now?
Where's Jamada now,
Where
right?
are you now?
So I'm not keeping my hopes up, but I'm gonna be confident as well. You know, I'm gonna be.
He's still recovering. I would say Jamada is still recovering from the beatdown you gave him on the previous game. I'm gonna ask you to go get those buzzers as I explain the rules of Who Am I. Who Am I is quite simple. I'm going to give some clue about a player, a team, or something like that, and they have to buzz in to give their answer. If they're incorrect, I'll move on to the second tip. And then if they're incorrect as well, I'll give the third one. The first tip will allow you to receive 5 points, the second one 3 points, and the last one only 1 point. If they don't get it, well, I don't know why they are on the show. So let's move on with the first one. Just
no pressure then.
Expectations really high from my part. First one, it is going to be a player. First clue.
Okay.
I am the only player in the league without a single kill so far in Summer Split.
Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me? This is it?
Only one player so far doesn't have a kill. Nightmare.
Is it person using new support for Singularity?
Nah, is that allowed?
That was a good try. I mean, really good try, but that is incorrect.
So it goes over.
Good thinking. He already got himself a kill, so it's not him.
Am I allowed to guess as well? Do I have to press this?
No. On the next one. But good press on the test. Okay, just test the production. There you go. I'm a player for the same team in spring as I do now. I played for the same team last split as I do now.
Okay.
So it's not a new player. Ooh.
Not a new player. And we changed half our players.
He buzzed it in.
This makes no sense whatsoever, but is it spiky? AD carry? That can't be it, right? But I have to guess somewhere.
Good job, M-Test. It is not. Third one.
You got my
last
hopes
one
up,
for
man.
this.
Come on.
This is going to make it easy, by the way, okay? I'm the only Turkish player currently in the league.
Oh, heck.
Is it Abigail?
That was really close, dude.
No,
it was really close.
No.
Because that's correct, by the way. It is going to be Avagnale with, well, 1 point for you. Look at you.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So it's
We're getting spicy here. Let's go.
Spicy one. Let's move on to the second one. It is going to be a player as well. I once finished third in the NLC playoffs on a team with Eriksson and Kerberos. Apparently, they did it on a different order.
What is said on
I have the highest singles participation of any player in the league with 41.6%.
He'll share.
Sure.
Yeah.
What?
Heck, who is that going to be? It's
a percentage of any player.
That is a really high one, by the way.
I know it's really high. Most of the time, it's like 20 to 30%.
You did it.
I'm gonna guess Venser.
It is not correct.
Okay, I had to try.
Which leads us to the second one, which I think is the one that I read before. Show us so I can make sure. And it's going, my best ever NLC playoffs finish is third, which I achieved on a team with Kerberos.
This is where you need like Hipfred or Trouble, because they were here casting it during that time. Like, I am but a young NLC caster even at this point. Heck.
That's why we went deep for you, Naiman.
But I was playing.
Sure that,
just to make sure you really prove I know the history stuff. Okay, Killshare. This has got to be... Oh, don't you dare do that to me.
No, I'm choking. I'm choking. I'm pretty sure I played in this split actually as well myself, but I have...
Either you buzz or I'm moving on.
I'm not going for it.
Yes.
Den Voxnay.
Den Voxnay? It is not.
Oh my god. Okay.
It is
okay.
not.
We're live.
The last one is going to be an easy one. Don't worry. After missing playoffs last split, I'm hoping to attend my 4th NLC playoffs this split. I don't know who buzzed in.
I think that was me. I'd rest my hand on it. Is that...
you have to go for it.
Is it Taxa?
No.
Oh, it's 41% kill shot.
After missing kills last split, I'm hoping...
Okay, M-Test, I'm giving you a freebie. You can still go for this one. Hit the buzzer and tell me.
How is this question compared to the other one is super hard, buddy. I have no clue.
Games hit.
We're very good, yeah.
Hit the buzzer and tell me a name. I'm gonna give you a clue.
Yeah.
Another one.
Another one? Okay,
Yeah.
I'm getting cheated.
Just to help you. He's really good at what he does.
But like I'm thinking of this old team with Kerberos and Eriksson. I see that guy, the really buff guy, the Norwegian guy. What was he called actually? My mind is actually completely blank. I'm
let's move on. Both of you got this incorrect. It is Chrisberg, by the way.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
You had to be an AD carry, and I was like,
you knew, but you didn't know.
No, that's what I was like, I started.
But that's cringe. That's cringe. Oh my
And the
god.
last question of the day, it is going to be a player yet again. We're testing our knowledge on the players today for the Northern League of Legends Championship. First one. I've only played 4 champions that nobody else has touched this split. A player that is playing different
Unique
champions.
4 champions that nobody else has touched this
Unique
split.
champions. Who might that be? Same test.
No, it can't be Kerberos, right?
No, it can't.
No, it can't be.
It can't.
Darius.
You're correct on that one, but not on the answer. Good job. Moving on for the second tip of this one. If you want to win, by the way,
Gotta do this.
This
one.
is the
yeah.
time.
I know.
my
I'm aware. I'm
God.
tracking it. I'm
I
tracking
am
it.
one of 3 players who has played a different champion in each game so
Each
far.
game? Oh, for God's sake.
Man, who could it be? A person that plays different champions every single game. I don't know.
Is it M&S?
Do you want to lock it in?
No, it's
Do I
correct.
lock in the
I was gonna
answer
say as
that you
well.
just gave me, Nightmare?
Yes.
Look me in the eyes and do it.
Yes, please.
You want to look in M&S?
No.
Okay, that's 2 points that you would get if you got this
No.
correctly. It's incorrect.
Oh
Damn
my
it.
god, yes. Okay.
Last tip.
Trivia is completely failing.
Last tip. It's going to be, this is only my second split of competitive League of Legends. What?
FGG?
That would be a really good one.
No, but please.
Because it is wrong.
My
Okay, Nightmare, I'm going to give you a freebie just as I did before.
Okay.
Oh, no.
You can at least tie it up.
Yeah.
Okay, you can tie this up,
I'm
Nightmare.
not feeling hopeful.
But else you're going to be like Jamada, 0
Yeah.
points at the end of the day.
But I didn't brag. Give me the clue. Give me the clue. Give me the clue.
Oh, another clue?
You said give me a freebie. Give
So,
me a
a new player,
new player.
played
Okay.
everything different.
Yeah.
What sort of clue can I give you?
Have you got anything?
I can give you something.
Right. Give me something.
He is
Okay.
a mid laner.
Mid lane. Is it Vladdy?
Oh,
Tell me.
Is it Vladdy?
You want to lock it in?
Yes.
Look me in the eyes and tell me.
I want to say Vladdy.
You want to say Vladdy?
Yes.
Well, Nightmare, that is good of you because that leaves you with 0 points at the end.
It's not bloody.
No, it's Pizzione.
Oh, for God's
Oh
sake.
my god.
Really? Oh, I'm actually
Okay.
really annoyed.
Yeah.
I'm not.
guys.
I'm really happy with the scores today. Only 1 point for both of them, and I'm at with 0
I would like
points.
to apologize to the NLC as a region, to you watching this show, to everyone that believed in us, because God, that was embarrassing.
I mean, we should even take a break before we jump into
Yeah, I
the
need to
game.
cry.
That's why
Yeah.
we're going to jump into Astralis versus Riddle. It's going to be an exciting one. But before we do that, we have some interesting answers from the players back at home from Astralis. I'll see you in a minute.
In this split, I definitely want to improve our results. It was quite disappointing to miss out on playoffs last split. I definitely feel like our potential is higher, and I want to do better next split in the summer split. And I feel like we can end up way higher and potentially go to your Masters as well.
Okay, so my expectations for the split it would be nice to make playoffs to begin with, since we missed out on that, and then kind of take it from there.
So for this upcoming split, I am definitely expecting us to do better than the last split. I think we had a really disappointing split, and I want to come back stronger. We have a lot of stuff to work on, and I'm hoping and I'm expecting us to get to your Masters. That's the goal.
For me, personally, it's playing with confidence. After playing a lot of the games last split, there was a lot of things I missed out on since I maybe was nervous or not nervous, and I wouldn't play to my fullest. But I've tried working on that a lot in the off-season, and I think I'll play a lot better in summer and be more dominating.
So our last split was really, really awful. I learned a lot about losing and how to handle losing and how to not over-focus on winning and to focus more on myself rather than trying to fix the problem, because we kind of just ended up not realizing how to actually win.
Not lose.
Last split, I think we realized that a lot of our problems were mental problems and not really gameplay related, because we played pretty good in practice. I think it was more the pressure and the disappointment of losing that kind of ruined our split for us. We all wanted to win, and then when we kept losing, we got really frustrated, and it was hard to figure out how to handle that. I think Riddle has an interesting roster. I think the AD carry can really pop off, so if he does well this split, they can definitely do some good things.
Their potential could be very high, but I'm also quite unsure. I wouldn't say from the get-go that they are a top contender.
And we are back into the desk to talk about Riddle versus Astralis. Are you okay?
Yeah, you know, I just found it really interesting how Astralis have actually unlocked cloning technology and have two Sencocks in that interview.
It is interesting. By the way, do you like cupcakes?
I do like cupcakes.
I'm going to buy you one because 0 points, it's kind of heavy on you. So just to make sure that you're happy at the end of the day, Riddle versus Astralis, at the end of the day, only one of these two teams will still be able to get the second spot. We talked a lot about Astralis, how they're playing the mid game, how they're actually going for the plays that they want to do for once now in Summer Split. But what about Riddle? To me, they're the team that can actually take down the big one, JDXL.
They are sat at 5-2 after having a whole week of not having their proper roster, but they had to role swap people, they had to play with substitutes. That to me is actually astounding. And to think that they took Bifrost so close in that first game of the split and thinking, oh my gosh, that was the one game they didn't get first blood in, but it still got crazy in that mid game. I remember like a Vladimir pop-off as well during that game. This team has incredible individual potential. I don't think I rated them highly enough coming into this split, but I'm quickly changing that opinion.
What about you?
I mean, I just have to kind of agree, right? Honestly, like on these games, I thought for sure Riddle was not gonna play as well as they did. I've kind of been underrating them a bit, but now they're just really showing me that they can actually have such a strong roster. I think they kind of complement each other really well. Stefan, obviously just the jungler of the split so far, playing so well around his strong solo laners in Jax, Plank, and Vladdy, and feel like they're just 5 guys, so they have really good cohesion as well. Kevo kind of playing that weak side on the bot side as well, and they just really complement each other. It's really nice to see so far.
If we could look into this game and understand what is going to be the lane or even position we should be focusing in, because I do believe Taxer and Stefan are going to bring a lot into this game, no?
Yeah, so I like how you said, like, what lane are you watching? Let's talk about this lane. Luckily, it's the one I'd agree with too.
That's what your eyes. I was
just like, oh heck. Which one would I choose? It has to be that jungle.
Yeah.
Right? I think that Taxa, even last split, was the playmaker that the team needed in the more dire moments. Didn't quite happen consistently enough. This split has been stepping up a lot more in that regard. And then, of course, yeah, you look at Stefan on the other side, probably has been the jungler of the split for many people's opinions. We'll have to see if that lasts out through the rest of it. I'm sure that Dan from JDXL will on word with some people on that. But I think those two are going to be such a big impact on these lanes.
But when you look into the jungle, it's a line, let's call it a line, that unlocks other lines. So affects other lines. In solo queue, it affects my line. But in your opinion, where do you believe they're going to be focusing, these two junglers?
I think once again, I mean, League, guys, it's been existing now for quite some time, and every single season, mid is just completely broken. I think it's just going to be so much about the mid-jungle synergy, honestly. And I think I think it's just going to be a kind of hard objective for Taxer today, though, because, as you mentioned in the previous split as well, maybe he hasn't been as dominant, and now they're kind of stepping up as a team, right? But I think today is all going to be about Taxer kind of containing Stefan rather than trying to snowball on his own, because Riddle has been so kind of dominant in the early game, while Astralis, they've been kind of taking it up a notch in the mid and later game stages.
Can you tell me the similarity between Twitch, Zeri, Senna, Lucian? How many of these are first band champions? Oh, and they're all AD carries. Oh, crazy. Okay. Mid lane's the problematic role, though. Don't worry, guys.
So you think bot lane is going to be problematic? Let's look into the champion select and see how these players are going to fare out. We have a lot of interesting picks and interesting bans, and I would say Wukong is a priority for both teams as we go into the first game of the day, Astralis versus Riddle.
Okay, so now we get to see what is going to be these first big priorities. Mentioned, without the jokes involved, AD carries have tended to be the first round bans because they tend to warp your team compositions. We've seen the mousetrap answer to Zeri, where you first take the Zeri and it's like, oh yeah, Yuumi, Twitch, that's a really good answer to it. You don't tend to be able to pick a lot of kill combos into that lane from the Zeri side of things. But got to put the nameplates on. Talked about a lot of AD carries, talked about many roles. Didn't talk about top lane in this one.
Yeah.
Jax, Gangplank, named on the other side by Jaxplank. They're pretty easy to take away.
Yeah, and just looking at this, right, with the name tags on rather, Riddle obviously has the Jaxplank this time around, and we have to remember as well that we are on red side right now for Riddle. It's going to be super important for, I think, if they want to kind of make a game plan to snowball the top lane, they for sure can just leave that counter pick for Jaxplank to last, right? And then it's up to Carlsen to kind of pick a tank or whatever, but I haven't really seen him play tanks, this guy.
So let me throw back to a game in, actually it was against Riddle last split, and it was against Kects in the top lane, not Jaxplank, this is the old roster, where Carlsen did have to play weak side. He played set into Renekton, got ganked a couple of times earlier, then went like 0-5. He just fell apart, couldn't show that skill set on the weak side of the top lane. When he didn't have those resources, things fell apart. I think that Carlsen's been great when you have given him resources, when he's gotten a good matchup. I think drafting towards a dominant topside matchup for both teams, therefore, becomes quite important if you look at the players and the skills that they've shown.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to imagine that, right? I completely agree with you. Now we see the bans finally coming in. We have so many OP picks, right? The Wukong, the Seri, obviously those are being picked out.
Another AD carry.
Senna. Okay, I mean, okay, man, I'm gonna admit, I think AD carry in this durability patch is looking kind of buzzing, but just the fact that mid lane is just the strongest lane. It's just...
I would say half a point. Still behind.
Okay, you get a half one, but I'm just gonna stand by my point though. Mid, obviously being broken, you have these players, Caps Faker, they're just too good, man. Mid lane.
Okay, but just all the best players are in mid.
It's the same.
So, speaking of mid lane champions and bot lane champions, mid lane champion, where it used to be, down towards that bot side, Ziggs was locked in there. Now Ziggs has been an answer into Senna in the past, because Senna is actually at the point where they can get one shot by a good enough Ziggs combo, where you have a good enough high engaged target onto them. We used to see a lot of Ziggs Leona. Leona's kind of gone at this point. I actually wonder now, Riddle, you've locked in this long range artillery marksman, can be that one shot combo. What have you got to pair up with it though? Viego is not reaching the backline targets, and you've got to get through a Tom Kench now.
Yeah, I mean, I just have to completely agree with you on that one, right? They kind of need some sort of engage. Obviously, when I play Ziggs, I just want my supporters lock the Nautilus. Obviously, that not being the best pick into Tam. They're also just going to decide to lock in the mid lane instantly, so we know it's going to be Ziggs bot lane. Just a good matchup, as you mentioned, from Ziggs, right? Now, I'm kind of looking at, like, Viego, Yone, you kind of still need some sort of engage on the side of Riddle.
Yone kind of is, right? Yeah. That's why I'd say it's because, like, Yone, if you press R on the targets, they're reaching the end of that line. They're reaching it, and it has good side lane matchup into Corki. You can trade your ult for Corki's package if you want to do that too. I think suddenly Vladdy has a lot of agency just before the fight starts, either on side lanes or catching someone over a wall to twin down with that double combo of that and the Ziggs bomb, CC everyone into it. That's the start of something good for Riddle. On the other side now, Astralis, even just the picks that they've locked in, need to be very careful about how they approach objectives, because if Vladdy flies over a wall, things don't look good for them.
Yeah. It's a volatile champion select, I would say, for Riddle. If they get the lead in the early game, it's going to be complicated for Astralis to come back into the late game. We talked about how they can do it.
Obviously, if you fall behind, it's rough.
Versus Riddle, I don't know. It's going to be a tough one. As we're going to see Graves and Nautilus, where we were expecting high engaged supports being taken away by Astralis. What else do we have? Do you really fall back to the Leona?
I wonder if you have to. I wonder if you have to. You're looking at something like a Rakan, not awful as well. Rakan and Leona were the choice pairings with something like the Ziggs or even other artillery champions that you kind of put down there. Into the Tom Kench is still a little rough. I think you still have to kind of just bite the bullet and say, you got to pick something to combo with the Ziggs, though. If you're just relying on that, Yone becomes so much less reliable, and that Ziggs in the carry role just doesn't do the job.
Okay, hear me out. You were on a play. Obviously, we see already Riddle. They are still on red side. They're going to have the counter pick. They have Vlad on the Yone. They could just look to opt into just not picking H at all and actually put Nash onto something like a Bard. Legit could be good here. Senna, Tam Kench just going to be Ziggs kind of forming on his own. And they're going to, remember, they're going to get counter pick on the last pick as well, probably for Jaxplank. And this is kind of spells out to me that maybe you don't even need engage, just need something that is mobile and can roam around the map. Maybe
I was actually looking into the rail to get some sort of engaged, clustered everybody alongside with the Yone, with the Ziggs as well. Could be a massive wombo combo, but you still have to look into the top side, and just as you told us, playing weak side for Astralis sometimes actually is the bullet they need to use.
Good call, Arsham.
So the Rail, of course, is in there. We've talked about a couple of the engaged champions.
I've been blessed by trouble, so yeah.
And now, obviously, Nash had an awesome Rail game just the other day on Monday. I think that Nash was incredibly intelligent at how they unlocked themselves onto the map. They were resetting, applying themselves to different areas of the map to get those big engages. Now, if you can leave the Ziggs alone, you can start unlock them. Rel is still good as a roaming support, turning up to the right place at the right time. I think actually we've got a bit of both between what both of us were saying on that. Say, okay, you can get out of that lane, you can start twinning it up with some of these skirmishing champions, but it does give that grouped up wombo for the bomb too.
Yeah, I mean, just honestly looking at this, I feel like really Riddle has done their homework. They set up the whole night probably and made this, because I mean, Stefan obviously on a comfort pick like the Viego, and it feels like so easy for Riddle to get some sort of reset instantly going in the fights, right? Now Jacksman locking the Fiora into the Ornn as well. We're gonna see Carlsen all the time. Oh, it was Hammer. My bad.
That's the other
Jax,
one.
though. Oh.
Yeah.
That's the other one.
You have two. One is Ben. I mean, look at the other one, yeah.
And now, for those of you that were watching Astralis up in the LEC, they played the Ornn into the Jax, and poor Vizicachi up there got a little bit mauled in that matchup versus Irrelevant, but I'm looking at Jax playing here into that Ornn. Pretty much every side lane matchup you can throw at Jax is going to be pretty horrifying for Astralis. Yep. I think in the grouped up team fights, if you have a package, you have a Call of the Forge God, I don't see any world in which that Ziggs is staying safe. So I think if Astralis are very decisive about how they engage, grouped up fights go to them. If the fights become broken, Riddle get to play around side lanes, an individual moment of power, Riddle win. Groups versus an individual plays for me.
Okay, but if you have to do it, who's going to take it in the end?
I think it's going to be Riddle. I think they've shown that level of play on those individual moments. So for me, it fits their win condition, players on the right place.
And test.
I had Astralis in my prediction, but honestly, looking at the draft here, I think as well as Nightmare said, I think Riddle's going to take this one home. They're really comfortable at playing these 1-3-1s, and I think it's going to be a Riddle show today.
I mean, you just did a segment in the pre-show to talk about Astralis and how they always... There we go. We jump into Riddle as we jump into the Casa desk alongside with Initialize and Trouble for the first game of the day.
Thank you very much. We have some pre-flight checks to get on before this absolute banger of a journey we're going through today. These games are looking like some 5-star action. Our first one, obviously, Riddle Astralis, number 2 teams, tied at that rate, both at 5 and 2, both looking to secure second place. And with that race being pretty damn close, I know you have some thoughts you want to get out before we hit on to the Rift.
There's a bunch of questions going through everyone's head, right? Because we have been sort of pushing Riddle as the second best team in the league right underneath JDXL. Now, of course, they're tied with Bifrost and Astralis into that second place. And now it's their chance to pull a little bit further away from them. Beating another team that they're tied with, like Astralis, will show that they are the strongest of the 3 that are tied for second place. And as for Astralis, I think after a very disappointing spring split, it makes a lot of sense to just see them sort of evolve into this new team that we were hoping to have as a second academy coming into the league.
Absolutely. And with that said, let's head on to the Rift to see how it all works out in game. Of course, you're right. Riddle look absolutely phenomenal, but Astralis, on the other side, we're getting some beautiful T-tours around the various sites of Summoner's Rift here, courtesy of production, who definitely know what angles to be finding here for those beautiful looks at all the various in-game models and skins. For Astralis, this is a team who much improved from spring. I had to pick the right word there. It took me a second. Good start to the day. But even with that said, we've still yet to see them beat a team with their game score all higher. The 2 losses they have are to JDXL, of course, currently undefeated, and Bifrost, the other team tied at 5 and 2. If they lose to Riddle here as well, the teams they will have lost to are the teams above them in the standings, which is, I'm sure, a bit of a frustration for them when this is the other academy team. This is the team that really did not perform to the level we were expecting in spring. This is the team that would like to think, hell, we're in with a shot of EU Masters, and losing to those teams who are direct competitors for that kind of spot, at least at this point in the split, is not what they will want to see at this point here 4 weeks in.
I feel like a lot of the question for Astralis is this probably the meta? Because in spring, it was a little bit more fast-paced with all the volley bears, the tower dives, getting aggressive, getting ahead in the early game and snowballing this to a victory, fair enough. But I feel like this meta complements Astralis a little bit more, waiting for those late game team fights, making sure that your AD carries are fed, they have the proper amount of items to scale into the late game. And I think right here, their composition speaks to that extent as well. Got the Ornn with the Trundle, with the Tamkens being your frontliners, and then your 2 main carries, which is mid and bot lane, Grisberg and Senkax, on very heavy scaling champions. Now, always the question that I ask when this happens with very scaling teams in the late game is, how much are you willing to lose to then start fighting. I think this is a question thrown over to Riddle, because they obviously have a much easier time, especially after level 6 with a huge bomb, with a Yone diving backline, the Viego reasons or whatnot, to start stacking these neutral objectives.
Completely right. I mean, if you can get Corki and Senna to 3 items, 140 stacks, plus Ornn items, you're looking golden. But on the other side, you've got Jax Blank on one of his signature champions. This is a guy who, I was just doing a little bit of stat checking before this game, because he has been utterly phenomenal, because he is currently the leader in CS per minute. He is the leader in the likes of like first blood percentage. He gets 60% of the first bloods that Riddle get, and Riddle are getting more first bloods than any other team in the league. He's second in things like the damage percentage. Unreal numbers coming out of this guy. He's putting on a lot of carry performance. He's been given a lot of resources, and he is paying back that investment with a lot of dividends. His Gangplank, his Jax, unsurprising considering the name, is something to be feared.
I was about to say, if you are that daring that you will allow the Jax, and especially the Gangplank in this particular meta with so many mobile carries to go through, you're going to have to deal with the repercussions of your actions, right?
Right.
And a lot of teams have fallen victims to their choices of banning them away. And honestly, I feel like, if anything, between Jax and Gangplank, I would also probably just leave the Jax up, because we saw it in the LEC. I think Irrelevant played it. He got super far ahead in the early game, but it's just much harder to capitalize on a lead on the Jax rather than the Gangplank, where you can have global pressure on the champion as well. So I think it's going to have to come down to Jax Blank's individual skill on one of his 2 main champions to make sure that he snowballs, mostly for me, on a side lane, especially when you have the Ziggs that can clear wave after wave after wave. You've got the Rel and the Viego right there, making sure that the Ziggs will not get dived. You can actually try for the 1-3-1 later on with Yone on one side and the Jax. My only problem for their late game, as we were saying, stack neutral objectives, you got the level 6, is that your top side of the map is very AD heavy and very AD auto-attack heavy as well. I feel like a rush in still caps right here from Taxa, Carlson and Senkax might just do the trick for the early game.
I mean, just imagine once Frozen Heart and Randuin's come through completely there with you. It'll be an experience. Of course, Jax still very good in those 1v1 scenarios, and if he can continually find those side lane matchups into the Ornn, he'll still feel pretty good about that in the later stage of the game. It's just you're also into Ornn, Trundle, Corki, Senna, Tahm Kench. The mother of all 30-plus minute team fighting combos. And you can't see it right now, but Trouble's eyes went about 3 times wide. With it was the silent scream going on there.
It's the Ornn, man. It's the assassin, marksman, mage.
Never change, never
everything.
change.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Ornn, for giving us such a great game in the top side of the map. And honestly, he's one of the most fun champions to watch from like the tanks that we have towards the top side of the map, because he can literally 1v1 you no matter what champion you play.
I'll take this brief moment to go on a tangent about that, because I was actually having a conversation with Nymera earlier about I actually quite like the way that more recent tanks and tank reworks have gone through for a lot of League of Legends. I much prefer, for all that Ornn was incredibly broken for large periods of his release, the kind of playmaking patterns Ornn has, the more utility focus rather than just I take no damage and it's really irritating to actually play and fight me, is very early level 4 Dragon from Taxa coming on here, which is perhaps a little bit of a surprise, but taking the pressure option here to go and take that while it's free.
I don't know if Stefan wants to have a word with that, because she's level 5. Taxa is just level 4. He's avoided the route as well, and Riddle is just there to fight.
Okay, so maybe not quite as free as I was anticipating. We've got ourselves a full-on skirmish. The bot side, Fate Sealed actually out available, and this will be first blood to Vladdy's Yone, and Astralis lose the dragon, lose first blood, and a lot of summoners to boot.
I mean, to reiterate, Riddle have a much better level 6 around the objectives in the early game. You've got the bombs coming in, you've got Nash with the engage onto the Rel, you've got the Viego together with the Yone that do a bunch of damage, especially to level 6, with the resets as well. So we mentioned how we were expecting Riddle to start snowballing the neutral objectives and have to force Astralis to fight them whether they like it or not. And I'm sorry, Astralis, but that's not your map to move into. Yes, your bot lane does have prior, but you do not have enough damage yet. And as we will see this replay as well, Taxa is 1 level down to Stefan, and also 40% HP onto that Trundle. He's very low HP, really struggling, which means that the bombs that are jumping in, Vladdy with a beautiful ultimate as well to take away Taxa first, which means that you are safe to smite the dragon, and of course Stefan doesn't miss.
I really want to call out as well, Vladdy's stuck on the wave to be the first player on the Rift to hit 6 before roaming down. And if we had the Fate Seal to get that first blood and make that dragon even more punishable, A little bit of a shout out here as well. Get that hashtag NLC at home out on Twitter, people. We want to see how you're watching this. We can call it out live and both praise and mock you probably in equal measure because we're like that kind of people.
Yeah.
Throw yourself out for judgment. I'm kind. Trouble is not.
Baby.
You know, you gotta impress us both. I don't think there are prizes, not yet.
Okay, I've still yet to see someone with a blanket, popcorn, and a beverage.
There you go.
Okay,
there's your challenge.
I'm not going to blame them if I don't see a blanket right now, because in Berlin we've got like 30 degrees.
It's true, it might be a bit much. But maybe somewhere Denmark or Sweden or one of the other NLC, slightly more Nordic regions, which are generally a little more cold, even if it's, of course, summer. And I've not checked the temperatures there today because I didn't really think I'd need to today, actually. So, you know, who knows? Maybe if it's a colder place, you could do it.
So, back to this game. That
Yes.
is a huge wave building up towards the top side of the map. But you've got Ornn and you've got Trundle. It's just so difficult to dive with these two champions in the early game. But my question here is, why is Stefan an entire level up and about 30 CS? Now,
how does he do it?
I don't know how he does it every time, but we have hit on Stefan and how important it is for Riddle, and especially playing the Viego. I feel like Stefan has one of the more aggressive early game Viegos we have seen, but aggressive or not.
Maybe a little over-aggressive. Astralis overextended the bot side river. Maybe it's Riddle's time in the top side with the Herald spawning, but the turnaround's actually pretty damn extreme. Now Vladdy hopping forward with the Fate Seal. Can't quite secure the ultimate onto Taxa, though, who manages to walk out and throw down a pillar. But he does leave Riddle in control of the Herald pit.
Hey, but that's so important. Taxa's gonna loop around, but he's still level 5. And everyone is level 6 and 7 and even 8 for JDXL. How does this Trundle walk in and not get completely demolished? You don't have an Ornn ultimate to start a fight.
I've got Devour, though. Kiba's got the level 6 on the support for this fight, which could be pretty critical. But in goes JDXL, trying to zone people off with the counter-strike. Herald scooping out Carlson at the back end of it. Gets the knock-up onto the Trundle pillar. All the while, Nash on the other side may well be the sacrifice and is taken down by Carlson. Now the rest of Riddle must try and run away, extricate themselves. It's a fighting retreat. And they will use the sacrifice of Nash to get themselves out with the Herald in inventory.
We've been seeing this all weekend on the LEC as well. Teams are willing to take 5 versus 5 fights no matter what, because neutral objectives in the early game are so important. Building your early game leads, leading you into faster late game item spikes. And right here you can see Carlson doesn't have the ultimate to stop this. JDXL dives in just to zone them away just as the smite is about to go down together with Vladdy. And I feel right here, very wisely, Nash sacrifices himself so his team goes away. I feel like Stefan, even though we're praising that was a little bit of an overstep. You do not have to go in there, just run away with your team. He lost his flash for no reason, which could potentially be seen if being punished later on into this game. But nevertheless, Riddle and Stefan secure that Rift Herald. I wonder where it's gonna go mostly, because when you have a Ziggs in the game, usually you want to throw the Rift Herald onto that Ziggs lane. He has the satchel, execute the tower, rinse and repeat on the other side of the map.
Normally, of course, the idea is you get the plates down low enough to then execute with the Herald. With Ziggs, you don't really need to do that. You only need...
Ziggs.
Exactly, you just use Ziggs, exactly. One of the sometimes lesser utilized elements of that champion, but Trouble is entirely right. It's always good to see that and see whether Cavo does get the Herald put into his lane. Of course, we've talked about how Riddle do like to focus towards their top side, towards the likes of JDXL. Maybe that's a way to getting that very AD-heavy top side ahead of curve, as Senkux has got the package in inventory and trades pretty heavily onto Vladdy ahead of this dragon spawning here.
Yeah, so I love that we mentioned the dragon, because usually after the changes on the Corki has to pick and choose which fights he's going to have packets on, because the package timer was extended so you cannot have it for every single objective. Now, of course, Astralis lost the first one due to the fight, the 4 versus 4 fight on the bot side of the map, but due to this one, Riddle are going to accept and respect the fact that this package is onto the Corki. You do not want to be giving away that 1,000 gold lead that you have so far. Just keep snowballing that lead, get your Yone into 2 to 3 items, get your Jax to 3 items, get that Viego into the late game, and then start fighting then. But now the problem is, I don't think that if Riddle just sit on their butt and wait for the 2 to 3 item power spikes, they win it versus Astralis. I think Astralis' front to back is absolutely spectacular, especially with an ever-scaling Senna, with Corki scaling so hard AP towards the latter stages of the game and having so much poke as well, that you're gonna suffer if you don't somehow snowball. Saying that,
They've got tools to do it.
Yeah, we see Viego, which is not the most aggressive jungler in the early game, but Stefan has always managed to make it work.
I'm looking down at the notes we made during this, like, Stefan, only active Viego in the league, it's a statement. And maybe that's a little extreme, but there's some truth to it, because Stefan is incredibly aggressive, incredibly efficient on the Viego. He'll summon down that Herald in mid lane, and try to get some work done.
Look who they have gotten onto the mid lane, though.
There it is.
The Ziggs around. He's going to throw the satchel and pop it goes. That was beautifully done right there, because we mentioned how Riddle want to play a little bit more aggressive, stop Astralis from scaling. You take the mid lane tower instantly, which means that no one can overextend into the mid lane. You get to bleed your vision into the jungle much easier, because you get to shove that mid lane wave all the time. And now the ball is in Riddle's court to start making plays, probably stacking this round.
And it's almost like you're in professional trouble, because it plays back into that statement we said about, look, 3 scaling lanes. You've got a Corki, a Senna, and an Ornn. And it's a Senna Tahm Kench, a relatively defensive lane, with the exception the Abyssal Dive can do some stuff, a la Odeon Duel from last split.
I was about to say, unless you're
in
Duel, a defensive lane.
We miss you, Duel. Either way, taking down that mid lane tower, using the Ziggs to do it, and making Corki's life more difficult can help slow down that normally incredibly oppressive farm rate he can have.
Yeah, I completely agree with you here, and I feel like that's exactly what Riddle are doing, right? Especially since the wood went down where the tower used to be. You want to keep track always, and look at what's happening right now. You see that instantly when the tower went down, look at the top quadrant of Tax's jungle. It has been warded out mid lane towards the left side into the river. Look at the bot side of the map. One ward just went down right there by Nash right before he backed. There's a control ward towards the bot side of the map. If you look at the line that Riddle have warded for themselves, they pretty much own more than half of the map, rivers included, which is so important. Again, you want to have their second Rift Tail because you have Ziggs.
We've done a little bit of hero budding for a lot of these players. We're talking about how Stefan so aggressive on the Viego. We said Jaxbank on his signature eponymous champion again, or one of them. But on the other side, I think we all remember the kind of plays Nash was pulling off on the Rel on Monday. He was making FGG sweat a little bit for his crown as the best Rel player in the damn league, and he's back on it again today. And yes, Astralis have some incredible teamfight tools, but Riddle have got 1 or 2 themselves, and if Nash can make some things happen as Vladdy looking for an all in the bot side. I thought it was going to be a trade. Instead gets a stopwatch, not even in a big fight, before a potential tower dive now, as over the wall came Stefan as Nash is caught on the other side of the pillar in a very weird series of animations.
And now there's 4 members of Riddle down the bot side of the map. What do? You shove in that wave, you get it a little bit lower, Kevo is around onto the Ziggs, throwing the shuttle, take that off of the map as well. It's kind of like a rinse and repeat situation, but because they haven't accounted for Senkax in the mid lane with Corki, Pelma shoving in the wave, somebody has to go back and reply. So yes, Kiba loses his stopwatch, which by the way is going to be huge for the next fight. Both teams are sitting on 1-1 dragons, and they definitely want to start snowballing that by stacking them up. And in 1 minute, dragons up. Jaxban might not be.
Tried to read the Duke. Instead, Jaxban's getting to walk away, but Suncox is here, and the knocker comes through anyway. Counter-strike to get rid of a lot of that Corki damage, and there just isn't enough that bombing run will be able to get done.
Yeah, but remember what happened last time Astralis used that Ornn and they didn't get anything with it? Riddle walked away with Rift Herald.
You might be right, and that's exactly what they're here doing again. Well, it turns out history does repeat itself, though. I wasn't expecting it to happen within 5 minutes. That feels a little rapid. Got something for me, Trouble?
Yeah, that is even more important right now, because you can drop the Rift Herald in the lane. If you want to, you can even drop it in the mid lane and threaten for a tier 2 tower.
So much money in that.
And in 30 seconds, Infernal Dragons coming up. You already have one if you're Riddle, so you definitely want to keep this rolling. Jaxbank will most likely not be joining for this particular one, as he's half HP, he doesn't have the teleport, and he's focused on getting that tower down. But I think if he does take it here, he has time to go back, reset, and possibly run it towards the bottom of the map.
Quick clarification to production. Of course, Riddle got the first dragon, and if that first dragon was an Infernal Drake, it can't be an Infernal Soul. So I feel that Infernal Drake timer in the top left, looking at the Rift as well, can't be
a little bit sussy?
Yeah, it feels a bit sussy. It's Hex Rift, so that's got to be a Hex Soul coming up.
Oh, now it's his mountain.
There we go. So it's something. So we'll figure it out. Just throwing that one out there. I was getting very confused. Like, what is happening? Why is this happening? There's not enough fire on this Rift. There's fire in game, but not quite that. And Stefan with this Herald in inventory and the head dragon spawn. It's time.
I'm just gonna say, with the speed that Senkax is driving his little helicopter right now. There might or might not be a package.
There it is. Good call, Trouble, especially with this fight becoming a potentially dangerous one. Fate sealed, but fate averted right now for Taxa, but Devour is taken in trade. Less safety for the side of Astralis.
These are your two huge ultimates to reach the backline. The Ziggs all together with the Yone ult. What do you have left to reach that backline? Because the Ornhorn is still up and available, and Astralis can reach yours.
And the range discrepancy is pretty big at this point. Corki Senna versus a Jax and a Yone. Yes, you've got a Ziggs, but it's a 2v1. And there's a Forge God being called, dialing 999 instead, because someone needs to call an ambulance. But maybe not for Stefan, but not long enough either. He can't turn it around. Vladdy falls as well. And we were worried the moment those ultis didn't land. Astralis punish.
Oh, it all goes so south so quickly. The Herald being dropped on the bottom of the map, killed. The Dragon being taken away. 2 kills going to the side of Astralis. One of them onto the Corki as well, which you definitely don't want kills on. And I felt like Vladdy and Kevo being super fast on the trigger right there when Astralis haven't even walked into this river that belonged to Riddle was the nail in the coffin for this particular fight. We said that the tools to reach the backline, to zone away the Corki and the Senna had already been used by Riddle, and when you do have packets onto Senkax, it's just so difficult to fight these fights. Riddle very cleverly avoided the previous Dragon when Senkax had his package again. This one they wanted to fight, they waste their ultimates, Castle reaches the backline, they kill Stefan first, which means it's a free smite for Astralis.
And this is a bit of a return to form, honestly, for Senkax, who fell away from his halcyon glory days of the LEC, where he was on splice with the likes of Wonder, Kobe, a few of these other still really huge names in the European scene, and then kind of never really managed to keep the level that he was hoping for. And Spring as well, while he was then, of course, named Cress, back to that original name now in Senkax, has been performing significantly more consistently.
All about the name. I don't know if you remember in the LEC, Caps didn't capitalize the C anymore. He capitalized the P. And we asked him and he's like, I just felt like I didn't deserve the capitalized C, you know? Maybe it's the
confidence
same
thing.
With Senkax.
And Jax Blank, though, in a 2v1, currently winning that one out pretty damn well. The Subjugate, that's what it was, came down, and that was about it. But 2v1, Jax Blank survives and forces out an ultimate or two.
I mean, Jax Blank does burn his own flash.
True.
It's really bad for him. How are you going to reach the Senna Corki later on in the fight if you don't have flash? They do lose a tower right here. And unless Jax Blank TP's back in...
Everyone's here. Carlson might come around. That's a decent route, though, for Chris Berg with the last embrace for Taxa. And Senkax now trying to play this one up best they can. Nash gets the Magnet Storm into the Ziggs. Ultimate 1-for-1 right now as Carlson turns up, and maybe Riddle have overextended trying to punish Astralis. Taxa so damn low, though. Will secure a double kill for Stefan's Viego. Here comes Vladdy. Fate seal to try and get onto Chrisberg. Heal, ignite. The Devour keeps the center alive.
Holy, that was a huge shield coming in from Kiba to keep Chrisbeck alive. And again, there was so much expended from the side of Riddle, but at this time, they get so much back in return. They get their bot lane tower, they get to have the push, they're pushing top, they're pushing mid, they're pushing bot at the same time. But as you can see on the map, there is no concrete neutral objective for them to take. The Dragon is still not yet up and available. And again, that was a very nice, quick play. Jax Blank trades everything right there. We mentioned how he traded his flash, but then that TP coming back down. Astralis overextending right there. Only level 10 onto Taxer as well. Level 11 would have been huge for his Subjugate, but they get caught by Nash on this rail ult. Taxer dies. Their mid lane dies. Crispy gets away with a sliver of health. And honestly, Riddle, yes, they gain another tower on the map, but they expend teleports, they expend the flashes for this, and there will be the third dragon coming up on the map right there, and it will spell soul point for the set of Astralis. Flashes will not yet be up.
No, they will not. Of course, the last Dragon fight went very heavily in Astralis' favor after some of those critical ults did miss beforehand. But as you can see, those side lane skirmishes, feeling like Riddle have some pretty good options there. I just have to ask, Georgia, with that Dragon in a minute and a half, is it something you want to see Riddle actually contest?
Looking at the items right now, yes, because I'm seeing 1, 2, 3 tanks on the set of Astralis, and this Senna has Umbral Blade. It's not the Kraken Slayer or yet Senna, which means she will not be shredding through health bars that easily yet, or it could be an Eclipse even, right? But you are missing your mythic item. So far, it's pretty much a vision bot. Crispec is a vision bot. You get the Umbral Glaive, you get to clear a lot of this vision that Riddle have bled through their opponent's jungle. But that's about it. Senna does not do damage yet. Just with the Umbral Glaive on her, this Corki has 2 items, but it's not going to be there yet where it hurts that much to put the poke down. And I'm just worried that if Vladdy and Kevo do not miss ultimates on this one, somebody could just pop.
Absolutely. 40 seconds or so until this dragon means set up right now in Riddle's favor. They've taken the opportunity, particularly with that mid lane turret down, to try and walk in, get that ward line you mentioned earlier, and control beyond the river. Beautiful production, thank you so much, and that highlights it super, super well. Of course, with the Hex Gates, some of those vision lines can be a little bit thwarted, so I'll be interested to see whether that comes into play.
As you can see, there is a little bit of a way you can make it.
Yeah.
Right now, both teams are contesting for that mid wave. It is so important when you want to move into the river, because once you push that mid wave, you can enter the river through 3 different waves.
Vladdy forces the package before the fight. Takes a big chunk of HP, though, because he did end up on the red carpet briefly. Turns out being a VIP comes with some health risks. Kevo on the other side, trying to find some good angle for poke, but it's not really at a position where he's going to be stinging as hard as he might like. All the while, Stefan and Nash down towards the bottom side of the river as Vladdy left to control the mid wave. Wait. Knock up in on Nash, who will get knocked down. Jack's back in the back end of it all, gets Crispec down to about 10% HP as the Cork Forge Score comes back through. Stefan trying to hop around, but he's not able to secure a kill or a reset. Kevo trying to find an angle as a Chris Berg's railgun brings down the Viego, and it's another dragon fight that Astralis secure.
And it's all Astralis' favor. We said Riddle need to press the early game advantage because the front to back for Astralis is insane in the late game. Ever scaling AD carry in Senna, ever scaling AP carry in Corki, sorry, and 3 Giga beefy championship problem. But look at that. Astralis are just using their health bars to just brute force their ways into the river. And Riddle cannot do nothing. They're spread around. Kevo is stuck on a choke point. Vladdy cannot reach deep enough because he doesn't have his ultimate. Jaxman goes in, but then he has to run out because he gets hit by Ornhorn. And then Stefan goes in and instantly gets blown up. So again, we're seeing that Riddle are really struggling with these fights. I think they need to use the fact that they have these Jax on a side lane. There is no Frozen Heart yet, and I'm thinking that the second this Frozen Heart actually gets built, and I'm looking at Tax's inventory, I think this is what he's going on for his item. It's going to be really dire for Riddle just diving in there, because your means of engage died first. That was Nash, and then he was completely scouted. Vladdy couldn't reach the backline. Remember, he had no ultimate for this fight. And honestly, this is where Astralis start ramping up. Eclipse almost completed for Crispec. You've got almost 3 items onto your Corki together with a stopwatch. Right now, you can perma-push a lane and just maybe even threaten the Baron.
At least with a Rel and a Viego there to shield the Ziggs, you've got fairly decent wave clear in the mid lane, and you've got 2 items, Blade of the Ruin King plus Mythic for both the Yone and the Jax. Your side lane options are okay for Riddle, but you've got 3.5 minutes until a soul fight happens. And with that timing spare, I think it's time to check in with that hashtag NLC at home. I think CJ of Riddle, give a social clash win typed out on a screen as sort of subliminal messaging in inverted commas is perhaps a little on the nose.
Manifesting.
Exactly, manifesting.
It says, put out your dreams out in the universe, right? And it's gonna come back to you.
We will. No, who cares about winning the actual games?
Yeah.
The social clash is where the real challenge is at.
This is where you get all the big points, right? Because I think Astralis are slowly but surely losing points from this game. They're only 1,000 gold in the lead. And honestly, against Senna Corki, 1,000 gold in the lead is not gonna bail you out when Astralis have the better team fight.
Well, if the rest of you want to manifest some tweets with that hashtag on there, do throw them up on Twitter. Again, that hashtag is hashtag NLC at home. We'd love to see how you are all viewing the game. But we've got 2.5 minutes until another dragon. we've got a Baron live, and I think it might be a little bold to go for it at this point, but it's there.
It's going to wait forever to win the game. This is what we've learned so far, and honestly, having Senna Corki, I would wait forever too. I wouldn't mind going full late game.
Fair enough.
Daxe has been falling behind the levels, but right now it really does not matter because he has caught up level 12 to level 12. He has his second level up on his subjugate, which is going to be huge for him. So having this triple tank artillery, and with the artillery behind of the Senna Corki, it's going to be so obnoxious to try and push out of a river. If you're Riddle, I think what they really need to do here is probably use Vladdy and Nash to make a pick on a key carry like Senkax or like Grisberg, and then create this into a 4 versus 5. I think this is your ideal scenario right here, because Jack split pushing is not going to give you mats, Ornn is matching you 1-for-1. Vladdy can split push, doesn't have the teleport to join the fight.
I mean, I'll also call it out. Senkax is pretty much a critical mass here. He's got an upgraded Ludens, that's an Eye of Ludens there. He's got the Muramana transformation. He's half an item away from getting a Ravenous Hydra. He's got a stopwatch. See the gold discrepancy there as well. Of course, Vladdy's been doing okay, but that is the 3 items plus stopwatch. That Corki is online, underline it a few times, add a package in, and you can kiss your health bars goodbye.
Yeah, and if you look even on the support matter, because Kiba is the one that is farming right now, this Tam Kench is much stronger than any traditional support Tam Kench, right? He's got 2 items right there, the Randuins, the Frostfire, to be able to keep Salmon on point. The thing that I'm looking at the most, though, is Taxa and the Frozen Heart.
Literally the moment you said it.
I was like, when is he going to purchase that? And I was trying to look where he is on the
You
map,
literally looked out, it's perfect timing.
Yeah.
Quick question here, a pop question for you. Do you know what the Ornn upgrade for Eclipse is called?
Absolutely not.
Syzygy! There you go, failed the pop quiz.
What?
Syzygy. So what it's like a mega eclipse where you have like multiple planets and things in line. It's like a super eclipse.
Wow.
So, see, upgraded Eclipse goes to
I'd love to say I'm mind blown, but
you're just disappointed in me. Like, come on, that was good. Oh,
I'm disappointed in the name, not you. Anyway, so
I kind of like it, but maybe that's just me.
We're playing the ping pong with the mid lane wave because yet again another dragon is coming up.
Oh yes.
In 10 seconds. And
oh
yes. The Hextech Soul for Astralis is gonna make this poke from Corki, this poke from Senna that much more obnoxious to deal with. If you're Riddle, Jaxplank is going to be a nuisance on the side lane, but I don't think Astralis should be phased by this at all. Just walk into the river, use your health pads, you've got the package into Senkax, and just secure soul for yourself. Jaxplank is going to TP. I think it's too late.
It's too late. That is already down. There's no way Stefan can get there. The soul's secured. It's all there and done. The call of the Forge Lord now coming through. Stefan so down low. Has to flash one. Just burns down. Followed up by the Rogue. Vladdy finds a decent option though with the Fate Seal Nash going golden. But I don't know where they got the damage. Look at the amount of damage the Hex Soul is doing. Lightning is flying everywhere. And Jaxplank will try his damnedest to get something back. But despite all the multi-man ultimates, all the multi-man stuns, it's still a 3-for-1 in Astralis' favor.
And that's what you get when you've drafted an insane late game draft right here. You just walk into the river, you throw your HP bars to face check, you take complete control. And by the time Astralis were able to pull the trigger, wanted to pull the trigger, that Hextech Soul was gone, which helped tremendously in this fight as well. What did Astralis lose for it? They lost a pesky top lane tier, which they didn't care about at all right now. Soul, Hextech Soul means so much to them because one poke from Senna, one poke from Focus is going to take people down. Stefan literally just walks on the red carpet from the package and just melts just to the package damage right there. And yes, Vladdy goes straight in, but he dives to 3 tanks. Look who he tagged. Taxa, Carlsen, and Kiba. These are the 3 tanks that were into this Yone ultimate. And yes, so Crispberg dies, but you have another carry. You've got Senkax right there. And we mentioned at the very beginning, oh my god, I'm just going to stop right here because Astralis cannot be stopped.
It might be time to flip it Baron, though. They've got Soul, but I don't know whether they want to actually continue fighting for this Hextech gate behind. What can Jaxplank find as Astralis pull away from the Baron? And Jaxplank will hop over the wall, as only Jax can do with that Leap Strike plus a little ward there, and now try and shove in on this tier 2 in mid lane and take that as a little bit of the prize for the Baron being started. Continue to hop away and being as slippery as he can.
Okay, so that was the best of the worst right there. They do not lose the Baron, they stop Astralis from taking it. On the drive-by, Jaxplank also takes that mid lane tier 2, which is also important. And Astralis, unfortunately, because of the composition, because they have 3 melees and they can't approach the tower very close because of Ziggs, they need that Baron to start sieging mid lane towers, right? All of them are still up and available, and right now, Jaxplank, they've seen him on the bottom side of the map. There is no teleport, he literally has to run it.
Oh, Astralis, don't throw at objectives.
Boy, he's still here.
I've seen so many dicey barons over the last few weeks in pro play. Vladdy's going in over the wall with the bait seal. No, that was a soul and bound. Takes so much of his damage. Down to 3,000 HP. Stefan is there with ultimate. No flash though. Kevo trying to poke out as much as he can. Jax Blank is in the mid lane trying to keep that wave there. This is going to be a 50-50. In they go. Trying to get some damage. Stefan gets Taxa. He gets the Baron. And Astralis just threw it.
Okay. 3 members of Astralis still alive, 4 members of Astralis still alive. Riddle managed to steal the Baron. I felt like this looked like very old Astralis, Spring Split Astralis to me, where the call is completely split among what they want to do. Taxa said, I want to keep hitting the Baron. I want to take the 50-50. Guess what, Initialize? There is no 50-50 if you're dead!
It turns out McDonald's have opened a new branch right here in the Baron Pit, and Astralis were the first damn customers. They completely flip it, and then look, Dax is here at half HP. He thinks he's okay.
And I feel like the fact that Vladdy dives into the backline saves the ultimate for that reason, allowing himself to get into the beat, get the Baron low enough, kill Taxa in the process, and allow Stefan a very easy smite still right there. Was huge for them. We mentioned how Astralis really need that Baron to start sieging towers, because Ziggs makes it really difficult since he wave clears so fast. Now, the problem is, someone has to stop Jax Blank on a side lane. Now you're permanently shoving in waves if you're Riddle, which means that your towers are never under danger, which means that Astralis' gameplay has been extended that much more. I don't necessarily think that it favors Riddle so much to steal away the Baron. It takes away from Astralis because it's what they need to end your game.
Yeah, and what Riddle really want to do is get as much out of this as they can. Vladdy now at 3 items, shreds even the tank of Ornn, and that is a win condition. You managed to get to the point now where Jax and Yone have got themselves some items. My days! Leandri's burn plus the Ziggs ultimate doing a lot to burn out Carlson.
That was mostly to stop Carlson from going back so they can allow Jackson with an entire Baroned up minion wave to take tower, but they might take his life instead.
Counter-Strike plus Ignite now burned. Abyssal Dive will be popped. This stage hopping over to Chrisberg. Gets the heal and the Devour out. Jackson needs to try and work his way away here. He's got a stopwatch, healing up pretty well. It's a 1v3. Use the stopwatch, has now got a track repel available to him. And he makes them pay for trying to gank him.
That was a 1 versus 3 where Chrisberg lost flash, heal, ultimate, Kiba lost ultimate and Ignite, and Daxman gets out alive.
You know when we said Astralis scaled really well, and they do? I'm now remembering that things like Jax and Yone in side lanes could do this kind of thing occasionally.
They scaled pretty well too.
They do all right.
They're all right.
I probably need to bring my pitch of my voice down a little bit.
The thing is, if you leave Jax and Yone all alone to 1 versus 2 in a side lane, it is very doable. You've got the lifesteal, you've got things like the Counter-Strike, you've got the things like Jaxman's ultimate, and Vladdy rocking the Ignite as well. It gives you a lot of brawling 1 versus 2 potential, especially when you're at 3 items, Jax or Yone. The problem is when Astralis group up as a 5-man core unit, it is so difficult to break the front line to reach Senna and Corki with the composition that Riddle do have. Saying that, all flashes are up and available for the side of Riddle, which makes it that much easier for Nash to potentially get an ultimate into the backline, for Vladdy to flash into the backline and get a huge ultimate.
Package 4 items on Senkux and Elder Dragon spawning. Riddle have looked great when objectives haven't been the case outside of the Baron. What can you do about the Jax? You're completely right, though. Trouble. Elder Dragon being started. Vladdy can look to try and make this a contest. Stefan, ultimate flash. This will be another flip. McDonald's opening up another restaurant onto Senkux. Vladdy goes, forces a flash, and the package is already down. Tax is down to 20% HP, if that. Look at the flash available for Stefan. This will still be a contest. Look at Nash. Look at Kevo. Nash is gone. Never mind that. I was looking a little bit too hard. It turns out it's Kevo having to flash around Stefan with the Harrow Bath. Down 2,000 HP. It's another flip. It's a spell of Bergen's in the morning, people. It's secured by Stefan. Jax Blank is going to continue to be a nightmare on the other side of the map as Vladdy going to try and play this one out in a 1 versus 3. Doesn't have the damage, though, and will fall. Kevo might be a sacrifice as well, but Carlson nearly at execute threshold. Needs to be afraid. Taxa, flash, jump, will survive and heals his way through. 4 for Jax alone. He's in a 1 versus 4. Can he get the kill? Gets 1. Try to reset. Gets 2, but falls to the GA. What can Kiba and Senkux do to stop this man from destroying them all? fall. Zonya's Hourglass will do his best. Tongue Lash, auto attack follow-up from Senkux means that Riddle finally fall. Elder be damned.
Holy, what just went down? Because while everyone was trying to fight for that Elder Dragon, Jaxplank's like, I do not give an ish. I'm just gonna take the entire game. We saw Senkax having to TP back to stop the Jax from taking the entire base. And yet again, as you can see, Taxa gets heavily tagged by Kevo onto these Ziggs. Yes, they have prioritized armor, but at this point, Kevo with 3 to 4 items is tearing through those HP bars with all that AP stacked onto the Ziggs. Taxa cannot approach the Elder Dragon at all, and Vladi together with Stefan are waiting on the sidelines, trying to steal that dragon away yet again, which Stefan is actually going to do. It blows my mind every single time. Meanwhile, Jaxpack is trying to end the game. Senkax has gone back into the base, forces the Jax away, and you see, again, even with Elder Dragon, when Astralis is bunched up as a unit, they can take onto Riddle when they scattered like this. So they're gonna kill Kevo here, which means another Elder buff is off, and then Jaxplank is diving in for his montage moment, right? He has the Elder Dragon, he's like, I'm just gonna kill them all 4 of them. Unfortunately, he kills one of them, he kills the Ornn. Sorry, I think he killed Crispec as well, if I'm not wrong.
He does, he gets 2.
He gets 2. So he dived in for his 1 versus 5 montage moment, kills 2, but very importantly, his Guardian Angel went down.
It did, and that could be problematic, but what it also means is that Flip, 2 in a row now, have gone Riddle's way, and it stops Astralis from utilizing the strength of their composition to try and make things happen.
I'm seeing 2 Anathemas chains, one on Taxa and one on Carson. If a production is kind enough to help us see where it is, never mind.
Might be too late. Kevo gets over the wall into a dawning shadow that will put Kevo into the dirt. Nash crashes down across the red buff wall. And your AD carry, or in this case, your AP carry, is down for the count as the Barons respawn.
Stefan is alive, initializing. He's already stolen 2 objectives from you. He's stolen the Elder Dragon. He's stolen the previous Baron. What to do? Astralis have to commit onto this one. They might have to try and take the 50-50. They're trying to figure out where Stefan is coming from. Stefan is not a threat for them right now. He's gonna take his hands up. He's not gonna try to steal this Baron. And Astralis finally get the objective that they longed for so long, to try and break that mid lane.
I don't even know what to think about who's winning this game anymore, because I'm looking at Hexol plus Motherable Teamfight up to one side, and I'm looking at the other and going, ah yes, late game, Yone Jackson side lanes.
Riddle lost with Elder Dragon.
Yeah, and it turns out Astralis has still got some flaws around objective setups, perhaps. Though in fairness, that one was significantly cleaner. Full item Corki, by the by, for Senkux. That's just something else to keep track of.
Also, something else to keep a track of.
Yes.
Flame Horizon.
Oh, yes.
On the top lane.
Of course it is.
Okay, I don't blame somebody playing Ornn and getting Flame Horizon.
It
Honestly,
happens.
it's just a fun fact.
Yeah, exactly. It happens, but Fire and Fury have certainly been brought to the Rift in multiple varieties this game. You know, like packages and now Flame Horizons. You see, there's lots of references there if you care to find them.
Now that we get a chance.
Yes.
Chill. Production, can we please find the 2 members that have been anathemas chained by Taxa and Carson? Because that could be so huge to know. You have 4 carries, the Jax, the Viego. Oh, one on the Ziggs. I saw there was 1 on the Ziggs. Okay. So that makes a lot of sense, especially since you're itemizing a lot towards AD damage. It's really cool to take the Anathema Chains and pop it onto the only AP carry that there is.
Let's see who else has it. Is there anybody else?
Is this double Anathema Chains?
It does say 2 on there.
Is it? Okay, it makes so much sense. They have both itemized full armor. The only one that's still in any other type of damage is the Ziggs. Put double Anathema's chains on him.
Just chain him even more.
Yeah,
that's it. It's double jail for you.
Yodel, man, please.
Yeah. I would be interested to see how efficient that is, but of course, it does mean that even if one of them dies, it will be somebody who can do that. Of course, we have seen at this point that Vladi and Jaxplank are more than capable of dealing damage to their opposing numbers one option, but Stefan, once again, finds himself on the receiving end of a pretty nasty chunk there. More and death stance regardless.
Right, so again, you see how even Astralis with the Baron buff, it is so impossible to try and breach these mid lane towers. This game is not even about Baron buff anymore. It's not even about macro. I feel like this game is going to come down to the next Elder Dragon. Whoever wins this fight will have big enough death timers on their opponents to try and shove in through a lane and completely end this. Astralis, as you can see, they're trying to shove in the mid lane wave with Taxa onto the Trundle. They're shoving in that bot lane wave as well. At some point, you know, Riddle are going to have to reply. They're going to lose that bot lane tower right now. And if they want to, they've got a wave mid lane from Taxa as well onto this Trundle to create some pressure, bleed their vision onto the bot side quadrant of Stefan's jungle, and then try to go for that Elder Dragon.
Picking up the package, and of course now that the Baron is pretty much wearing off, Elder Dragon spawns just afterwards. Senkux and Carlson with the 2 to back alongside Kiba, but they all have teleports, and Kiba's pretty quick on the Hex Gates to get out of the rest again.
Are on Jaxplank right here, because he will not stop being a nuisance on a side lane. On a side lane that has an inhibitor, and if you open this, there's only one Nexus tower remaining. Once this Nexus tower goes down, which Jaxplank can probably tank and take it down without minions, then your Nexus is completely exposed. And yeah, as you can see right there, Jackson's been a nuisance.
Carlson's there as well.
I've brought 2.
It's a 2v4. Well, it's a 2v1 rather. The package is being used now. This makes it a 4v3 in the river around the Elder Dragon. He gets the Corki. What? Even with the Zhonya's GA is popped, but that's still a lot of HP to work with. He mistimes it. He mistimes the shove. That means the Counter Strike can come through and allow Jaxpan to get back onto the inhibitor. Teleport's coming through. They don't want to fight for the Elder. They want to play for the end game. Kevo's here as well. That means Ziggs with the satchel can make this one come down. Chrisberg and Kiba have turned up to try and help defend. Hex Soul doing the work it can. Jaxplug taken out by a railgun. Kevo has to flash away, and it's now disaster for Riddle. All the while, though, on the picture-in-picture, Staffan likely to secure the Elder Dragon.
Okay, Winnie, every time the Elder Dragon comes up, it is an absolute fiesta on the map. Riddle don't know if they want to fight, if they want to go for the Elder Dragon, if they want to end through a side lane. Meanwhile, Chrisbeck and Kiba are taking the walk of shame home from the Elder Dragon pit all the way to their base to try and stop the siege. And I think Initialize, we're in for at least another 5 minutes, because this is most likely going to be Baron very soon. Riddle cannot necessarily sit too easily because there is a Corki and there is a Senna and there are 3 tanks. So even though, yes, you are scaled up, there are 3 tanks on the side of Astralis. There are 3 sides pushed with waves from the side of Astralis. So this Elder Dragon buff, I don't think is the last one we're going to see today.
Production, I need to ask, what is the longest game in the NLC so far this year?
Had one from Bifrost that went 50 minutes, right?
Something like that. But we are currently at 43.5 minutes into this game.
-1.
-1. So we've got ourselves at least a few to play with, and Trouble's called out at least another Elder Dragon in her mind. This could go not just a distance, but marathon distance at this point, as Jaxplank might be making me eat my words. Gonna try and turn this one back. Can Chrisberg goes down to the GA. More popped as well. Gonna try and hop this one through. The Valkyrie will burn out a lot they can, but the Counter-Strike's just not enough, and they do get the Jax.
Yeah, they do get the Jax. 60 seconds death timers right now, and Baron is coming up just under that. Stefan pushing the top side of the map, but yet again, you see, they're trying to fight the Jax. You gave away your GA just to kill a Jax before that Baron even comes out.
There's nothing to take on the map. You've killed the Jax, congratulations. There's nothing to take afterwards. Your waves aren't in a position really to do all that much. You've got 30 seconds or so, maybe they can translate that into vision control or something, maybe.
Right now, I don't even think that vision control is in the cards. I think what's happening right here is these both teams are trying to find the most optimal way to fight each other. And for Riddle, they definitely want to make a pick or force maybe a package or something on the side to try and get one of the members of Astralis away from the fight. For Astralis, they want to group up as 5. They don't want to have the nuisance of Jaxplank onto a side lane. That's why they killed him off, making sure that it takes him a while to get back on the map, start building the waves, and then start pushing the side lane.
Slight note, Jaxplank has sold that broken GA for the Hull Breaker.
That lane,
so he's committed to that split push for now while the GA's on cooldown. Worth noting as well, longest game so far in the NLC this year was 54 minutes. 9 to go here in this one if we're going to go anywhere towards it. Stefan in position with Flash and Ultimate to make this one another flip. Senkuk's very low. Ingo stepping to the backside. Fate sealed afterwards. Now what can happen afterwards, though, is the question we must ask as Stefan secures the Corki. Hops away, but it's burning down. Kiba trying to get that one. GA pop, but Baron It's secured by Vladdy. Now Astralis must back away. Surely they can't fight this anymore. Surely that's it. One dead in trade for the Baron.
But Astralis are chasing away Stefan. Stefan is laughing at them, looking over his shoulder, while the rest of Riddle are killing the Baron once again. I felt like every single big objective that Astralis have started, it has been taken away right before they were able to take a bite out of it. And Riddle now have 2 lanes pushing. They've got Jacksman with a ginormous wave on the side. They've got 2 waves pushing in the mid lane and an entire 5-man team.
This game has been so finely balanced. Both teams at 5 and 2. Both teams tied for second. Both teams here looking to ensure that they will be the ones to come out victorious. And Riddle right now are looking like the balance is finally tipping in their favor. But Astralis will not go quietly into the night. They get a knock up. They're trying to hold on as long as they can. 3 seconds on Senkux. 3 seconds on the Corki. Nash taken so down low. Jack Flag devoured. Will be thrown onto the turrets. No, it's not going to end. It's going to keep going.
Oh my god, and that Nexus Tower still stays up. Nash survives. I don't know how. Taxa just did not auto-attack him again. Nash gets away from with his life. Jacksman dies underneath that Nexus Tower. He really did try to take that Nexus Tower because right when they left him, his whole breaker was active against 5 members of Astralis right there. So what is going on? That last item right there, paying dividends. But again, look at Taxa. He gets a really nice pillar, pushes Stefan away. And then once Vladdy dives in and they're saved from him, Taxa will turn his sides onto Nash. He bites him, but he thinks he's finished him off. He thinks he's finished off Nash, so he just lets him go completely. And then the rest of Riddle are like, sorry, Jackspan, we can't take you with. We're gonna have to let you die. The Nexus Tower does survive. So here we go, rinse and repeat. We have now Astralis pushing the mid lane, and in 1 minute, what did we say initialize? It's gonna go down to that last Elder Dragon.
3rd time's the charm. Yep. Oh. I was going to make a reference earlier about, a very English one specifically about Riddle being, St. George, dragon slaying, elder slaying, all of that kind of vibe. But right now, I don't even know where to go. It's a complete mess.
I don't think that the teams know where to go at this point.
It feels like.
I feel like both of them are trying to make sure that they have control of this bot lane river, which means push that mid lane wave, get some vision down there, because again, Astralis do have the HP bust to tank through a bunch of the poke that you do have to throw their way if you're Riddle. So Astralis gets again with the mid lane wave control, trying to shove it in, trying to take control of the river first. Look at this pesky Jax though in the backline. He's either going for that back, he's stopping the mid lane wave.
That's exactly what he's looking to do. He's got a Hex key, he's trying to find a way in. That's actually a teleport back because they were afraid of where the Jax was. I think he might have been spotted on that mid lane wave. And instead, that means Senkux, the Corki, the critical part of the late game damage, has just gone towards his bot trying to deal with the Jax. Maybe he can though. Remember the last time it has been Jax has largely come out in those 1v1s on top. But the poke damage is pretty extraordinary at this point.
You have taken one of your main damage dealers, 2 of your main damage dealers towards the top side of the map. Elder Dragon is up and available for Riddle. And Senkux has no easy way of going back to the fight because he TP'd in base, remember? So I think this was a huge mistake right here, unless they kill the Jax somehow. This was such a huge mistake from Senkux because he cannot join the Elder Dragon fight. He cannot join back in the base because he has no TP to stop the Jax. And Astralis once again are going to get into this river.
3 times we've been to the pit, 3 times we've seen utter scenes in the river.
Jax, I cannot.
He's down there. He's not leaving. He's got GA back. He's got teleport. He could just stay there. He'll be there for as long as he needs to be. He will force the likes to come around. In goes Vlad. He does not pop the fate sealed. And everything balanced on a knife's edge.
Christmas is also in base. He's trying to roam around in the base.
Elder Dragon's being started. Tax is here. He's got flash. He could look for a steal. This could come down to another split. Oh my days. You can hear the sound of our analyst from the other side crying out in pain at the amount of damage is going down. Elder Dragon still a fight. Taxa into the golden state of the Zhonyas. He's over the wall. Surviving with the subjugate. Nash trying to kill him up for that. It's still going to be an Elder Dragon secured. But what could happen with this one? All the while, Kevo gets Taxa. Down to the Geo goes Jacksblade. Trying to tilt sweat out as best as he can with the counter strike. Ignite into the abyssal dive. But there's a Hex Gate and he's away! He's away!
He's alive and well, baby. He's gonna back into his fountain, and he's gonna TP back into this fight. It's a 5 versus 3 with only Senkax remaining from Astralis to do any significant damage in this fight. But it's not a fair fight because Elder Dragon is taking on 5 members of Riddle.
I can't tell you whether it's a tragedy or a comedy, but it's sure as hell Shakespearean. Riddle onto the Nexus will win in just over 50 minutes. Are you not entertained?
Woo! This was a game where 5 objectives were started by Astralis. 2 Barons, 3 Elder Dragons. Do you want to know how many of these 5 objectives they got?
0.
0. I feel like a bunch of our problems with Astralis, I think, kind of creeped back. The indecision that we want to do the Dragon, but we don't want to do the Dragon, but we don't want to turn, but we don't know where to be. The TP back in base to stop Jaxplank not being able to join. Dragging Crispec across. Like, we saw Crispec getting 1 hit by Jaxplank so many times. I don't know why you're dragging your Senna there. Analyst, I don't know.
Please, save us.
Enjoy.
I need to go, like, find an oxygen tank or something. Go, leave us.
Well, good luck with that task, Initialize. Good cast on this game, both of you, because this was one for the ages. Riddle versus Astralis, we prophesied, like, this is going to deliver, and delivered it did.
Now, we tend to head in here and chill out just before the game ends. I don't know whether you heard us screaming in the background. I could also use a bit of an oxygen tank, and I wasn't even casting the game. This is absolutely absurd. We have a lot of things to say about durability patch, and in terms of how it affects the early game, but when it leads to games like this, when... Okay, not always just the subject of the patch, but when you get games like this, it makes you just so happy to see that it does come down to the execution. It comes down to these teams are actually pretty evenly matched. You don't get even games like this if they're not on the least similar kind of parity. And we set up very early into the champion select, and at the end of it, that we believe that Riddle could do it off of individual plays, off of hero plays. Got bloody close. We did it.
At the beginning of the game, it seemed like Astralis was losing foot, but as soon as they went on, it seemed like they were learning as they were playing the game, they were adapting to Riddle. Was it enough, though, in your opinion?
I mean, I think just by the fact that Astralis actually got 1 or 2 Drakes early kind of forced Riddle to kind of respond to that as well. And I feel like Riddle could have maybe turned off the notch a bit on the side laning a bit earlier into the game. But obviously Astralis just having the insanely team fight comp, right? And now we see, I mean, it's just so many objectives in this game. Like 3 Elder Drake, I think Troubling said. And it's really hero play from Jaxplank. I think once he realized actually that he has like 4 or 5 items, no one can touch him on the side lane, then I feel like he just completely pop off on the side lane, and obviously got multiple solo kills. He's creating so much pressure, and this is kind of the case as well, where he's kind of forcing Astralis to make bad decisions, and this is just what ended up happening.
And that's really a big point there, forcing them to make those bad decisions, because how many times do you actually get to be in these kind of situations? This is something that we said about a lot of very experienced players at the very top level. We talk of a player like Perks, for instance, one of the real goats of the Western scene, of the League of Legends scene. They have that level of experience to say, this is what we do in this situation. Players like this on this stage in comp matches, you get to see these games a handful of times on this kind of pressure scenario. So to deal with that and to be forced to make those decisions, it makes it so hard to deal with.
And to you, what made Astralis lose this game or Riddle win the game?
I feel like this was a solid Riddle winning the game. I feel like that was. I feel like you don't get to this point if you don't have, even earlier into the game, the Yone, forcing packages, getting the big combos, meaning that Astralis have to disengage. You don't get even into the late game if Astralis don't force Riddle to get to that point, right? This wasn't a case of, oh, we made one mistake and it's gone back. Even the obvious backdoors were typically countered. This really was hard-fought win.
Yeah, and I just have to completely agree on that as well. I think Astralis, as you were talking about as well, Arshram, they kind of learn throughout the game how they're supposed to play it out. But I think same way goes for Riddle. Like on the other side, I feel like I was kind of criticizing him in the back room, kind of saying, why are you grouping for all these Drakes? You don't really have to. You can just play the side lane. And then once they realized that, it was just a completely different game. It felt like they kind of turned off some sort of magical button, and then it was Astralis just being on the back foot.
It is enough. You talked to us about the lane control for Astralis and the way they did it in previous games. And in this one, it seemed like that was the SOS to win the game, and they just couldn't do it versus Jaxplank. And he always had a wave to go in. I don't know if we already have the interview ready for us. There we go. It's going to be Nash. Welcome. Well, are you holding the webcam? Are you that excited? How are you doing, my man?
I don't have a webcam, so I'm on my phone right now. It's a bit scuffed, but yeah, that's all.
It's good. It's interactive with us.
It's better than nothing, right? So yeah.
You cannot keep getting away with this. The way you guys are playing, your team is massive, but you did get nervous during the game, didn't you?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the fact that it went on for so long and yeah, everything, all the objectives, etc. It's hard team fights. Fighting Corki with Hexol, completely impossible, right? So yeah, fortunately we had super top and we didn't int that much in mid game, so we managed to pull it out somehow.
Okay,
that was nice.
So you were talking about, oh, it's impossible to fight here. What do we do? We've talked a lot on the desk just before you came and joined us about the team's kind of learning as the game goes on. And honestly, looking the way you play, it seems like you definitely think about the setup to a lot of plays. What was going through your head when it was like, look, we're not winning these grouped up fights? How did you problem solve this game?
I mean, so we have Yone and Jax, right? So we for sure are going to win if we can get a 1-3-1 scenario without them forcing too hard on their global objectives. But then they got the Hexolds, etc. And then we tried a few fights, particularly on the third Drake, where we tried to team fight it, but it was just impossible. Like 2 long range on Corki and Senna, and then 2 tanky frontline with both Ornn, TK, and the Trundle. So yeah, I think it was just very hard. I don't think the rail pick was optimal now looking in hindsight, but yeah, we just had to adapt and figured out that the team fights weren't working out for us. So then, yeah, just had to hope that Super Top could do some magic on the sideline, which it did.
Nash, I mean, I just have to ask you because we don't get games like this all the time, right? What was the communication like in the final 5 minutes of the fight? Like, you have so many objectives, the Elder going down. We thought the game was going to end for like 50 minutes straight, but it didn't. How was the communication in the last like couple of minutes in that one?
I mean, it was complete chaos, to be honest. We were a bit hesitant with what we were supposed to do, but once Jax got his items and stuff like this, we just knew that we had to win through side lane. We were talking permanently about putting the Ziggs through the portals and just trying to backdoor, because at this point, he's going to one-shot all the turrets and the Nexus. So we were really looking for that, but the opportunity never arose. And then, yeah, I don't know, it was really hard. But then we decided that we're just going to hope that he can do some magic on the side lane like he did. And then, yeah, took it from there. I'm honestly still amazed that we managed to win somehow. Crazy.
Regardless of the game, you guys always pull it off in the end with this sort of composition. The big question to wrap it up is, are you guys able to crack the case versus JDXL on the next matchup when you guys face each other?
I mean, hopefully. I for sure have faith in our team, and we'll see their next game, right? Or the game after. So we'll see then. I think they could drop a game then as well. But yeah, I think our team is doing well. We just have to figure out our drafts a bit. Don't think Rel was optimal here. Maybe we could do some other picks than Jax as well. But yeah, I think we'll have a good chance for sure if we manage to figure out our drafts and keep working hard.
Let's see what happens. Thank you so much for the interview. It was an awesome game to see and rewatch as we go forward during this split. And I'll see you soon. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
There you go. He's somewhere in the sky. He's somewhere in the sky. He is
flanking us. He's flanking us on Rel.
Well, yet again. And there you go. That is a lot coming in from Nash. They were afraid of what was happening versus Astralis. Obviously,
it's really hard not to be.
Yeah, Astralis was setting up the team fights constantly and seemed like Riddle couldn't get to the fights early enough.
Yeah, and you know, we were pretty on top of that in terms of what we were thinking about it too. Saying, look, if this gets to 5v5s, it's kind of rough. You've got to try and do something just before the fight sets up. And they didn't really get that timing right. They weren't there early enough to control the space and then pick people off in rotation. And they didn't necessarily have the vision control when they had that side lane pressure to start forcing a lot of these skirmishy fights before that 5v5 really came to it. I know you were talking a lot about how actually Riddle didn't use that side lane pressure between dragons pretty well in the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a big one for me, right? I felt like that's where it kind of made the game kind of easy for Astralis to play through these drakes, because let's face it, between those, as you mentioned, feels like nothing really was happening. They were not setting up the silence properly. Jaxmark was not pressuring at all, actually, and he was not getting. Obviously, you talked as well, Namir, that he was kind of a victim of a lot of ganks in this side lane, and he was not bringing Stefan onto that side lane as well. When you have a Jax that is that strong, that was what's concerning to me. But yeah, I mean, they picked it up. So I mean,
they learned, they improvised, they adapted.
It's about learning. It's Astralis. We talked about a team that constantly learns, and we're going to learn a little bit more with Vendetta on the interview that is with us right now. Welcome back. I mean, this game.
Fiona team.
What?
Hello?
Hello? Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
It was a tough game. It was a wonderful game to spectate from the viewer's point of view, but as a coach looking into your team going through so much, how did it feel to begin? Because it seemed like the team was adapting, was learning, and was doing a pretty good job versus Riddle. What was your answer through this composition to the Jax late game?
It's always, it's always to deal with the Jax late game when you get full item builds and the inhibs are open. I think that we did a good job of getting leads that we wanted Drakes, and we needed to open the map a little bit more instead of trying to siege the Baron. And I think that was our big mistake.
Well,
it just keeps on happening, man.
It is a fast answer, concisive, and we know they needed to open the map a little bit more before they went for that Baron. Man, I'm so smooth with this nowadays.
Yeah. See, that's where Nash has gone. That's where he's gone. He's gone and found it.
He's setting up. Now he knows what
we thought he was flanking us. No. He's good.
It was like, he gave the answer like, oh, that is actually a good answer. So team, and he go into the team. But now he's back with us. He provided the answer to the team, and now he's back with us. It's normal, don't worry. But we got the entire answer, and I know Nightmare wants to talk to you.
One thing which is a little bit of a different question, but obviously you've come into this team in this split, coaching staff change. One of the players that we watched quite heavily during spring was Carlson in that top side. And one of the things we knew was good individual player, good in a 1v1 basis, but lacked some of the skills to maybe play on weak side and play the more complex side of a top laner's role. In this game, I thought he did pretty well. So I'd love to get your opinion on how Carlson has evolved this split.
Yeah. Carlson is a great talent, and he has been improving a lot. We've also been working with the C team as well. He's getting some practice in. We've been, learning of how to play the mid game a lot from them as well, and I think that has helped him a great deal. Obviously, I also have been working with him, and I think he's making huge improvements. I'm very happy with how Carl is.
I would say this team is still going for the stars. Memes aside, we're always talking about Astralis and the stars. You guys still have a long way to go, but you guys are looking solid as you go along in this summer split. Let's see how you end up. Thank you so much for the interview, Vineta, and I'll see you soon. Good luck with Astralis, man. Have a nice one.
Thank you.
I'm really happy with the way Astralis are playing. There's nothing we can
there is no shame in losing this.
Yeah. No, it was an awesome game.
The other question I could have potentially asked there, which I was thinking is, how do you prepare for that late game? Can't realistically. It's really difficult, and even with that, it's like it's when push comes to shove, and if you ever find yourself in a situation, which I hope you don't, where you are really stressed out, the saying goes, you don't end up being a hero, you fall back on your lowest level of training. And that kind of ends up happening in these late game scenarios, where actually it comes down to just, what are your fundamentals like? How do you just understand your champion, the enemy champions? You have to do a lot of problem solving on the fly, and I felt like that actually showed up pretty good for both teams in this. This isn't a bad reflection on either team for me.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. I think one aspect as well is we talked with Taxer. We had an interview with him in the pre-game show, I think. Not in the pre-game, but we were seeing it in the broadcast, and he was mentioning a lot about how the mental has been improving a lot for the team. And this just goes to show in a game like this where there are so many things going wrong. The plan is kind of getting out the window, and still being able to keep stable. I think that's the biggest difference for me and as well as this split. And this shows that, as you mentioned, it's no shame in losing this one.
And at the beginning of the day, we had 3 teams tied up in second place. Let's look how they are right now, because finally we see someone ungluing themselves from that second spot, with Riddle getting that second one. Bifrost still have an opportunity today to get back in on the horse of the second spot of the standings. We are constantly saying we're early in the split. No, we're not.
No, we're not anymore.
It is week 4. Now it's solidifying. If you want to get the playoffs, this is the time. And I think this victory for Riddle are putting them in such a good position.
Now suddenly you're at a point where, even if JDXL lose the next game, actually that's bumping Dusty closer up to you at that point. If they do win, it opens up that gap. This, Group A, as Riddle like to call it, they're not even allowed to win Group B now. You've gone into the next level of play. Everything is so close on that left-hand side of the table, top 5.
Everything can change in one single game. So let's see how things are going to change as soon as we see JDXL versus Dusty. But before we approach that game, we do have some conversation with Vinzer about this one. See ya.
I'm surprised actually by Dusty, because I didn't think they would put together a roster like that strong on paper so late into the split. Players look good, and I think they already have like a bit of their playstyle. It's a bit unconventional, but I mean, they look like a fun team to play against at least. Honestly, it's just Kerberos. No team with him is gonna be conventional.
I was about to start this segment with the Immortal Kings, but they put in Venzer, so I'm just going to say the Undefeated Kings. That's the way to put it.
The Mortal King.
The Mortal Kings of the Summer Split. And let's be honest, this team, you have a lot of things you can exploit, but there are other factors that you cannot. So
maybe it's actually more of a Mad Max kind of thing. Like, we live, we die, we live again. The whole philosophy, and I totally subscribe to it.
Okay. Now, I'm going to make the same question I did in the previous game because I think it transitions to this one. What is the lane or role, let's talk about it, that we need to focus on this one? JDXL versus Dusty.
I mean, it just has to be the top side, right? I mean,
finally we don't get mid lane.
Cry's been such a rock for JDXL and Kerberos.
About jungle.
Dusty obviously been just putting up so many good numbers, and I mean, maybe actually not the numbers looking insane, but he has placed these unconventional picks. It's really hard to draft around him. On the other side, though, Cry's, I mean, just kind of being rock solid, the Malphite, so to speak, for JDXL.
And look at this. On one side, I have someone smiling. On the other one, it's Kerberos just ascending with the crowd. He has surpassed photos coming in from the NLC. And I love that idea of looking into the top lane because Kerberos is one that we need to be looking out for, but will Dan allow him to get to that point?
That is a very important question because I feel like Dan has been reaching levels which we know him to have that capability for, but we're doing consistently. And I feel like, I mean, we've talked about, you know, Stefan on individual level, kind of being potentially our jungler with the split, at least on a mechanical level. I feel like Dan on the cerebral level, as we always talk about with this guy, he's so intelligent. He has been another level on that aspect of things compared to so many junglers in our league. So yes, I think that will impact that top lane, particularly when you are likely to find yourself a carry versus carry matchup. We know that Cry's loves his Akali, loves the ability to play through a lot of different carry champions, and Kerberos was the solo kill leader of last year in terms of the NLC. Both of these players love to scrap, they love to 1v1, and I really hope we get an interactive matchup.
One of the things that I really enjoy when we did the interview with Dan was him saying, okay, I'm done with this. I want to go to the LEC. I just want to ascend again. And will we get to see in this game? But looking into the mid laners, M-Test, what does it like
said we weren't going to
shine
talk
for
about
you?
that.
I mean, you're the mid laner. I'm done with you. I'm done with you. I want to M-Test, look me.
For mid laners,
Yeah.
I mean, is this even a question?
really?
I mean, one team has probably the best mid in the league, right? In the solo kill king, and the other one has Backlund, who is not a shameful mid lane at all. You know, my Swedish brother gotta support them, but I think in this one, probably just that's gonna take over. I think.
I just find it interesting because on one side I have the solo bolo, on the other side it seems more of like utility champion, and Backlund can provide that utility and not die to the eminence.
But then he has also been a LeBlanc player very long term. He's played, I believe he played a Yasuo game recently too. You know, again, I keep saying this on broadcast because I feel like it's important for me to kind of absolve myself because Backlund at the start of the year, he had a couple of games of like, I'm not sure I'm convinced about this guy. Actually, ever since then, he started to really show up more and more. And with that playoffs run, I'm like, Backlund's actually a really good player, isn't he? I really need to go back in time and slap myself in the first couple of weeks of spring. So while I do think that likely it is going to be an M&S favored matchup, Backlund has continued to surprise me, and I hope he does again, because that's going to have to be a very important...
Can you do me a favor, though?
Yes, I
can. You not slap yourself and slap the button so we can start the Champions
League?
There you go. Let's walk into the second game of the day. The undefeated team facing off versus Dusty. Okay, Wukong has been left open way too many times for Dan.
Yes. I feel like first picking junglers. So actually, you know, this is something which I'll say because I got the okay from this. So I actually had a chat about Torok because we chat every so often because I appreciate his opinion on the game. We talk about the meta with Torok, yeah. And
apologies.
The thing is, Torok gave me a great quote because in spring, those of you remember, there was a lot of first pick blind pick Corki, and Torok was like, "Don't do this. We will just outdraft you." Now, in summer, he has quoted to me that Viego is the champion, which he loves to do that against.
He's the new Corki.
Viego's the new Corki. Like, if you blind pick that Viego, expect to get absolutely smashed. Of course, Dan played the Shyvana into it before and was like, if you want a power farm, we have a better version of that. You want to have a team fight champion? We have a better version of that. I love his opinion on the game, and if this is the kind of thing where, like, you're then effectively said, like, forced to give over a champion, at least, like, you know you can deal with in the Wukong and not deal with this crazy counter pick scenario, I wonder if you're forced into that. that is Dusty.
I was told that the Wiggle Wiggle Green Boy could appear in this patch alongside with the cheaper Tamis. Yeah, that's my...
My jungler don't wiggle wiggle it. I don't know. I don't know how to get.
It jumps.
It jumps, yeah.
Yeah, it
I mean,
doesn't
I guess,
wiggle wiggle.
I think you're speaking about that fact as well, that the coach is actually being able to get some sort of mental edge on the enemy team as well. Like, as if 5 players were not enough, now we have Torok as well. He's kind of getting the draft gap in this one. I'm kind of surprised to see now, because you were talking so much about how AD carries were so broken. They are so dominant in this. And why we see 2 of them.
Still banned here.
2 out of 6. I mean,
oh,
I'll take it.
Oh. There are still more AD carries banned than any other role. Oh, I mean, okay, you've got like you've got other supports.
Okay, so
Zeri is open, and so is Wukong.
While this is going on, though, I have to say this is good for JDXL. While you guys are kind of flaming Venser, I think he's just being a Giga Shad when he's playing Lucian. He's dying level 3 every single time. But now this time around, he's not on Lucian. Maybe it's not going to dive. You think he's going to dive on this champ as well, actually? Could be.
I mean, they did it with Lucian Yuumi last time they were playing under tower, and that went less than good for them. But now we do see that hover of Katarina, of course, troubling on the cast. We'll see it. We'll see it one day. We'll see it one day. And of course, Corki. Yeah, we've seen a couple of interesting counter picks into that. I mean, heck, the mid lane Kai'Sa first competitive game was M&S playing the mid lane Kai'Sa into that Corki. Is going to end up being the volley bear, which has been such an incredible early game champion for so many junglers, and JDXL gets to play around that.
It's interesting when you buff turrets and you have someone that can just disable those turrets and then is so accustomed to this pick. It's normal. It's normal to pick this for then. Even though you have the Wukong, you can give him the volley bear.
Yeah.
Now it's a GP. GP could go for Kryze, or we could get something crazy. Ooh. I'm never writing down M&S.
Yeah.
I mean, at that point, you need to like call in Hipren because he's the mid lane Gangplank player.
Let's give him a little ring while we go backstage. But I mean, just looking at this now, we have seen so many times just the answer being Gnar in this type of scenarios where the GP is picked early. But now we actually see the Rakan. This is just a champion that I think has like kind of no real counters. So just locking this one up when you have the Wukong already, you can really make a lot of plays happening.
So has no counters in lane. Lissandra makes Rakan's life really hellish. And
Lux
there are a couple Luxus as well when you're in that support role. It's kind of fall out of favor. That's actually a good call out. It used to be Leona as well, and then Rakan players got familiar enough with the matchup where it didn't really matter. But yeah, I mean, Rakan has been the survivor of him and Nautilus, the survivor of the engaged champions that we have left in that support role, really, which really get onto that backline. So now we need to see. Okay, you have the Rakan, which is kind of a fair weather champion. It kind of does whatever, evergreen almost. And actually, looking at this now, Dusty have a fairly blank slate to work with the last couple of picks. They can still flex around their draft quite heavily.
Yeah, I mean, this is just what we kind of want to see, right? Just hinting a bit at your Singularity. Don't show all your cards that fast. So I really like what Dusty is bringing in here. I mean, we would just assume that it's just going to be the AD pick, right, coming in from the Voxne on this 4th pick. And while there are 2 bans of it, Lucian and Senna, there are still things like that. Maybe even the Tristana, like things like the Kai'Sa, the Ezreal as well. Ezreal Rakan, obviously, as you mentioned, just being such a solid lane. And I mean, for sure, Keras is going to get that juicy last pick, right?
That would be very fun. I haven't seen a Mundo.
Hello!
We don't talk about hovers. When it's locked.
No, it's not over. It is over because it's locked in.
Okay. So, for those of you that haven't seen Mundo in a long time, Mundo has a lot of HP. Don't mistake Mundo for being a tank. Mundo does damage. Mundo is actually a juggernaut. Think of him as like a weird magic damage, not quite Darius. This guy runs at you and he just destroys you if you don't have the stats to play against him. If this Gangplank falls behind in this matchup, that's a Zeri mid.
That's Zeri mid.
That's a Zeri mid. Okay, Mundo, hard to kill, does a lot of damage, but you can kite him and you can run really, really fast with Zeri with move speeds, with Twitch with speed ups, with Zilean powering them both. I love this instant response. This is great at thinking from JDXL.
This is really great. And I
love this.
I was about to make a fool out of myself. I was going to say maybe this is a Mundo flex, legit, but probably I'm just being
Either way,
stupid
wherever it is,
it's
going to get kited.
Yes.
Wherever it is.
Question.
Okay.
We have a lot of AD coming in from JDXL. We know Zeri now picks with a critical. Do we get to see a Twitch AP because there's a lot of AD in there?
We did see the 1 AP Twitch game coming
didn't quite work out though.
Singularity, I believe it was, but like, I think that there is an outside option for that. Yeah, I agree.
I think as well it could be, I mean, this has just been popping off with Solik as well just lately. The Zeri AP build as well, just going Ludens into Mana Immune. This just has so much damage with the W. And I wouldn't really expect it. I think it's going to be the Twitch on the AP, but just saying, JDXL has a lot of options.
They do. And actually, thinking about that, it gives you a lot more range. I think most importantly, Zeri, regardless of what they're doing, they're just going to be kiting. I think that Zeri W actually outranges Corki. Yeah, you could actually go to... I mean, the thing is that a crit, Zeri still does good poke damage. I think that's fine either way. If you want to eye-to-eyes more into it, I think there's value because there's less sustain on the other side. Either way, I love what JDXL have done. They see the Mundo and they go, right, we're hyper-kiting. They lock in picks for that. That's a really intelligent response.
Okay, last words before we jump into into Summoner's Rift. 9 mana. Who do you think is going to take it?
I think it is going to be JDXL. I love the intelligence of answering that Mundo. I think it's going to struggle to get value now. You're waiting on Corki hyper carry, and I don't know if they're going to get to that point.
Do you agree this is going to be an out-draft difference from JDXL?
I mean, yeah, I just have to agree with Namer on this. So far, 2 for 2, right? I think JDXL is going to pick this one home. We can't really bet against them when they're 7-0. Like, it's just not possible.
Does T have on their hands the opportunity to finish up the undefeated team, or JDXL can be undefeated throughout the rest of the split? I don't know this one, but please tell me, Initialize in Trouble, what do you think?
Before we get into those ridiculous drafts, and they are wonderful and ridiculous in equal measure, I do have to offer a disclaimer. Both me and Trouble have been bribed. We did see hovers of both Evelyn and Katarina in the draft, and as a result, I am sorry, but we are unfortunately biased now to JDXL because they paid us off. So it's how it is. You know what to do if you want us on your side.
You know what? I also get hovers by Fury and Pitione. So
I don't though. So I am being
So one hover of Katarina from Excel is not going to make you biased, okay?
All right, well, let's head on to the Rift, and from there we can start trying to break down some of the more intricate elements of this slightly unusual draft we've had.
All right, so I'll agree 100% with our analysts on the desk. I felt like the pivot with Zeri mid is very, very clever because you create a lot of space in teamfights. You already have the Gangplank to do this for you. Now you've got the Zillion bombs, the Zoomies coming in from the Zillion as well. With the volley base, it's going to be so fun to watch. Like, down on the volley, just sprinting it everywhere on the Rift. Whilst on the other side, I think it's a more standard engage/disengage comp with a really strong hyper carry for later on fights. Now, of course, when you do have a...
Of course, I've got to keep my eyes. Of course, Kerberos has been an interesting player, played a lot of very unusual jumps between the Darius, the Kayle, though, of course, Kayle becoming a little bit more meta around the world. We've seen now the Mundo as well. I will be interested to see how this works out. I think Nymera on the desk was right to say, look, some of these flexes have now made the Mundo's life pretty difficult, actually, in terms of securing good options to hit attack.
About it, right? He tries to walk into a team fight, Zillion presses E, he's slowed for long. He cannot move, he cannot get in. Meanwhile, you're getting both hit by Zeri and Twitch at the same time, getting zoned by Barrows, getting zoned by the Cannon Barrage from Gangplank. Now, my biggest concern right here is not whether Mundo will find his way into the fight or not. I'm looking specifically at Stand and Linkers to find these very key engages on JDXL because yes, Mundo can get kited, but if Venza or MNS are dead, there's only one Zillion ultimate to go. And there's 3 squishes on the side of JDXL. So that hard engage with the Wukong, potentially Super Mega Death Rocket by Jinx as well, together with Rakan ult, can melt someone down, right?
Jinx Corki with 2 engages plus a Mundo frontline. That sounds like a wonderful team fight. Exactly. You get Corki and Jinx at 3 items, it all looks great. You've got to get there, though, and of course, on the other side, Zeri and Twitch both know to score incredibly well. You've got a GP plus that Zillion. There we go, remember that champion eventually, to try and punish that one a little bit more. And bit of a look in here as well. Just as a reminder, this is not actually the first time MNS has played Zeri in the mid. He played it once in spring as well, got a 14.0 KDA and smashed the game. So
classic.
We've known that he's got a pretty interesting champion pool read Ocean. That's a decent trade on the bot side onto Venza, being punished on the Twitch for the early laning weaknesses of the Twitch. But just a heads up, this is not the first time JDXL have pulled some stuff like this before.
Absolutely, and there's also the fact that Jinx was traditionally picked, especially in spring, because she has the perma-shoving lane, right? She has these rockets on her kit to be able to shove in the lane over and over and over again. And mind you, while FTG onto the Zillion has the bombs, Rakan also has shields, he's got a lot of sustain and healing through his Q as well. So there are ways you can mitigate any damage thrown your way from JDXL, whilst Dusty has the perma-push towards the bottom side of the map. Now, saying this, my biggest concern has been for JDXL, the bot lane, right? Because, yes, even though we're joking about Venza obviously dying level 3, he's died in some of his own dives where he's pulling the trigger, and that's actually pretty good for him to try and go the extra mile, right? Even if you die, you kind of learn for him. What is a little bit unforgiving is when they actually die to ganks. Now, talking about ganks, that is...
dying to them, yes. Got to see a bit of a stun in here. Does get them afterwards. Into the Ultra Shock Laser. Backlund taken down and Dan gets out alive. This mid-jungle from XL is incredibly lethal. But over comes Linkas. Will find his way onto M&S. Was invisible with the Warrior Trickster, but we're able to get over the wall with the Flash. Gonna get stunned in place well by the Thundering Smash. Can M&S get far enough away? I don't think it'll matter because there is the hop forwards. Bot side, Venza goes down and Dusty punish XL.
Oh no, it's suddenly gone so south. Linkas is right where he needs to be at the right time. Vox is being chased, but Linkas is coming bot too.
Walk down, flashes in. Voxney goes as well, and it's a 2-2 game.
Okay, and Kerberos doing Kerberos things with the, I was about to say Scion, but it's not a Scion. This is a Dr. Mundo on the top side of the map. So far, we've seen that, never mind.
No, not anymore. Come on, leave it alone. Cool. Trouble, you're safe.
Allied?
Yeah, you've got like 10 seconds.
Okay, perfect. So, in this particular meta, we are really missing the tower dives. And Dan brings it back into life in the mid lane whilst this is going on in the bot lane. This is the infamous level 3 Venza death in the bot lane. Whether there's a jungle gank or whether it's a 2v2, the sentiment is the same. Venza dies. He's kind of like Humanoid from previous splits, you know, in the LEC. So,
and Humanoid dies, yes.
Yeah, and Humanoid dies, yeah. But, well, Humanoid was always getting something for his deaths, right? I think Venza right there got his support in a lot of trouble, trying to freeze the wave and then getting punished himself. So, yet again, two opportunities for the sort of JDXL. Dan has been the one to start them up on the other side. Linkas was the recipient of that overstep, overdive in the mid lane.
That's going to be a lot of Den Voxney problems into the Flame Chompers, though, there from Dan, who thought he might want to get around the back and actually just solve the Thundering Smash. And that means Den Voxney with no flash, no heal, and no hope goes down to Venza.
Really good stuff right there. We've been 5 minutes in, we've looked for proactivity out of the two most active junglers in the game. And honestly, I'd say when it comes to activity, Volibear must be S++ in that regard. And honestly, 5 minutes in, 3 ganks, 1 tower dive. This Volibear seems to be working, but Volibear is mainly picked for this early game proactivity to kind of try and snowball into the later stages of the game, whilst Wukong scales really well later on, can always provide that very easy engage / disengage with his Cyclone as well. So I'd love to see Linkas speedrunning that level 6, which he's doing right now. He saw down ganking bot lane again, he invaded his top side of the map, he stole away his buff, and now he's moving back into his 2 quadrants of the jungle where he has red buff spawning really soon, wraiths are back up, speedrunning that level 6, making sure you have the CC so you can create opportunities in your lanes.
Yeah, makes Dan's life a little bit difficult there, leaves down that control ward as well in the blue side jungle to continue to track the Volibear, who, as you said, has made the most of that early proactive power. And Dan will find Stend just wandering through the river, and actually he needs to be a little afraid here because Dan's just forcing him further and further away from this river and the control ward that is in there. Instead, may now look back towards Den Voxney, who's already 0-2 and is in such a bad position if Dan decides to go for this. No flash
He's up in literally 1 second.
Yeah,
and
he's
Voxney,
very smart Flame Chompers.
All right, but
very smart Flame
Chompers. The thing is, Linkas is 43 CS, he's already 10 CS up. Dan is going to go for yet another one.
The slow from the Venom cast means Den Voxney's got nowhere to go. Cannon barrage to make sure there is really no way out. And that is a 3rd death on the Jinx. Yeah, you're down 10 CS, but who cares when the Jinx is just dead to rights again?
And the most important thing is that before this Mundo, before these Wukong are even active and tanky on the map, Venza is so close to his Blade of the Ruin King, and that's such a huge spike for the Rat. So then Voxney, we know he has this huge hypercarry later on in the game. JDXL have done a fantastic job at shutting him down and delaying his item power spikes right off the get-go. And honestly, Dusty, I think, are just looking for these 5-5s later on when you have Buckland's package coming out, when you've got Linkas level 6. He is right now, and honestly, it feels like Dan is sort of trading levels and experience and gold to try and get his laners ahead. So now it falls onto Venza's shoulders to try and carry these through, because Linkas is sitting 1 whole level up.
He is indeed, and you can see Dan's actually up in gold because he's been involved in every single kill so far in the game. That's definitely kept him up there in terms of at least that metric. But you're right, it's hurt the XP, it's hurt the CS. Of course, Volibear not that far behind in terms of the experience. You should be able to get 6 probably off this next clear or so. And we've got ourselves a dragon and a herald that have spawned.
Exactly.
And I'm seeing a great smile on your face. I'm wondering.
I'm looking at the herald, I'm like, So Herald spawned, but wait, Dragon hasn't gone down. And usually teams love to group up as 5 and try to fight to stack Dragons or stack Rift Heralds. I'm assuming right now, because JDXL have more of a snowbally composition, they will gravitate towards that Rift Herald, towards the top side of the map. You see that FG has already started roaming. Dusty knows this as well, so Linkas is going to trade that Rift Herald for the Dragon, starting to stack them up. But Dusty, I think this is the best thing you could do when you've got the better team fighting composition later on, in theory and textbook always, right? The front to back, the 2 hyper carries, AP and AD. You usually just want to start stacking these Dragons just so the other team doesn't take them away from you and forces you to fight when you don't want to.
Quick call out here as well. M&S has gone for the Mana Mune, that's what it transforms into, the Mana. The Mana Mune build first here on the Zeri, which I'm curious to see what your thoughts are on that, and as that as a kind of potential build path for the Zeri when we've generally been seeing a little bit more of a crit option for her in more recent patches.
I was about to say, so the thing with Zeri is that they swapped onto the crit because her W has huge range through the walls and also crits a lot, right? So something like a shield bow into Infinity Edge does so much damage usually in the team fights. Now, of course, Emin is right here opting in for the Mana Mune. A lot of the times when you see carries going for the Mana Mune, they depend a lot on their auto attack. So this might be a way where Emin is targeting Wukong, is targeting Mundo later on into these fights.
There you go. I appreciate the input there and the decision making, and it makes a lot of sense.
I'm not necessarily sure why the Mana Mune is built. I'm not gonna lie, but I feel like it does help later on when it has transformed and you put it in that extra damage.
Of course, does do a lot of work with those on hits then as well. As Backland, Linkas, and Stend are all in the river, maybe looking to try and get onto M&S, but of course, with Flash and Lightning Rush available, pretty hard to lock down.
Oh my god!
And Ultra Shock Laser, even with only an untransformed Muramana, doing unspeakable amounts of damage.
Nerf Katarina though.
It's my She's not in the game, she only got hobbered. You need to let this go, your bitterness is affecting your job.
I just had to throw this out there, man. I just had to throw this out. I'm seeing this monstrosity mid lane. Okay, fine, fair enough.
I mean, I will also say this is JDXL who
Zeri wins.
Let it go. This is also XL, who are notorious for having answers into Corki mid lane. They had the Kaiser last split where they did again get those solo kills on the dives.
It was M&S into slow queue back then versus Riddle and solo killed him level 200.
Level 2 with the Flash Ignite with the W. It was disgusting.
Also, M&S is very notoriously known for playing AD carries in the mid lane. He played the Aphelios, he played the Zeri, he also played the Kai'Sa, as we mentioned as well. So, yeah, XL are getting so much flexibility straight off the draft, right? Now, coming back onto the map, if we look all across the board, everything is pretty much even. Dan has caught up, which was the only level discrepancy that we would see on the map. And bot lane for JDXL has a bunch of priority, right? Which means it's really easy to sort of bleed that pressure onto the bot side of the map. They're trying to catch Venser right here. I don't know if you really want to dive into level 6 and level 7 Rakan Wukong, because that might turn south really quickly. But nevertheless, XL are putting down the pressure onto the map right off the early game. They're 1,000 gold in the lead, but here comes the question, right? How much can you snowball the lead when there is no objective on the map? And at this point, I feel like the Voxne has learned from his mistakes and overextended in that lane, right?
Is it too late, though?
Tower. Look at him. Now that he doesn't have a support with him, he's literally waiting underneath that tower, making sure he saves his summoners and he also saves his life. You don't want to be given any more gold into this rat, but already has Blade of the Rune King.
Quick one to point out, there's still a Herald in Dan's inventory, and they do want to try and get the plates on there somewhere. Need to see where he decides to go. Not that much time remaining on the Herald, so I do want to see that used relatively soon. A minute and a half until the Dragon, so it might be a bit difficult to line that one up. And
I think
the reason
they're transitioning the rat towards the mid side of the map is potentially to try and maybe get a pick onto the Corki, or even shove in the wave with 4 members. And until Dusty responds to that, you would have cashed in on 3 tower platings, right? There we go. Dan is gonna pop in the Rift Herald. It was expiring already. He's got Venser right there. Oh, hello.
Just comes out, gets the Blade of the Rune King active on there as well. In comes the charge of the Herald. 4 plates secured. That's a Super Mega Death Rocket that doesn't really amount to all that much. Zap goes wide as well, and that's the mid lane tower that is left with very little HP indeed. A minute or so until this Dragon, and plates were nicely secured by XL.
if that was put down there right at this time, because you get so many tire platings and so much gold, right as you mentioned, right before that dragon spawns, the only one, the bot lane has already backed because they want to make sure they're back in the bot lane before the wave is pushed. But MNS has not backed it. He's going to back probably now, just to make sure that he is at that fight if JDXL want to pull the trigger right on time. Look in the top lane, Cries, ultimate up and available, teleport not. Kerberos, no teleport up and available, which means that if Kerberos wants to be part of this fight, he's gonna have to teleport.
Just check Zeri's inventory for me. Yeah, that's where
Kai'Sa?
Yeah, there was a genuine spit take there from Trouble. That is AP Zeri.
Have we made a mistake with the champion? Is this Kai'Sa? That's all I'm gonna ask.
It's a W as well. It's the W AP scale. I mean, in fact, they are very short on AP damage, especially with Twitch going the AD route. So I see the decision making. I don't know how good AP is.
Twitch to go AP?
True. Either way, MNS has decided that's the way. And we've got a Mundo roaming down. He does go where he pleases, and he's pleasing to go down towards this fight. Dragon secure though, and ow, that Ultra Shock laser hurts.
Yeah, and as you can see, I feel like Dust are doing exactly what they need to. They're not falling massively behind. It's just 1,500 gold deficit right here. Sorry, 2,000 gold deficit for them right now, but they do have the insurance of Jinx in the late game, the insurance of Corki in the late game. They've got the 2 hypercarries ready and available, as well as a bunch of engage and disengage with the Wukong and the Rakan. Mundo can do and go wherever he pleases within all these metrics as well. But they've managed to get themselves 2 dragons, and that is their win condition. This is going to be an Ocean Soul on the map. So having 2 tanks, having a Mundo with an Ocean Soul is going to be huge.
Oh, infected clones.
Struggle to kill him.
Yeah, infected Bone Sword of Profit as well.
Zeri does really well into Mundo, but then you will only have Twitch hurting Mundo with the Blade of the Ruin.
You know what my healing really likes? More healing.
That is generally the truth, and all anti-healing has been nerfed on this.
Also true. Also true. Yeah, actually, that's a very good point. This mid lane turret, though, about to fall, will be the first turret of the game. Goes straight down there, and MNS is the one to secure it. Bot side now come the rest of JDXL. Linkus around the corner, though, might be ready and willing to...
Hi.
That was actually surprisingly good.
Thank you.
I was impressed with that. I was hiding.
I was hiding.
Two of us. I think if we end up in the Twitch impressions part of the cast, it's probably time to bring up a bit of a new hashtag NLC Pets.
Talking about mice.
Indeed, speaking of Tom, instead of the Jerry this time, that is a very cute cat. All my days in the mid lane. Apparently, this wasn't a great time, as my days backland did not enjoy that amount of damage.
Yeah, but like, backland is fine, because all he did was W away. He managed to clear his wave. He's not going to miss any CS or experience. And MNS had to blow both his ultimate and his flash. That means now he is susceptible to getting ganked in the middle. Look at Linkus was right there.
Was definitely thinking about it either way. Maybe a little bit too overeager to continue to add to that impressive solo kill count. Either way, on to the Herald, Ardan, and MNS.
I do not know right now if actually Excel can fight this, because Backland is going to be TPing very soon. He's going to pick up the package, which I'm assuming is in base right now because he's circulating something. No, actually, that's just going to let this one go, as it seems like. Oh, Venza.
He's hunting for something. Dem Vox needs to be a bit afraid here. He was indeed high, and he's going to want that back charm afterwards, though. Onto the Flame Chompers, puts Venza into a very difficult position, but he has got the Chrono Shift on top of him. Dam popped the ultimate as well, and honestly, JDXL don't get anything, and they heal afterwards in a panic response
and if
to
you
the
look at the
Death
top
Rocket.
lane, Cries just used his flash
Yes.
get away from Kerberos. So all in all, if you ask me, I feel like that's there in a pretty good position. Kerberos, if he wants to, can potentially pull the trigger for a dive. Instead, he's just going to focus that tower back. Cries right now, yes, he's about 12 CS ahead, but he seems to be struggling. Losing your flash versus a Mundo is like very important, because you can get dived. Later on, when you join the fight, you can be the target for Linkus. And right now, looking at the map, both MNS and Cries are missing their flashes. There is a roaming Rakan on the map. There's a roaming Linkus onto the Wukong on the map. And you're going to start respecting these 2 champions.
Indeed, a series of unforced errors, bluntly. Mistakes there on the attempted little Twitch play didn't work out. Emma has burnt the flash in the ultimate, trying to get the pick of the mid lane. Now we've seen Cries burn that flash, as Trouble was saying. And yes, JDXL still, honestly, with a bit of a gold lead, feeling okay in this game. But you make more of those mistakes, and things get tricky if Corki and Jinx get to a point where they get to team fight.
Absolutely. I think this is the same sentiment like Astralis had, where the front to back looks really, really good. And especially because this Zeri is more of an AP Zeri, so the consistent damage is not necessarily gonna come through. It's more of the burst that you have with the Luden's Echo, with the AP items. We might see NXL sort of struggling to use that kiting technique that we talked about, that the guys on the desk also talked about. And I feel like unless you make more plays on the map, unless you snowball your lead even further than the 3,000 gold that we see right now, suddenly this Jinx will reach 3 items and it's just going to be so difficult to just face check.
Oh, yes, indeed. Soul point fight on the table. What can JDXL do to try and control this? As Venza presses Q and walks out of danger with the camouflage active. Herald number 2 summoned in the bot side with MNS there to try and force that in. Dusty, though, have full command of the river.
I just want to point out on that HP bar from Kerberos, 3 levels up on Dan, 5 levels up on FGG. This cleavers her. That did about 20% of Dan's HP. And mind you, that Volibear is the tank for JDXL. If they cannot walk into this river, how can they contest? Cries is coming from the other side.
Oh my god, Voxney! He's wishing he was back on Tricked. It's an absolute disaster. 1-for-1, though, as Backlund does manage to secure Dan's life afterwards. Over the wall goes MNS, though, continuing to try and make even more out of this AP Zeri build. The Luden's Echo is echoing around, and it sounds like thunder. Venza gets the killing spree as a result of Kerberos going down. And never mind your jungler being dead, I think AP Zeri might be okay, Trouble.
What is this? What is this? MNS is completely
there's so many words.
To like what? 5%? Then Voxner with 1 W off of the wall, giving the goal back to Dan to go and finish it. Cries coming in with that Trinity Force as well, started hurting so much. And JDXL find the fight that they wanted prior to 20 minutes. They will secure the first dragon as well. And as we see this again, look at that disgusting W from Zeri. 70% of his HP. That was 70% of his HP. And even though Dan dies for this, Dusty lose their AD carry, then Voxney goes down, then Cry starts chasing Kerberos onto the Wukong because he also has Venza and FTG on his back. And from there on out, for this JDXL, having the Zillion, having the speed ups and the zoomies is just so easy to sort of chase Dusty away from the objective, and then you can secure it even without Smite.
And it's been a tough game for Dan Voxney. He has honestly been having a pretty good split here in the NLC. On his return, right? Like the last time we saw him here was him doing pretty extraordinary things as that Ultra Shock Laser does go wide.
Every time that W goes up through the wall, we're going to be like,
trying to do a bit of a historical narrative, talk about Dan Voxney, and instead MNS is trying to make me instead eat my heart. Good grief. It's a bit of a horror story on the Rift when that ability comes out as Linkas. Maybe looking for Dan instead. Enough narrative building. Dan's going to have to pop the op. It's actually being left out to dry. I don't think he's got anywhere to go, but we'll have a chrono shift available to him. Maybe necessary. Sten turned around on, though. Now Venza in trouble for popping up so much goddamn damage. Resurrecting with the G and FGG left out to dry. Backlund is in the back of his MNS. Over the wall. Trying to do what they can. Burst fire active alongside the lightning crash. Then Voxley down about half HP. But actually Dusty are the ones that come out on top in that one. It is a 2-for-2. But there were some big gold kills that came over in favor of Dusty.
Absolutely. You shut down Dan. You shut down Venza as well. Cries is onto Kerberos as well, but Voxley is still
afterwards, when that means MNS flashing up with a lightning crash. AP scaling into the Hammer of God. Thor strikes hard in the mid lane.
This looked like a Blitzcrank full HP with Luton's Death Cup just flashing forward, ulting. Oh my god, MNS is putting on a show for JDXL fans out there, completely destroying any Dusty dreams for turning this fight around. And as we can see this again, Cry's a little bit overextended. Kerberos does see the opening right there. He's very big, very strong. What he doesn't see that MNS is on the side, and even though the W doesn't hit, I feel like the fact that the W doesn't hit gives Backlund and then Voxner a little bit more hope to move forward, but that ultimate absolutely destroyed.
I am not used to reading Zeri's damage like this. AP Zeri makes me kind of like have to readjust when I'm expecting moments of power.
Exactly,
exactly.
Yeah.
Now completed a Nash's to third.
You know what would be fun?
What?
if Zeri's W refreshes if it hits a champion?
Look, I know you're a Katarina main, and I know that that has led you to some weird thoughts of mine, but we're going to have to talk about team fights instead. Twitch gets Corki, but Wukong gets the return. M&S trying to murder them all by jumping into the back end of it, has a chrono shift and will go down and come straight back up again, courtesy of Zilean. The clock turned back, it's a 2 for 1, and the jungler critically alongside the Corki are down.
JDXL Venza pulled out a Dusty Venza, where he found himself with the assassin emblem in the back of the enemy backline.
He is playing Twitch.
He has been playing Twitch, and he has been playing probably a little bit of TFT, so he got a little bit over-eager.
Of course.
Pull the trigger. Nevertheless, it's going to be a 1-4-2. Yes, they've lost their AD carry, but they do have Gangplank to do a lot of damage onto this Baron, and they have M&S onto this area as well. Volibear is pretty good at taking these objectives. There is Smite on the Volibear as well, so this is going to be Baron for JDXL in 10,000
out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. I didn't think it was that big until now recently. We're going to go into this replay, and M&S just goes wild.
Yeah, and Venza right there is trying to flank, but really good reactions. He's going to take the Corki down with him, but really good reactions by the entirety of Dusty to move forward. And as you can see, M&S goes in, completely dismantles everyone, and FTG through the wall, throwing that Zilean ultimate, allowing M&S to not die, to not give his shutdown. Dan is going to protect him as well. So far, so good, I think. When it comes to team play, you can't beat JDXL on that.
All right, Cries and Kerberos dueling out, but I'm not sure this is one they actually win. Kerb healing up, doing their best, will survive! What is this?
Kerberos, not even close. He needed support, he needed the super mega death rocket. What you need though is someone to defend these inhibitor towers and inhibitors in your base. Kerberos is not gonna base actually. He does have the teleport, but right now because there's nobody on his sides chasing him, he is gonna solve it yet another wave and now back. He needs to back, he needs to make sure he's full HP and TP into this dragon fight because this is going to be the second dragon for XL. And yes, that's not very scary, but Dusty here could secure so point for themselves. That is so huge. Talking about something that's very huge, that is the goal difference between these two teams.
It's massive.
Now. So if we look at the carries, this is very close. Venza is almost on his third item. Then Voxney is also almost on his third item. 3.5 items onto this area though versus 2 onto the Corki are going to be huge. I think keeping my eyes on M&S right here and how he plays this fight. He doesn't have his flash available. So if Linkas does find an angle, they could very easily assassinate that area.
Oh boy, oh boy. M&S has been making a lot of people probably raise their eyebrows here. Another way to prove that Zeri is in fact very strong right now. Indeed.
At this point.
Indeed. Third item, now in for Venza as well, as you called out. And of course, you've got 3 items coming in on the likes of the Gangplank. So a bit of a look behind the scenes here. We did actually have a graphic ready for Cries versus Kerberos, which we thought would be a really cool matchup and a big focal point of this game. Hasn't really. They've been playing the side lanes. Outside of that one bit of action on the other side, was there like their 3v1. That's been about it.
They're chilling.
Yeah?
They're chilling. I mean, I don't blame them. So, yet again, on the map, that's Linkas right there. He has in Cries and M&S. Mind you, these are both level 16. Linkas is level 12.
Oh boy, oh boy.
The entire team.
M&S is being run up, but he's got a Spark Surge over the wall. Cries being out of, actually gets away from that knockup. I thought he was going to be going down, but he has got oranges to avoid anything like the Charm. And now Dusty have to run away as in goes Dan with the speed up from the Zilean. M&S coming over the wall as well, just about to. Venza comes out of the invisibility and unleashes with a rat-a-tat-tat, trying their absolute best, spraying and praying his way through the enemy health bars. But only one falls, and Dusty do get back to the base with only that single casualty.
Yeah, and you've lost your very beefy tank in front of you. There is no Wukong ultimate, there's no Rakan ultimate, nothing to engage or disengage you from. XL know this, they're going to use the numbers advantage right there to possibly take another inhibitor tower. On the other side, you see there's huge wave pushing into the base of Dusty, and XL are just going to still stay on the map and put pressure. Then Vox is trying to clear whatever he can right there with his 2.5 items, but at this point, it is yet again a 9,000 gold lead for XL, and Dusty are praying for that one miracle team fight where Stent and Linkas will find the target. The poke and damage will come through Buckland and then Voxney, and they will delete either Venza or M&S.
M&S is very much on vision here. They've known him because of that ward there. He's still continuing to try and be as difficult as he can be. Hops the wave into the bush. My days, that's so much damage back. Charms up and about to be knocked down. That was a mistake.
That's classic Eminence though for you.
It is.
This is the Eminence that has a huge influx of gold in his pocket.
A bit of that.
But he's waiting around to 100% to zero somebody, right? Grab another solo bolo in his inventory right there. What that does, unfortunately, for a team is it slows down your tempo. Look at that huge wave that was pushing mid. There's a huge wave pushing bot. There's a wave pushing top lane. Right now, if the Eminence was on the map with his team, they would be able to have a triple push into Dusty. Dusty would not be able to push back all three sides at the same time, which means one of these towers or inhibitors would fall for the side of XL. Unfortunately for them, because Eminence is dead for yet another 10 seconds, all they can do is just shove in the waves wherever they can and just wait for their AP carry at this point to come back online.
At the very least, there's no Dragon, there's no Baron on the board, and Eminence will be up well in time for that. Is now alive again, so there wasn't all that much on the map for Dusty to get. So of all the times to have died, to have looked for a bit of a risky play, that is at least among the better of them.
Yeah, I'll agree with you on that one. I'll agree with you on that one. On the other side, again, Dusty looking for that one miraculous fight. As you can see, then Voxen is almost on that Infinity Edge. 1:14, there's a huge wave in the mid lane. If he can secure that entire wave in the mid lane, he can get Infinity Edge, which means in 1.5 minutes, if they do choose to fight for this dragon, you don't have to, because it's only going to be so point for XL if they secure that one, but you're making sure that your Jinx has Infinity Edge. I don't know if we can toggle gold anytime soon to see if he doesn't, unfortunately. He does not
quite. Not quite. Instead in the mid lane, Venza flashing forwards with the spray and pray, and the powers above have answered XL's prayers indeed. Mundo may go where he pleases and where he pleases. It's the grey screen, it's the morgue. Dr. Mundo, Doctor, no longer a triple kill to Christ to end it all out. They'll get the inhibitor as it respawns and head on to the Nexus Towers, and XL remain undefeated here in the NLC.
Absolutely. I think if we're talking about clean victories, this is not as clean as it gets, but it's still very clean. And Dusty, we're trying to climb up the ladder to get closer to JDXL and hand them over that first loss. But 8-0, man, it sounds pretty cool. And you know what? They have one more day. They have Monday. And if they win that one as well, they go undefeated through the entirety of the half split.
One more team to claim before they have beaten the whole of the NLC at least once this split. They look absolutely terrifying, Trouble.
That looked so convincing. The fact that Dan was dropping levels to get these kills happen onto Venza. Venza dying, but then he gets 3 kills given to him through the ganks, and then he starts carrying, getting that Blade of the Ruin King, and then Eminence surprising us with a new Kai'Sa build, but this time it's Azarian popping people through walls for 90% of their HP. Like, what? Cries then joining. He's like, hey guys, remember me? I was playing up in the top lane.
Well, Desk, explain AP Zeri. Go.
Eminence. Riot nerfed Kai'Sa for a reason. Stop. Stop. This is not legal. And I know you are going to explore this one in solo queue. I'm not accepting those invites in the solo queue. I know you, Nightman. I know you.
So don't check my OPGG for next week, because that was absolutely disgusting. I mean, yeah, that felt like it was kind of red alert. We've got another AP Kai'Sa situation on our hands, because particularly when you have that volley bear for the point and click CC, we saw it even very early on into the game. It was just slam someone down, that W is going to really start hurting someone. Actually, if we could run that replay, I think it's a really good example of XL once again showing that they can start diving. They can use their early pressure. They're not afraid of these turrets, even on the change patch of League of Legends. You know, they have been nerfed a little on patch 12.11 compared to 12.10, but even with this, you know, JDXL did a really good job of getting this Kai'Sa off to the races early, and not the Kai'Sa, the Zeri. That's why I'm getting mixed up, because they did similar things with the early game Zeri beforehand, right? But then immediately after that, they still show their early game prowess. They managed to go bot lane, and Dan immediately gets involved with so much around the map.
Yeah, tell me something. You were a player, so we go through the same aspect. When you're playing a BO1 and someone brings in the cheese, and you're like scared, what do you do? The time that you waste thinking about what you do, it's when you lose the game, no?
I mean, yeah, that's for sure, right? I think in this case as well, you never really know what Eminence is gonna put through it. So I think even if it was just gonna pick a conventional champion like this time around, I think Dusty still had to play kind of scared, but as you're mentioning, not knowing what is going on, and that damage on that W, like, we were literally screaming in the back room, like, we had no clue what was going on.
So this is actually something which I use as in reference to the Vietnamese region, VCS, because famously, out of all regions in League of Legends, they've been probably the most unpredictable. They pick weird stuff, they play incredibly aggressively at times when you don't expect them, and for me it comes into this League of Legends pop quiz. You have about a few seconds to answer to a play, even if it's not the correct play. And if you don't answer within that time period, you lose that play and things start to roll against you. Now, not every team can do this because they're not confident to do this. But when you have teams like JDXL, as they showed here, in terms of their early game, and in terms of confidently playing out their picks, it becomes so difficult to stabilize. And as you were both saying there effectively, that time you waste thinking about it, they're already starting to get ahead.
And there's a clip that we want to show specifically about that, because while you're thinking, MNS is executing, and this is a perfect example of it.
Oh, this is just so disgusting, because, I mean, I didn't know exactly. I was sat there and like, I see the damage happen, and then I remember, oh wait, that's an APL as well. There are just things that you don't consider. Heck, I remember when the Kai'Sa mid came out as well, it was like, it was Slowq in the mid lane who was asking their bot lane, what does this champion do, by the way? Because they just didn't know. And I was sat there looking at that ult from this area thinking, I'd forgotten they had an AP scaling.
Yeah.
Because I hadn't seen that before. Now, if you're sat in the Rift and you haven't played against it in scrims, not played against it in solo queue, doesn't matter after that point because you're already dead.
Yeah. And even the auto attack, the real auto attack, not the Q,
right
the real auto attack,
click, not the Q,
has AP ratio on it. So this is really dangerous. And my question to you, M-Test, if you can, is when you have a team that is so far ahead into the meta like JDXL, and you have a crazy scientist like Torok just inventing and reinventing, can you even get close as a team? Because you're preparing for the team, but you also have to prepare for these shenanigans.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really hard. Like I said as well, that Torok was kind of getting mental edge in the draft already with all these crazy picks that they can pull through. We saw the Corki, we saw it once again getting punished by Torok himself and MNS. But I think it's a really good point that you bring up. I think it's so hard to like kind of draft against JDXL, obviously playing against them as well. And it's really, I'm just thinking like what team can kind of pull this through and like kind of punish them, because I think in reality, you kind of have to bet all your cards into like kind of, or put your eggs in one basket rather if you want to beat JDXL, and you kind of just have to show up on a day. When it's a best of one, it's like a bit more random on who wins, but JDXL been just...
Hope there's a low roll on the random picks they put into the draft.
If I may, I'm getting my hopes up again. As soon as I see this, I'm approaching you, Master, I'm like, is this it? But no. Keep your foot on the floor as we head on to talk with Venzer from JDXL. Hello, Venzer. You're purring. Oh, there he is. You nasty.
Oh, hello. Don't mind me. Just dusting off my room.
Sneaky, this guy. Oh, you are a beast. Tell me, Venzer, since you were talking about this sort of way, do you hate level 3?
Okay, so we actually had 3 goals for this game, okay, as bot lane. Me and FGG, we had 3 goals. Goal 1, die at level 3. Goal 2, make enemy AD carry his life very sad. And 3, win the game, and we accomplished all 3.
Yeah, you got it. As soon as you died on the bot lane, I told Tonight Meta, is he level 3? I'm like, well, he's level 3. There you go. Venzer, obviously, this is another victory for you guys. It didn't even came close, but my question to you is, how are you guys setting up? Because it seems like you guys are ahead of the meta, and you guys are bringing these crazy picks. What is the war room, if I may, with Torok so far?
I don't know, man. He's just doing 8 hours of draft prep alone, or with our assistant coach, and he's just coming in and he's just like.
Oh, that explains why. So he spends like a minute or two per champion.
Listen.
And then, like, he gets to Zeri as the last alphabetical champion.
No, I'm not finished. Okay, he comes in and he's like, okay, guys, this is what we're doing, and then we go into the draft, and something completely different happens, just nothing close to what we prepared.
I mean, I agree with that. As soon as I played solo queue with Torok, it was like, okay, I'm going to play Tilly on the bot lane. This is going to go great. It didn't win great. So I know he shifts plans as he goes. And tell me something. What is in store for you guys? Because you joined the team with FGG. Are you comfortable with the team right now?
Yeah, I would say we're pretty comfortable. I think they're comfortable with us already. They just know, like, they see bot lane tick up to level 3, and they're like, okay, that's 1 kill for enemy team. Play around it.
Venzer, tell me, should I have my hopes up for the EU Masters? Think about
that is a very stupid question.
And yet it has been asked.
Yeah.
Yes,
What
you
is your
should have
answer?
your hopes up. We are something.
We are stumping. Okay. Yesterday we saw LFL the way they filled an entire stadium. But man, if you win it, I'll make more noise by myself than an entire stadium of friends. And you know I'm going to do it. So best of luck, Spencer, and good luck with the number 3. I know it's not one that you enjoy, but let's see what happens in the future.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Confidence.
Yeah.
I love confidence.
I know the way we can get you to be louder than that stadium. We just need to get you a guitar and a really large amplifier.
Yes, and a flamethrower.
A flamethrower as well. Yeah,
I want a
all good.
flamethrower. I don't know why, but I want a flamethrower. Okay, talking about flames. Dusty went on in flames in this one because they couldn't adapt through the entire game. And my question to you, and I'm going to do it in an interview as well. When we saw the Jinx, do you think that was a reply to the Zeri? And they got you baited?
I feel like Jinx is one of those champions where if you get that passive early, maybe you can deal with the kiting because that movement speed kind of evens out at that point. I think it's the best of the bad situation. The Jinx wasn't the issue, but it's like, what else do you do at that point?
I think what they try to do is just kind of match the scaling, right? It kind of makes sense. The Zeri and Jinx scale kind of similarly. It's about the support pick as well. What I do really think Dusty didn't really happen in this game is, I kind of have to give props to Dan actually. Like he picked the Volibear to be this proactive early game, and I feel like he has kind of facilitated his laners once again, making sure that they can play kind of however they want. And Kerberos on the other side, he kind of needs this jungle attention when he wants to play this type of picks as well to get ahead. And I feel like Linkas just could not be able to do so in this one.
Dan is kind of fast nowadays. I don't know what is happening, but it seems like Dan has evolved. And let's see what happens in the future as we're going to head out to the interview with Devoxne. The Jinx.
No.
Thank you.
Nah, but
that's the fastest one ever.
By the way.
Yeah.
That is by far
That is a world record, I would
100%.
say. That's not even 1 second. Devoxne just styling on me at this point. But really good interview from Devoxne.
It's like being hit by a Zeri W.
Yeah.
You don't even see it. One thing that I hate about it is the fact that with neither, they nerfed the width.
Yes.
We're good to go with the spam.
Did you ever play back in season 4 Nidalee?
Yes.
I did. That was not fun.
That was not fun at all.
I loved it. I played Nida back in the
So
day.
did I.
Oh, okay.
I hated playing against it, but I
hate
played
you
it.
and I love you at the same time.
That's
then
what I'm
you
aiming
went to
for.
the Kai'Sa and you're like, okay, but at least the W from Kai'Sa can only hit one.
But now what?
This one goes through walls, hits everyone, slows you down.
Crits.
I mean, then Voxnet, that has to feel hard when you see a Zeri playing AP, no?
Yeah.
Oh, he's here, okay.
Oh, I'm here.
That was tough on you guys, right?
He's respawned.
Yeah, I've respawned. My Discord is it just crashed for some reason. I don't know what happened. Wait, what is AP Zeri? Wait, what were we talking about?
No, we were just buying enough time for you to join us back into the conversation. I love the champion select that you guys brought in. The Mundo as well seemed like a really good answer.
I swear to God, at this point, Ashram is just you. It's just you, man. You're the issue.
Come here,
You're the
come
problem.
here, come here.
Come here, man. You need a hug. You need a hug. You need a little hug.
Dropping out
He
of
just
the
doesn't
desk
want to talk to you, man. Like, just like admit it.
Yeah.
It's okay. We want to talk to you. We love
Actually,
you.
part of the hiring process is literally just finding out who could actually stand in a conversation for longer than a second. That's how
You
we're
guys
here.
are doing a really good job, I would say. You guys are doing a really good job.
Lasted a couple of months so far.
Okay, if he's not joining us, I'll throw it to you guys. Wait. Okay,
Third time's the
I'm
charm.
looking at you.
One more
Third time's
chance.
the charm.
I'm looking at you,
Let's go, man.
okay?
You got one more chance.
Let's do this. Okay, look at me, then Voxnet. The champion select was really cool, and the way you guys prepared the game. Where do you think it went wrong for you? Stay with
I
me.
think it was like in around fourth pick. I think we should pick away the Twitch, and that way they don't have like a bot lane they can abuse us so hard. If I have Jinx, my champ is very reliant on flash, and I threw it away level 3. I got baited by the Venser death, so what can you do? I think we even kill him without me flashing. I think I just completely choked. But other than that, like for sure, the Twitch 4 pick was probably right. We weren't really thinking of them flexing the Zeri, which was extremely smart as well, I think. I haven't really seen it at all, so it was very intelligent. And I think if we do that, I think our draft is honestly, extremely good in the position we were in. Even so, with the Jinx, if I don't feed my ass off, it should be extremely playable as well. But they have the mind games at the level 3s. They're like 10 steps ahead. You just think, oh, it's a free kill, but in reality, that leads to them having a freeze. That leads to them diving button. Like, what can you do? They're too good.
I mean, speaking of the Seri pick, right? I have to ask you as well, because JDXL has just been kind of pulling off these niche picks, and we don't really the flexes as well, right? Was this something that you were counting with? Like, were you able to like kind of predict that this Seri? Because you were picking the Moondawn 4, right? Did you kind of expect this to be a flex pick, or did you have no clue at all?
We weren't really expecting it actually. I wasn't, at least. I was hoping for, or like I knew I had a couple of 80 carries that could be extremely good into some of their potential picks on mid lane into the Corki, right? So that's why I think we were saving the 80 pick mostly. But I wasn't really thinking about having counter picks to Twitch, as like he's been quite OP on this patch. And usually you want to play the Seri into it, but they also had that, and I was like, oh wait, that was really smart. So we kind of got caught off by that. So yeah.
Honestly, the only answer is to play ARAM Jinx, where you go Duskblade, crit, double.
There you go. He knows it. He knows the way.
Yeah. Bring it to the next level.
I would say this was a rough game, but obviously you have the spirits high. So thank you so much for the interview. Thank you so much for staying with me at the end of the interview. Thank you so much for coming back, dude. Don't you leave me again, okay? And I'll see you soon, man. Have a nice one.
Bye.
Give me the chair. Okay, there we go back. Well, I love it. At least they come back, okay? At least.
Third time's the charm, man.
Third time's the charm, I would say. Well, there you go. I got cheese as well, by the way. Looking into the standings to understand what happened after this game for JDXL. Well, guess what? They're still undefeated. 8-0 so far. 1 game away from the perfect half split. That is crazy, I would say. For Dusty, they're still in 5th place. And if Noriki wins today, they will catch up to Dusty.
It will do. I still think that Dusty are showing themselves to be a pretty high caliber team.
Yes.
Very interested in seeing what happens with Noriki, though. Of course, we see them up next, and we get to chat with loads of cool stuff.
Oh, you're revealing. Okay, spoiling what is happening.
I was like, no, that was probably be good. Like, what's the schedule again? These games have blown my mind so much. I'm like, we have 3 more games.
We have, and the next one is going to be an interesting one, at least in my opinion. X7 versus Bifrost. But before we jump on to that one, let's meet the fan on the street for X7.
Hi, my name is Pedro Aguiar, also known as Ship Xiao. I'm here with X7 News. Right now we're doing a little bit for the NLC, trying to find fans in the street looking for a potential viewer. I see one just down there. Let's have a look. Come chase it down. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Sir. Excuse me. Hi. Are you perhaps a fan of the NLC and X7?
Yes, actually I am.
Oh, lovely. Could you tell us your name and a little bit about yourself?
I'm Roger. I have a wife and 2 kids.
Divorced, maybe?
Potentially, yes.
Yeah, I thought so. So tell me, what do you know X7? Are they a favorite team of yours, perhaps, or just a team that you know?
They're one of the teams in NLC, yes, that I do support, but unfortunately, they've been.
Well, that brings me to my first questions. So tell me, what is it that you like, from a negative note to a positive one? What do you like about X7 and what they've been doing this split?
I mean, I liked when they were winning, you know. I missed the days in spring when they won the split, you know. They're doing really well at E-Masters too. But yeah, now it's tragic.
Okay, so you like when they were winning before? Okay, now tell me, what do you dislike about X7? What really gets on your nerves when you see them play?
When I watched their level 1s, unbelievable. It really, really, really triggered me.
Terrible level 1s.
As a fan, unbelievable.
I must say, you look oddly familiar, sir. Any celebrity look-alike that you might have?
Maybe Jackie Chan, but not sure.
Oh, all right. And what would you like to see from X7 in the future as they progress through the split?
I mean, as one of the most loyal and only fans in NLC, I'd like to see them win and actually, you know, play the game properly. Otherwise, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Well, thank you so much for your time, Roger. We'll let you get back to your day. That was Pedro Aguiar from X7 News. Right back at you at the studio. Well.
I bet that Roger Fellow likes cats. I don't know. He must own a cat, no?
Quick aside. So Xabi was actually the person who gave me my first ever studio gig. I'm down at Roehampton, which is obviously now partnered with Singularity. I had no idea who was a part of that video. I was like, wait, What are you doing here? Why is this happening?
I saw your face like really light up.
When did he get here?
Oh, that was so good. I mean, these segments are just a light in our lives, I would say. And Kissing is Roger is a really interesting fellow.
Yes, Roger.
Yeah, really interesting personality. I would like to see another interview with
He's
this
a
guy.
father, right? Father of two, no?
Yeah.
I want to be
I wonder if they're a bot laner and like a mid laner.
Can you adopt me, Roger? Okay.
You like Pantheon players.
Yeah. X7 versus Bifrost. To me, when we were talking about this and approaching this in Spring Split, it was the moment of, can Bifrost do it again? Take down X7. They're the undefeated team. But nowadays
very different narrative.
Is X7 even capable of getting close to Bifrost?
I mean, honestly, I think X7 has been on an uprising lately. I think today is going to be, I mean, we have said it, right? Like, we have so many certified bangers in today's schedule.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be, if you asked me the same question 1 or 2 weeks ago, I would say that Bifrost will just dumpster them into the pavement.
Okay.
But I think today, actually, X7 has a good shot.
You know, I'm going to do it. I'm going to look into the jungle again, and even though MC is a beast,
I think we get to talk about mid lane again. Sorry, go on.
I think Diamond Prox has such a long experience, like his career and everything, his knowledge of the game. I think MC is in trouble.
Well, MC did have that great game on Monday. That's the one caveat, which I'm sure you wanted me to mention. That's why you're dragging that conversation that way. Because actually, MC, he knows what he's doing, you know, sometimes. He loves bringing it onto these topics because this is going to be a huge matchup because we need to see MC with a similar level of performance. I mean, you can look at these stats. I mean, the damage percentage for these guys is actually quite low. I would suggest that's actually because they give up a lot of personal leads to get involved early. That doesn't necessarily translate later into the game, but early on, they are players that want to be getting in there earlier. And then, of course, they have had some issues, particularly on the side of X7, in his own stats, being like, well, actually, they just haven't been finding good fights.
Yeah, I mean, I just have to agree with you on that one as well, right? Diamond Prox obviously like kind of giving up so much to like give his team, and this guy is not afraid to like let go of resources and give it to his team because he has so many good carries in this team. But looking at this one, I mean, just felt like the game was over after this already. Like just invading the Lee Sin, knowing that you can win 1v1, also knows that he has the bot prior and the mid prior. It's just a clean free dub for Bifrost.
And there's a really fun thing about this because we had the interview after this point where Diamond Prox basically just said, well, we just kind of fought them when we were stronger. We don't know why they let us do that. But I guess we take it, right? It was just kind of like just brawl when you're strong. And that's something which Bifrost have typically done very well. Of course, that game didn't end up being a clean early, easy victory after that point. Mid-game stuff happened, but if that early game comes out again, then you are starting to worry as X7 because they've tried to play towards scaling and that early game hasn't been their hallmark of this split.
And if you want early game, let's start with the champion select for Bifrost versus X7, one of the most anticipated games from Spring, and I would say in Summer as well. X7 coming in a little bit better this week with Attila on the bot lane, Kasing as well. We know this composition on the other side. Shikari, Diamond Prox, Fury as well. Odie as an AD carrier on the highway recently joined in the team. Okay, now focus on the jungle. Taking the Viego, taking the Wukong.
Because those are the two picks which you normally see as like the blind pick. You can always pick these champions. And yeah, we did talk about Torok saying, don't blind pick Viego. We've got answers into it. But with both of them off the table, you're starting to get deeper into those champion pools. Maybe MC does find a chance to bring out that Nidalee again at some point. Now, we haven't seen as much of it. Nidalee's not in a great spot right now. But when you start removing the top, always evergreen junglers, you have to start questioning what's left on the table.
Yeah, and that's just the thing right now, right? We have seen so many times that Wukong has just been picked and then you just match it with Volibear kind of, but now when Wukong is out of the table, does that make Volibear a potential first pick? There are so many champions open right now as well.
I think that'd be a great first pick, yeah.
Two AD carry bans, three actually, when I look at it now. I kind of agree with you. AD is maybe a bit broken right now, but yeah, I mean, I would just be assuming that the Volibear is gonna come out, but the Yuumi hover, don't scare me, man.
That exists. Right. Yeah, that could be a bit of an issue because Yuumi has been effectively 100% banned in almost every game which I've seen on this patch. It's just a champion which unlocks a ridiculous amount of carries. It is locked in.
There you go.
It is away from Twitch. It is away from Zeri. So now you're thinking Ezreal, prime lane partner. That's been the one which was first really came to prominence on. Outside of that, I mean, Misfortune used to be picked with it a little bit. I'm trying to think of other AD carries which can kind of put in alongside that. Of course, JDXL played it with Lucian as well, which is also very rare occasion unbanned in this game.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, right? And you just have to imagine now that That's the thing. If they would get their hands on something like the Astral Yumi, there's nothing really that can just match that in terms of scaling. That would have to mean that X7 just has to go for something really aggressive on the bot side.
Well, they've already got Volibear.
They already got Volibear,
help
right?
you do that.
They have the healthy recipe for it, and that's what kind of I was wondering about as well. Was on Monday we saw Attila just playing the Twitch, just really being scaling. Not gonna have his hands on that one this time around, right? But if you want to punish the Yumi and Astral, you have to play it towards that bot side. But with Lulu picked, it seems like they're just gonna match it.
Now, that's just the Lulu straight locked in.
Yeah.
Now, that means that you're locking away from something like Lucian Dami. You get him, Fury. You get him. I mean, you want, maybe it's just trying to contest the early game priority. This is totally a completely sane hover. I mean, it is likely going to be the Ezreal locked in. That was always likely going to be that pick there. And now you're looking at this Lulu, and I was thinking, actually, the only champ which I've seen in terms of Lulu, you can go Lulu Jinx, you can go Lulu Aphelios as they hovered. I mean, much more of a callback to Spring. And that is something where I don't know if I love it anymore, but it's still a strong enough lane earlier on where if you make mistakes, it can punish you.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, right? Still, you have the Volibear. Wait, it's gonna be the reverse one, the Tristana being locked in. This feels... I think it doesn't make sense at all, actually. But, I mean...
Show you're working. This will be on your test.
I love the arcane shift from Ezreal to get into safety, but if you are late on the cast of it, you get slow nonetheless, and Lulu can follow at the slow, and that's a lot of damage if the Yumi goes away into Diamond Prost, because I know they want to pair Shinzao with the Yumi.
That's a very good point, actually. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that Shinzao Yumi... You're pretty good at this whole analysis. You want to change chairs? We know we did that.
Do you want to be the host? Okay, I'm just...
Not today, but like, I think that I think the Tristana is the one pick which I'm kind of like umming and ahhing a little bit about. Tristana Lulu isn't necessarily a combo which I love. It
could go mid.
That's true. It can be that flex, but it's right to mention that. But still, like, I think that if you are picking in a Tristana with that Lulu, it's not the best combo. You still need some kind of setup on the bot side of the map. You used to have a lot of Nautilus alongside it, a lot of Alistair, which meant that you can kind of set someone up and then just pin them in place for that jump, get the extra slow, get the extra damage on top of it. I'm a little bit worried that Odie and Highway are going to have a free pass to the better scaling of Ezreal Yumi, which is really hard to deal with, and then the Yumi just goes walkabout with their jungler.
Yeah, because you would just say as well, right, that when you pick the Volibear, you want to be proactive early. We saw JDXL actually diving, even though the towers have not been that easy to do so. But when you have a Lulu like this, do you really want to pressure the Astral Yumi lane? I think, as you were mentioning, Namir, I think they're going to get a free pass on this one. As we go, though, towards now the 4th pick, Nor and the Cannon being banned, I mean, I would just assume that maybe this could be like a GP on 4th pick for X7, and I don't really know what Bifrost is going to answer with that one.
So, I look at this, and I see Ornn is available, and Ornn's pretty fun. Ornn gives you some disengage, gives you some engage. I mean, the problem is, if you go for something like Ornn...
Wait, that's
Chasey!
It's a lock-in.
And you know why that's a really good pick there? Because if you're going towards the Ornn on Bifrost side, you now have to play against the Fiora. Now, I don't necessarily think it would have been a great balanced map when you have like the Ezreal Yumi on one side, kind of want to be weak side, Ornn on the other side, but it would have been great for their 5v5 if they survived towards that. So it made things a little different. Now with that Fiora, you have heavy split push involved at that point. X7 now not committing as heavily to that 5v5.
You can reply with Camille or even Akali. We've seen Shikari in the Akali. Even though you have vital points, can you proc it if you can see the target?
That's true, that's a very good point. Something like Gwen can also hold lane long enough to then be relevant in towards those team fights. We've been seeing a lot less Gwen recently. Yes. That would be a Shikari special.
Yes,
it's so
good versus the Fiora.
In fact, actually, back when Bifrost were beating X7 in spring, this champion cropped up a lot. Now, that was into Lee Sins. That was into a couple of the picks. Ooh, we've talked about it for a little while, waiting for that lock-in. It is actually
disappointed!
So we'll just leave that as a historical note then, because actually Bifrost did beat X7 in spring. That is the big takeaway from that, regardless of whether the champion or not we talked about was involved in that. GP comes in, another Shikari comfort pick, and now we're left to that last pick for X7.
I think it's just this Chase is just saying that I don't really care what champion you're going to counter me with. I'm just going to play the Fiora regardless. And now we see the Victor lock-in as well into the Swain. Obviously, it's going to be quite a comfortable matchup for Temp. But now, I mean, we have the both of the sides locked in. I see the Volibear on the side of X7, but I don't really see any lanes that wants to be proactive in the early game.
And I also see with that Victor, I mean, what value is Victor getting in a lot of this game? The Xin Zhao's ult is going to be really, really annoying to deal with. Swain, if he's in range DPSing you, you need to be scaled at that point.
Give me those predictions. Okay, I'm going to start with you now because it's always Nightmare, so M-Test.
I mean, I had Bifrost in my prediction. I'm gonna stick with them. Those guys are my homies. I think Fury's gonna pop off on this way.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it to them.
Nightmare.
I think it's Bifrost. I think X7's composition a little bit incoherent.
Oh, okay. 2. Sorry, for Bifrost at this point of the table. I also predicted Bifrost, I would say. So it's 3v0 so far. Tell me, Initialize, what is your prediction?
Oh, sorry, it was the drafts that was incoherent, not me. Ah, I see. Right, sorry about that. I think I agree with Nightmare. I think there is perhaps the incoherency in that draft might be hurtful for X7.
Tell you what.
What?
X7
Yeah.
are coming.
They are.
A victory versus Bifrost
true.
from last split, which was
True.
upper bracket finals and finals,
It
if
was.
I'm not wrong. So technically, they're coming off a streak versus Bifrost, not in the regular split though.
Oh no, and speaking of not in the regular split, we've got to get into this matchup here that is a bit of a grudge match, all things said and done between these two teams. X7, for the longest time their bogeyman was Bifrost could not take a win off them, be it from the calibration tournament into regular seed of NLC. It was only finally in those playoffs they did manage to get those victories and come out first there. And in this summer split where X7 have started off a bit slower than they would have liked, it's time to see whether this recovery can continue on, and whether they can take down a pretty damn strong Bifrost.
I mean, we have some positives and has some negatives for X7, right? The fact that they hadn't practiced a lot before they ended the tournament, the fact that Temp joined them later on the second day, the jet lag coming back from Korea and all that. But I think the problems were bleeding a little bit further than that. For example, the fact that they didn't know exactly what type of playstyle they want this team to have, what kind of identity they wanted this team to have, who is their primary carry, who has to take a backseat. So far, it has been MC taking a backseat where it comes to carrying the team, coming from Riddle, where it was all about the rumble, the nidalee, the hard carrying, and now taking a more of a facilitator seat that Haru also had to create opportunities for his team. And talking about it, thank you so much for rolling.
I've got you.
The graphic as well, lovely graphic right here. As you can see, both of these junglers are behind at experience at 15. Now, the difference in both of their stylistics is that Diamond Prox is trying to make that early game snowball for Bifrost, and especially when you have carries like Odi, Fury, and Shikari, making sure that you snowball them ahead of time really pays off, and it has for Bifrost so far. They're 5 and 2. On the other hand, I feel like MC has organically been falling behind, which is a little bit hurtful because also X7 has not necessarily been doing that well with MC falling behind. Saying that,
indeed,
it's not a Viego, Azir, Senna draft, so hooray! Everyone can actually be happy about this.
Oh, yes.
We saw also MC popping off on the Wukong, and now he's on a Volibear, a very early game proactive jungler, and I'm just waiting to see all these early game potential ganks that he can pull off, especially when we saw JDXL and what they could do with the Volibear in the early game. This is a pretty good example on how you can use the champion to snowball your leads.
Indeed, and we have to do want to keep our eyes on them because, of course, these are early proactive junglers for traditionally early proactive jungle players. I need to realize I need to clarify that because champions and the players are actually often going by the same one, and that is a big wave.
That to me smells like a dive, and a Yuumi is a pretty easy champion to dive. There's only exhaust and heal. Let's see if that will save them.
Diamond's nowhere near around. Waiting. No one's taken Tower Echo quite yet. The exhaust come down. Only trying doing his absolute best, flashing away, but now MC's in trouble. Has to flash out very quickly. It's 1 for none. Teleport is available for Odi though, so we probably won't lose too much here.
Very well done right there from the side of X7. Odi almost gets out because he flashes from that thunder smashing down from SC, which does a lot of damage, especially if you're only a level 2 Ezreal. But right here, MC has used his smite. He's almost back to full HP. Diamond Prox is on the other side of the map. So they
Here we go
could go
again.
for a repeat.
Red, Gromp, gank, and then gank again, trying their absolute best to make Odi's life hell. So much damage. MC will surely fall afterwards. Highway does take that kill. Kasing about to surely go down as well, maybe with a shield. Diamond onto the Krugs, about to be punished here by Chasey, potentially. I don't actually know whether Chasey will win this one. Flash over the wall, decides, I just can't take this fight. And Shikari's nowhere near to try and contest it.
And that was honestly so worth it. And back to back, we've seen Dan on the volley bear, MC on the volley bear. The proactivity seems to be the same. MC with the back-to-back tower dive. Audi has TP, he's like, it's fine, we got dived, I can get back onto my lane. They punish instantly because Diamondprox is on the other side of the map. Really, really, really well done right here from X7, picking the volley bear, making sure that you snowball the correct lane in the early game, which is your Tristana, and Attila will get exhausted, but he will then pop his bomb onto the target, not while he's exhausted. And that was really well played and really good execution from X7. As you will see again, X7 will get another wave underneath. Or MC will stun Audi right on the edge of that Thunder as well. Kasing is going to tank. And MC fall here, honestly, is so worth it because all the experience is lost, all the gold is lost, and that Ezreal is falling behind into a Tristana. And now the Tristana Lulu lane can even have kill pressure on the 2v2.
And making the most out of these early aggressive plays. And tower diving is notably harder with the way the game is currently balanced. And MC, a player we were just before this game... What's not balanced?
Volley bear tower dives.
True enough. He's not even got ultimate yet to make it really unbalanced, despite your point being very correct. But serious credit to MC, this guy who we have been criticizing, who has now made a really strong early game plan that has come to fruition and gotten his laners nicely ahead here, especially when it is into something like this Yuumi as well, who you do want to put in the dirt as much as you can.
Also huge credit to Chasey as well. Obviously, when you see the jungler staying bot lane back to back, you know that there's an invade coming through. Not only does Chasey take the Krugs off of Diamondprox, but he also forces Diamondprox's flash. So I think the macro is coming together, the communication most of all, which we thought was lacking a lot at the start of the split for X7, seems to be coming together. Chase checking the cracks, taking the flash off of Diamondprox while MC's pulling the back-to-back dive, taking summoners off of Audi. Now he knows that this Tristana is super fed, and Tristana lane is always a pushing lane, which means he has prior from the bot side of the map, which means he can just move into the river and take the dragon. Really well done, honestly. I'm loving to see X7 a little bit back on track, and traditionally, we've mentioned Bifrost.
Never mind that, because the Grand Challenge has been optioned. None of this talking. We've got to deal with this particular duel. Does get the healing back, but Shikari does get to walk away.
So as I was saying, traditionally, Bifrost do win the games in the regular split. And they do have a composition to do that. They have so much utility and so much spacing, because we didn't get to talk about compositions a lot in this game. So the Swain, the space he creates, the same as Gangplank with the barrels and the ultimate, Ezreal poking you from afar together with the Yuumi. And of course, if you do reach the backline, Diamondprox is right there to throw you back out and use his ultimate as a meat shield to also push into the objectives. Whilst X7 have a little bit more of an all-in composition with the Tristana, with the Volibear, whilst having the Fiora on a side lane.
Shikari here as well, now forced to pop that cannon barrage to try and control some of this wave, and I think some astute reads on how these compositions want to play. And of course, X7 with that Fiora with Chase as well. This guy's come over from the challenger roster of Dan1 Kia, someone that Chronicler did us all a favor and gave us some pretty good info on him, saying, look, this guy is really, really talented, and you are giving him the options here to really run with a champion that requires a lot of good thought and process as Diamond and Tempt dueling it out in the mid lane, but just nowhere to go. Gets absolutely deleted there, and Tempt gets that one.
And honestly, we thought that Diamondprox falls behind, right? Because he creates all these opportunities for his team, and he has been so far. But this time, it is MC on the driver's seat. Audi is sitting in the bot lane. There is no flash. There are no summoners onto the Yuumi either.
Poor bot, MC now jumping away best they can. Maybe they can punish this. There is no ultimate available for MC, and he's got a flash. Will likely have to pop it here, but Odie can potentially chase. Will now go over the wall. Will they follow him is the question.
Oh, that's huge.
Answered quickly.
Look in the mid lane. The mid lane. The wave has been crushed by Tempt. Fury TP'd into the bot lane to save his bot lane, but now he is the one losing in experience and gold due to all of this wave crushing underneath his tower. Tempt does his job, shoves it in. Fury tries to save. He's not there in time to catch his own wave. Fury now 10 CS behind as well. It feels like that Volibear is working so far. 1,500 gold diff at 8 minutes.
Yeah, that 400 gold or so doing very, very well here in this early game. Again, another Volibear game. We've seen the Volibear come up with 100% kill participation and make all these dives happen. He's very, very strong, and especially considering we've seen the jungle pool somewhat pinched, really, after a lot of the patch changes. Volibear still around, still strong, still able to make early plays happen, which is something that has been problematic, honestly, around the world.
Yeah, and this is the classic X7 ROM towards the top side as well. And honestly, any team around that 8-minute mark, they will transition. If not the entire team, and you'll see the AD carry mid lane, at least the support towards the top side of the map. Now, the question is here, Shikari does not have his ultimate available, so his participation in this fight is not going to be as huge as Chasey's when Chasey has his ultimate. But then, on the other hand side, you see that Temp doesn't have his ultimate up and available, and MC doesn't either. So you definitely don't want to be taking these fights.
Maybe they'll just wait it out, but actually Diamond's back around that Herald pit. I don't know whether that's for a Scuttle Crab or for the Herald itself. Difficult to tell from the minimap, but either way, it is around there. Chasey and Shikari dueling it out so far, but that is the riposte down. Fury coming over. Is going to be into the big stun, though, from Tempt. And now the turnaround starting to come through. Diamond flashing in, getting as much damage down as they can. MC pops the ultimate in turn. Death's Hands flying through. Diamond into the Chaos Storm. Smites the Herald, trying to stay alive, but falls down anyway. No option for Azumi's heal. I think the mana was getting a bit low as Fury trying to get out of the way. As Chasey will get there as they don't get over the wall. A misclick on the blast cone, and Bifrost are falling apart in this game.
So well played right there by X7 and Tempt. That Chaos
So
Storm
good.
was so huge. Bifrost kept grouping up, getting repeatedly hit by the ultimate from Tempt, and that was a ginormous fight. MC being the bait for the entire team, jumping back into the pit, allowing his teammates to come and clean up. You do secure the Rift Herald, you put your Fiora ahead with 2 kills at this point. It's going to be a split push menace. 10 CS up onto Shikari as well, and I think everything is falling into place for the 6-7. Again, if we see this, you see that Diamond Prox is walking in. He's like, I'm just checking, guys, but Fury walking into the gravity field, having to flash forward to get these procs from the ultimate. But look at that Chaos Storm. He keeps ticking and ticking and ticking and ticking on 3 members of Bifrost consistently. I feel like Tempt right there. Oh my god, and that
It all went up, they didn't go
by
over,
Kasing.
and it gets them all killed.
Oh, that ultimate by Kasing right there also on the knockup was so beautifully done. And honestly, everyone is ahead. MC made sure that Attila is ahead in the bot lane. MC made sure that Chasey is ahead in the top lane. Tempest walked in and cast in on some really quick kills and assists. And I think this X7, if anything, are looking to be back on track now, trying to secure their second dragon of the game.
Nearly 5,000 gold lead right now for X7. Okay, more like 4.5. Let's be actually more reasonable here. My math was a little bit poor. But either way, a lot of that into the jungle. Obviously, 100% kill participation still for MC, who's having another stellar game this week. Much improved from earlier on in the split so far. But Chasey, Tempt, Attila as well, all feeling very happy in this game with 3 very heavily scaling picks.
And here we go again. Diamond Prox is there, though this time they might look to pick a fight.
They're gonna go for him. Remember, he's not got the flash quite up available, so he'll surely fall down. No! Wait! Has got himself a wild growth to keep himself alive. Tower now falls, but overcomes Tempt. Trying to get onto Diamond, who does not have the ultimate yet available, stunned in place, and they will now be trying to run away. Surely they get MC. They do finally get the shutdown, but that is the one feel-good moment as everything else went wrong.
Okay, that was also a little bit of head scratcher when it comes to, yes, they do manage to pick up a kill onto Diamond Prox. They do take a tower back with a bunch of tower platings in the hands of Attila, but there was a little bit of miscommunication where MC tried to go in, never mind, because Chase is going in, but he's not really gonna go in, so I'm gonna continue. MC wanted to really go in, but then he gets caught, but then the bot lane doesn't really follow with the ultimate soon enough, so they can get another kill, and I felt like this was maybe a little bit of a split call on the bot lane for X7. I'm glad that we can get to see it again. So as you can see here, the Herald is being spawned and MC gets caught, but Attila is not going to dash forward. Instead, he's going to auto-attack the tower to make sure he gets the gold for it, and then they're gonna turn to aid MC. But now that Tempt is here, you can actually jump in. It was a little bit late, but then as you can see, the cannon barrage is sort of zoning them away. Kasing has to go all the way around. Attila is auto-attacking a pink one, and they end up losing MC. But the most crucial part is that you give MC's shutdown over to Odi, who has been starving on that Ezreal.
Diamond trying to look to see whether he can contest for this vision, but...
A claw for a spear?
Indeed, trying their absolute best, but it is MC that comes out on top in the Ward Wars thus far, but Episode 2 comes very quickly.
Second season.
Yeah, very swift, and Diamond will secure that one. 1 for 1 right now, we'll keep track on that one. I'm sure it's a very valuable score to be tracking. But otherwise, Shikari left in this lane versus Attila, and on the other side, it is, at the moment, of course, Odie down against that Fiora. But still plates to go, 30 seconds left, and Attila picks up another one of this top side, and the gold lead continues to balloon very heavily in X7's favor.
Absolutely, already a Kraken Slayer onto that Tristana, meaning that it does hurt a lot, going towards potentially a Zeal item a second, and I feel like tire platings have been falling all over the map. It feels like 3 Rift Heralds have spawned for X7, 3 tire platings in the mid lane, 3 tire platings on the top of the map, 4 tire platings together with first tower on the bot side. It feels like, yes, Bifrost had a very nice scaling late game composition, but they're losing so much on the map right now, and a lot of that gold is going towards very early game accelerating champions such as, oh my god.
Wanted to go for the W flash, and just out of range. That's a heartbreaker one. The wind becomes lightning and doesn't quite strike twice, never mind the one time there.
But he's going to stick around. They know that MC must be around the top lane as well, so Diamondprox is going to stick around towards the top side of the map. This is a very low HP Attila as well, so they could potentially look to pull a dive right there. He's going to get into the bush, but he has been spotted by Vision, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, X7 are pinging him as well. And as you will see, MC is going to start making his way towards the top side of the map.
Is indeed. Remember, there's still the wild growth there for Attila as well, so that HP bar is a little deceiving. Diamond now trying to back away as MC comes over, but he's on Vision as well, and that will mean everybody backs away for now.
As you can see, Tempt also shoved in his wave really quickly, and he started moving towards the top side of the map, if you will, but things have sort of slowed down until, don't worry, until probably that Rift Herald respawns. And X7 want to go for it because right now they're 6,000 gold in the lead. That mid lane tower is not looking very healthy. The top lane tower is not looking very healthy. And as you can see, even on the side lane, Shikari had to burn his own flash because Chasey was on the case. So far, Bifrost are literally running away from anyone with the tag X7 above their name, their health bar.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
X7 above their name.
Yeah, it's there. Also worth pointing out, that, as you said, Shikari forced to... Actually, never mind, I'm looking at MC here and thinking maybe there's a dive coming, but he'll pull away from that. The point I was going to talk about was, obviously, Shikari, as you said, forced to use the ultimate pretty consistently in the 1v1. As a defensive tool, it means that the side lane plays aren't really as available as Diamond's going to run into Attila and force him into a difficult position, can keep jumping forward with the audacious charge, but there's a wild growth to keep him alive as MC's coming over now. There's no ultimate for Diamondprox. I don't think that they can keep him alive very easily. Can Highway get in? No, he's too late! He doesn't jump in time, and now Highway jumps to a corpse and gets taken down.
Oh,
he had heal, he had W, he was too slow.
Fury might be in trouble as well, has to pop the ultimate. It feels like wherever Chasey goes, everybody has to pop an ultimate to get away, whether that name is Shikari or Fury. X7 are going to get 2 kills towards the top side of the map, and it feels like so far, every single opportunity Diamondprox has tried to see, X7 are striking back. And I'm gonna drop the question, and I'm gonna wait till the end of the split to reply to this question. Is X7 back in form? Stay tuned to find out. Again, really beautiful ultimate right there to catch Attila, but Attila does have the jump. He doesn't get pinned in place really quickly. Also has Kasing right there on the Lulu. All he has to do is pop a shield and an ultimate onto him.
Oh, Highway.
And then Highway was a little bit too slow with the attachment on the Yuumi to get that heal onto Diamondprox, and ends up going down as well, same as the top lane tier 1 finally going down. Mid lane is looking very dire as well, especially now that there's a Rift Herald in MC's pocket, and then there's the third Dragon for X7 potentially, which will mean soul point for them, and that's a mountain.
Massive, massive deal. Both Heralds, 2 Dragons, lots of plates, and honestly, the only Ag Tower still remaining is that one in mid lane, which is on a sliver of HP. It is a stiff breeze from falling over as MC about to secure a 3rd Dragon. And Bifrost, yes, you've got some options later on with an Ezreal and a Swain and a Yuumi and all those things, but this gold discrepancy is so massive, and now a teleport in from Chasey, but he's in very deep. I don't know how much he wants this. Attila's going to try and hop in. Diamond's so low, but Kasing is dead. They've overstretched. Diamond can't quite make it out, though. The healing from Chasey's ultimate field allows him to stay alive. Grand challenge has been answered. Now Tempt is over. Fury's not here. He's still in the mid lane, and there's no way Shikari's coming in with a teleport right now. They're trying to run out best they can. Finally, the cannon barrage comes through for Chasey. Just dashes out. Attila taken very low. Blows him into the wall with a buster shot, though. And Tempt gets that one, and for a moment there I thought X7 had overextended, but they proved me so very wrong.
Holy, that looked like everyone from X7 was having a happy feet moment right there, having to dance through Gangplank ultimates and W's from Swain coming in all the way from the mid lane, but all in all, they managed to clean up house. They killed 4 members towards the top side of the map. 3. Swain was not here. There you go. I can do math, I promise.
Well done.
They cleaned up 3 members towards the top side of the map, and it looks really, really clean. So as you can see, Chasey is going in with the teleport. Kasing is going to ult him, but I feel like Kasing flashes in for the polymorph. But that polymorph costs him his life. At the end of the day, you'll see that Tempt is literally sprinting it from mid lane because he has ghosted, and they ended up killing Odie. But this is a team that's about 6,000 to 7,000 gold in the lead right now, and the question is, had they been fighting at even terms, Bifrost played this pretty well, and they were close and cashing in on so many bounties that you have to think...
Oh, Odie, so much damage. Diamond's around but can't stop the AD carry going down.
You can't stop to think.
Not anymore, and honestly, it's all been over since those 2 dives bot went so in favor of X7. Bifrost has been shut out of this game, and every play, every attempt, every thought of a comeback has been well and truly counted by X7. Nothing has gone their way. Hell, they haven't even got a tower right now.
Very well done from X7. Early game aggression. We don't need no Senna, we don't need no Azir, we don't need no Viego. You
never
might
move.
need your AD carry to stay alive.
I thought it was going to be more damage. He gets to never move, and it's okay, never mind. I thought that was a very dead Attila, and he just gets to walk away.
It's just a Rylai's for now.
It's true.
It's just
Okay,
a poor
yes.
Rylai Swain. All right, back to X7. They're looking like they're back in full. 10,000 gold in the lead prior 20 minutes in the game, against a team that traditionally they have beat in playoffs only. In regular split, it has always been Bifrost. Talking about Bifrost, Diamond Prox wants some bad blood revenge.
Trying to get in on this one, but just can't quite get there in range, and it's just a bit of a chunker, not too much more. He's got the Yuumi on top of him, but this combo would have been great, maybe if they weren't 10,000 gold behind. And that is now just such a deficit to try and climb back up. Just look at the discrepancies across the board. It's 3,000 pretty much in every single roll.
Yeah, it feels really bad for the side of Bifrost, especially since the composition you have drafted doesn't necessarily do a lot of damage, but it has so much utility and survivability with the Zinza, with the Yuumi and the Ezreal and the Swain. They heal so much, they're pretty beefy champions, but they do not have enough consistent damage to teamfight the front to back that X7 are bringing in, right? And they do not have an answer in the sideline as well, because every time Chase takes the one-on-one onto Sikari, Sikari has to either flash away or ult away. You see how much bullying this Fiora are doing.
JC right now, a real monster, frankly. He's on the Fiora and thus far proved his worth on the champion. But it feels like that's kind of true across the board right now. Everyone, aside from that one awkward flash from Kasing where he gets blown up for trying to go for a flash polymorph,
hey, he did
everything else is going incredibly well. Maybe that was Roger taking over the keyboard briefly.
See, remember, Fabian was saying in the NLC, sometimes the support has to sacrifice for the greater good.
That's it.
Kasing sacrifice for the greater good.
I really want to make a Hot Fuzz reference at this point, a real southern West Country accent from the UK on you, but I'll avoid that one. For now, it's Odie!
Talking about south?
Never mind, yeah, his health bar went incredibly south, and now Diamond dies afterwards, as does the Yuumi. They're made of paper at this point, and just getting torn through. Absolutely eviscerated, shredded. Other words that involve the destruction and domination of Bifrost in this game.
Baron speedrun, any percentage, anyone?
22 minutes in, and it's about to go down. I'm expecting a 30-second kill.
All right. X7, 30-second kill. Have you been counting?
It's not about 22:02, I think.
Okay. 22, nah, it was 22 like 08 or something.
Okay, something like that. Anyway, it's been quick. I tried again with
11, 12 second Baron.
Good grief.
How many did you say?
I said about 30. I was very
come
wrong.
on,
I know, I was
man.
very wrong. I got like 2 seconds to think. Okay, anyway, I was wrong. Excuses aside, I lose that challenge. I'm looking at the item discrepancy, and I think it's relatively self.
I can make it even worse for you.
Go on.
5 seconds, Mountain Soul has just spawned on the map. The entirety of Bifrost is towards the top side of the map, which to me, it says we are not going to be contesting that soul. Your only saving grace will be in cashing in all of these bounties that are on top of everyone's name except Kasing, because
he died that
he
once.
wasn't interrupted.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I meant he sacrificed for the greater good.
Indeed. We saw the fan on the street. It was, in fact, Kasing in disguise. I hate to spoil
Was
that.
it?
I
No
know.
way.
That's quite shocking. Only
There's
the
no
eagle
way.
eye would have spotted that mustache
I could
in
have never
particular.
guessed.
it was really extraordinary. But he was the problem, perhaps, in the end. And Fury, here with the rest of Bifrost kind of hanging around, at least the jungle and support, will finally allow at least a single turret to go down. But they are living on hope of a miracle right now.
Yeah, living on a bunch of hope.
Oh yeah, it is a medically inappropriate amount, dissuaded by pretty much every medical professional out there. Don't take this amount of copium. That's what they're living on right now and hoping for the best. I'm not sure their lives are going to be all that long.
Attila is still in the red buff while the minions are dying in the mid lane. So one thing that X7 really need to work on, that is pretty much syncing the waves together. They're trying to cut Stem, but MC is there.
Yeah, it gets MC a little bit low, but he just doesn't take that much damage with the Mountain Shield in the way. Going to root him up. There will be a massive use of the Stormbringer afterwards, though. Wild Growth still available from Kasing that's now being used. MC taken very low, but will not quite die. The Demon Flare and the Demonic Ascension, rather, still active. No one dies, but MC and the rest of X7 somewhat forced away, but they've got a wave now on the bot side with an explosive charge on, and that means it's dead to Right's mid lane turret. Very low as well. Inhibitor under siege, and Bifrost trying their very best to clear out this wave, but they just don't have the tools.
I feel like, if anything, that trade benefited X7 right there, because Bifrost threw everything in the kitchen sink at X7. All of their ultimates were being used, so now they have nothing to defend themselves.
Oh, Temp turning it around, trying his absolute best to make this one as punished as hard as they can. Diamond goes in, trying to heal his way out, but he's got polymorphed, and he knows he's dead to Rights. And now Attila can hop forwards, gets another auto onto a mannerless Yuumi, who is executed. That cat is well and truly skinned. Chasey in the mid lane escorts another wave in. Odie on the fountain is losing out to Attila's Tristana. The Bandle Gunner has drawn a bead, and it has been headshot after headshot. We're switching games to CSGO, it feels like. And this will be X7 absolutely crushing Bifrost, who melt away in this game.
What a massacre we just watched right here. X7 are arguably taking the little sample from last game and this game back in form. I think the more early game proactive junglers seem to suit the team, seem to suit MC so much more. Wukong, he made it happen in the early game. Volibear, the repeated ganks onto Odie, shutting down that bot, and I think the rest of the pieces just fell together. You know, it felt like a little bit of a glimpse of the old X7 where Harrow would dictate the pace of how was going on in the map, and MC gave me those glimmers of hope of old Harrow X7.
Actually, we saw something from X7 we haven't seen a huge amount of. An early game plan that came through the jungle that was executed really well. That's the kind of growth we love to see, and X7 rightly reap the rewards, and we'll throw it over the desk to take us through that kind of absolute brutalization of a game.
Thank you so much. A lot to digest from this specific game. We were setting this up like, oh boy, this is going to be tough of X7. I think they switched roles for this split.
I mean, honestly, I think both me and Amir are kind of happy that we had very wrong on their prediction, right? I mean, X7, we talked about it a bit earlier in the day. I think maybe they could build momentum with this first dub that they got on Monday. And I mean, feels like they're just doing that. MC once again had a great pop-off game on the Volibear with the early bot lane dives, and we talked about it as well. We didn't think that would be possible with this Lulu pick, but man, they put us wrong.
Yeah, no, and that's the good side of it. Now, to say that, you know, we're both happy that X7 did X7, that's true. I'm a little disappointed in how Bifrost played defensively this game. I think that they didn't cover bot lane effectively enough. I think that, again, we were talking a little bit about a couple of Torok's take on the meta earlier in the day. I've heard similar from elsewhere, though, in terms of we are getting more tower dives.
Now,
and when teams get more bold and they understand to just get good, they're going to start tower diving again. And if you let Ezreal Yuumi get tower dove, especially against a lane which can snowball very heavily when you have enchanters in the lead, it gets really, really dangerous after that point. So to have this bot lane pressure be so annoying for Bifrost to deal with, it really sucks. You waste your summoners early, you get killed multiple times off the back of this, and X7 from this point just run away with the game.
And if I might, there's a key important factor of that one. Not only they were diving on the bot lane, instantly they told the top lane, cover my Crocs. Diamond Prox was like, okay, if I'm going to lose the bot lane, I'm going for the Crocs. He lost his flash in the process. There was nothing to be gained from that part from Bifrost.
And dare I say, it's a little bit similar to how Bifrost fell apart against X7 in some of their games last split.
I mean, yeah. And on one point, right, you could say that the Ezreal and the Yumi in this point, Odin Highway, maybe they're telling their jungler they're not going to be able to dive us. They're playing the Lulu, right? So he's saying, Diamondproc saying, okay, I'm free to puff top where the Fiora is like flash. Maybe we can get something going there. But obviously, as Namera mentioned, you kind of just have to really cover that Yumi lane early. It doesn't really matter what matchup you're playing as when you're against the Volibear.
Okay, I have the pleasure to talk with someone I was expecting to be Roger, but it's going to be Attila. Welcome to the interview. Have you seen Roger lately?
Hey, hello very much, Roger. How are you doing?
I'm doing. Do you know who's Roger?
I have absolutely no clue who's Roger, but honestly, I just don't care enough to
Eventually,
actually
someone
ask for it.
will tell you who's Roger from X7. But regardless of that, okay, Attila, how does it feel to have someone play for the bot lane for the first time in NLC?
It feels good. Like this game shows that we're actually playing pretty consistent lately. I think like the 4 wins that we actually had were an absolute domination. Then the teams had like 0 chance of winning against us. 4 wins that we had. So it feels good as well. It was actually quite personal against Bifrost. So
Before you may, okay, Naimera, I'm happy that the old Attila is showing his face again. Welcome back, Attila. I love that. Okay, Naimera, please.
Because that's part of the confidence, right? One thing which I thought about the X7 draft this game is it felt like there was a lot of comfort champions being drafted. We know that Chasey loves his individual carries, the Fiora likes of that. Then obviously Tristana has been a pick which I've continually seen you play over this team, over your Giants period of time as well. How much do you think comfort is important to this team right now? And how comfortable are you feeling with the way you're drafting in this meta?
I mean, it's always necessary to actually have like champions that you actually practiced on or you feel confident on to execute the plays properly. Mainly if you have like aggressive early plans like we had. I think like 2 out of 4 losers that we have, we completely run it down like Usain Bolt on its prime, level 1, you know, like we just lost the game on the first.
I love that analogy. Yeah, keep it coming. I'm loving that.
So basically, we don't back down, you know, like even though we really screwed ourselves up on the level 1s, we just keep going aggressive and we trust our own individual ability on actually snowballing the game because, as I said previously on previous interviews, because apparently I did half of them.
Yeah.
I think this league only has like 2-3 relevant teams and the rest should not be as an opponent since we're aiming for the Youth Masters.
But think about this.
I love this.
You might be on a lot
and
of
Biofrost is not one of them.
Oh, I love this. I love this.
That's the thing.
He's back.
The more you're on this screen, the more you get to control the narrative. Think how much power you get from this.
Okay, before we wrap it up, I have a lot of questions for you, but I have to wrap it up. So I want to ask you, the Tristana versus the Ezreal. These non-believers were worried about the Tristana versus the Ezreal. It wouldn't work out. But that's the aggressive AD carry. That's what I know you for. I know these guys only know you for the Ezreal and all that. I don't care about this part. I don't care. I love you for the aggressive. Can you talk me through the Tristana and the aggressiveness of it versus Ezreal?
I mean, it's just a real strong counter pick, right? Like Tristana is an ADC that if you find the right windows and you actually can be even or even ahead on the first levels, you'll be able to just threat so much. And I also saw this game. I had like permanently the push on the Ezreal. Like I moved several times. I was able to actually get some good picks as well in the W. But that was just because it was really personal. We didn't need to play as aggressive as we did, but we had a point to prove, and I do believe we did so.
I think you did. I mean, I just have to thank you because I just had lunch and now I have dessert. So thank you for this interview, Attila. It's good to have you back, my man. And I'll see you soon because you're the interview guy. So thank you.
Thank you very much. See you too. See you guys. Bye-bye.
See ya.
This guy, he thinks that being on the interviews is a negative. He gets to do more of this and he gets to control what you hear on your screens.
I think the most worrying part for me is that you had lunch at like 8. But that's another story, I think.
Life is rough, guys. Life is rough. But it's spicy nonetheless with Attila on the interviews. And this is what I love when he plays aggressive. This is what I know him for. I know he's a really good poker with the Ezreal into the late game, with Vados back in the day with the poking. But as soon as you give him Draven, Tristana, everything that can just jump on the enemy, like Lucian as well, this is when he shines.
And that's just kind of what we wanted to see, right, from X7. We talked about that when they got that first kind of win to like build their momentum on. And just seeing Attila in this interview as well, being kind of the old self, so to speak, and be really confident in that regard, which we just all love and know him for, right? It's just really great to see, man.
I know there's a lot of people from the old league of Attila that is watching right now, and I think we got our boy back. Now talking with another boy, the mid laner for Bifrost. It is Fury. Welcome back into the interview. Okay, we have a lot to digest. I wanted to talk about the Swine, but more importantly, why the Xin Zhao?
Well, we went for the Yumi first pick because we didn't think they would play Volibear, or at least MC, because he didn't have, like, in the 60 games, those games of Legends, he didn't have Volibear, so we were really greedy drafting. So we tried to match Sinzao with Volibear early game, but I mean, it was a disaster. It's really simple.
And if I may, I usually see Diamond Prox as the big guru from the jungle that provides you with a lot of information, with counter jungle as well. Does he gives you a lot of information about where the enemy jungle is, like usually? And did he do it in this game as well? Because it seemed like MC was one step ahead every single minute.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, like, it was really obvious that Volibear would like look to dive bot lane, but in game we totally did not talk about it. So I mean, if you look back at it now, it was really obvious, and we should probably talked about it in game.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that, but you provided me with an answer, so that's all good and dandy. Fury, I mean, just looking at this game in general, feel like it kind of got out of your hands really early into the game, right? After that double dive on bot, felt like you were just playing on the back foot. Is this a game where you feel like we just go next, GG, and we just inject like kind of a bit of a copium into the veins and just go next week? Or like what's the plan from here?
I mean, of course, like, it's not fun to lose, right? But I think, yeah, it's just a game we just go next and look into next week. I think we drafted really greedy and they punished us really well. So we just look forward to next week and look to get 2 wins there.
Okay, but it's at least to me, I'm feeling comfortable because I can see you smile. And I know a few games when you lose, that smile disappears instantly, but there it is. So it's not that big of a deal for you guys. You guys are still at the top of the standings. I think you're on 4th place right now, so you're still comfortable, no?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm already used to like getting some losses through the split, but last split, we also got 1st place in the end, so you never know what can happen.
You never know, Fury. So thank you so much for this interview. I'd like to see you play more Akali, but that's just a win for me. I'm just gonna
bring back the Ari.
Yeah, bring in the Ari, bring the Akali, or bring our boy. You know what I'm talking about. I'm looking at you.
It's cool.
Thank you so much, Fury, and have a lovely one. Congratulations. And there you go. Fury is still smiling. That to me is a good sign for this team as well. That was
aware of what happened, right? I mean, that was the kind of game where it does fall out of control pretty quickly, but for them to at least kind of put their hands up and say, yeah, okay, we're pretty aware of why that happened. That's a good learning process.
And it's not a solo queue, so you need to talk about where it is the whereabouts of the enemy jungler and all that. MC, if you take the leash, he's gonna bite you. So we saw that one, and we need to see how's the standings right now after this victory from X7. They are at the top of Group B right now, 4-4 tied up with Dusty in 5th place, while Bifrost are going to sit on the 3rd place, which means for the first time during the summer split, someone uncontested on 2nd place, Riddle.
And, you know, we had that question in pre-show, start of the day, heck, end of the last day as well. Are Riddle genuinely the 2nd best team in our league? It's looking like it right now. I think it genuinely is. I think that I look at Stefan, Vladdy, Jax playing on the top side. They've all been incredible playmakers. Heck, none of those players are slouches across the entire roster. And now you're looking here as your Astralis and your Bifrost, and it is not just the tight overall on 5 wins. I think there is a marked difference between our tier 2 teams, I suppose, in the table.
We have the 4th game coming up for you guys. It's going to be Vanir versus Nuriki, but before that, do you recall the Lee Sin Jungle Clear Challenge? Well, I certainly do, and this is why we're going to take a peek at how Soft from M&M did in a recent challenge.
I recall you being annoying.
I was really annoying, I would say so. Take a look.
Enough blind jokes. Stop asking for more.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Lee Sin Jungle Clear Challenge with Soft coming in from M&M, and okay, you already got the skill. leveled up the Tempest. Explain to me why Tempest though. You're the first one, I guess.
It's lower cooldown. Basically, that's it. So Q is better if you get a pull because it's based on miss and health. But since I don't have a pull, it's gonna do like less damage overall compared to E because of the extra cooldown. Basically.
That's the 500 IQ strategy. Everybody's going for the Q. Maybe you can.
Is everyone got the Q really?
Yeah, most of the junglers are going for the Q. Tell me, like Toxer came in with a 327 clear, and he forgot to smite. Can you top that?
Oh, that's actually pretty good. How much does a smite save? If he smites,
I think it would be like 325, 324, something like that.
Yeah, probably saving like 3 or 4 seconds. Yeah, maybe I can top that. I'm not sure, to be honest.
Okay, so we start with.
No one full clears with Lee Sin. You pick like the worst champ. Who full clears with Lee Sin?
That's the idea, specifically. That's the idea. You want to go in the jungle, you want to gank? Nah, we got you on the full clear. But you brought in the ghosts. I think it's the first ghost we see. Where do you think you're gonna use it, or why the ghost?
We're gonna use the raptors to run towards, I think. Maybe Flash is better, I'm not sure.
We don't know. It's up to you, man. It's up to you. Okay, starting with the Tempest. The damage is not as high, but at least you get a lower cooldown. Do you think starting with the Tempest is going to annoy you when you go into the Krogs? Because you do need 2 Tempests on the Krogs to get the full clear.
No, I don't think so. I just won't use my second one.
Okay, seems fast. Get the Q, get rolling. You got the prog of the knife coming in on that one. Oh, and you're cutting the little Krog as well. So you're not only looking into the timer, you're also looking into excellency on the clear. How you feel
Oh my
right
god,
now?
it's so slow on the nerfs, then so bad.
Oh man, but we are all playing on that one, okay? Getting it. Oof. Oh, the little one. You gotta kill the little one. You gotta kill it.
No,
No,
do
you
I have
gotta
to?
kill it.
What, for level? For my level, do I have to?
I don't know. I don't know, Soft.
No, I don't know. I don't know. It's fine.
Okay, you got that one. It's clear. Tempest is going to be enough. Seems good. Ghost has been used. Every single
There you
raptor
go.
goes down. Okay, you got the safeguard as well. Okay, how are you looking? How are you feeling, Soft?
Oh my god, I missed up my Q.
How are you
It's
feeling
fine,
now
man.
with timer?
I'm feeling okay, but I f***ed up my wolves.
Are you nervous now? Oh, you missed the wolf as well with the Tempest, Soft. Soft. Okay, easy clear, easy clear. 3 minutes in, you still have the smite available. You want to pull in the Krog? Are you gonna pull it with the smite? Are you nervous?
I think I can do it, but...
Tell me, but what? But what's up? Tell me.
I think...
321, 322, oh, 25, 26, 1 second faster than
I missed on my wolves, man. It's fine. It's fine.
Are you happy with the result, though?
No, I griefed it, but it's okay.
Thank you so much for the
It's whatever, man.
Soft.
It's whatever.
It's
Yeah, no problem,
whatever.
guys.
Hey, it's whatever. It's a good one. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Soft.
no problem, guys. I'll catch you guys later. See ya.
See ya.
Bye.
And we are back after this challenge of M&M by Soft. What is happening, Treble? Are you okay? Are you okay?
Man, why do you have
What's
a
going on
there?
there? Not biased. I don't know what you're talking about. It's going to be Vanir versus Nuriki.
Are you gonna be their new top laner?
Why are you leaking? It's a sick.
Okay. That is just not okay.
Guys, shh, don't say anything. Don't say anything. By the way, Soft in first place right now in the clear challenge, but there's a little star next to his name because he didn't kill the little Krog. And it's supposed to be a full clear, even though he gets the experience, he doesn't get the experience and not the gold, and he gets level 3 by Raptors. It is a full clear. I'm just gonna say.
Without scuttle crabs, people. No
Yeah.
scuttle crabs.
Taxer, come on, man. Without the scuttle crab, Taxer. Okay, Vanir versus Nuriki. What can we talk about this specific game?
Oof. I mean, I'm just been saying that we had 3 bangers so far. All the teams just been kind of popping off, even though the first game was obviously just making us sweaty. But this one in particular, I think it's just really kind of, can Vanir get the uprising once again and build towards that momentum that I talk so much about? Or can Nuriki kind of shut them down and make sure that they're not having that good of a split?
Treble.
I need
Do it.
Kraox on an early game aggressive jungler. I feel like when we saw him on the Lee Sin, he was all over the map. He was ganking early. He was getting himself ahead. I think we saw Dan and MC do the back-to-back on the Volibear as well. Potentially grab something like the Volibear or the Wukong that can play early in the aggressive in the early game. And then as for the other side, for Nuriki, I feel like the later the game goes, you protect Aztor, you put a lot of vision towards the bot side of the map, and you allow him to carry you in the late game.
I love that energy as we are about to jump into the champion select of the 4th game, Vanir versus Nuriki. Let's see what happens, and let's see if Abagnale is capable of getting 1 kill. He's the only one missing those kills. By the way, I missed you so much on the show, on the game, because nobody got any single answer correctly. Only at 1 point. And it was
1 point,
lucky.
1 lousy point. I have to say though, Travel, I think that point that you really brought up was good. I think Vanir on Monday, they kind of just all went for that kind of the scaling one. No, come on, man. Don't do me like this. I'm ashamed, trust me. When I go to bed tonight, I will think about that one for a long time. At least I won, though, against Vanera, so that's something.
It's not a big deal. It's versus Nightmare.
Yeah, oh, okay.
Wukong is still a
for sure. I think the point that you made up about Kraox actually being able to be proactive in the early game is really important. I really don't want to see Vanir once again just drafting 3 scaling lanes and then put Kraox on just like the Viego, right? Stuff like this. And I think the point that you mentioned as well is Nuriki just being able to scale as well. It's kind of what they want, right?
And I feel here you sort of handshake if you want. Like Lucian is up, Wukong is up, Volibear is up. But what do you value the most? Because if I'm looking at Vanir, I'm like, I do not care too much what I'm having down the bot lane, but they do apparently, because they're insta-locking right here the Yuumi. And I feel like the only other champion you could pair up the Yuumi with, except from the Zeri, would be that Twitch. So you give that away. You can take the Lucian Nami very easily into the Yuumi. And here you also have first pick on one of the 2 junglers that we mentioned, the Wukong and the Volibear as well. So I'm expecting right here potentially a Lucian takeaway and maybe a Volibear or Wukong.
Yeah.
Knowing Flipper, it might just be the Volibear.
Yeah, I mean, looks like it, right? And I think this is
back.
She's back. She's back with the predictions, just completely dominating off the table. That's really nice to see. They're gonna be the lock-in. We're expecting this to be a handshake, right? This is what happened in the last draft as well. I mean, X7 kind of wanted to handshake the Yuumi with the Wukong and stuff, but it was banned, so was not able to do that this time around. We're gonna have a handshake, and do you just get the Twitch here regardless, or would you pair it up with something else on the AD?
I don't know. I think at this point, you're trying to find more targets on the map that you can stick the Yuumi onto, right? I don't necessarily think that a Twitch is the best choice just because you've seen the Volibear and you've seen what the Volibear can do and how easily you can dive, potentially like a Yuumi bot lane. So you can wait with that one if you don't want to pick the Twitch right here into the Lucian, because you know the Nami is probably incoming after this and they can 2v2 you. But what do you lock in instead? Do you lock in something like a blind pick here for your mid lane, Ahri?
I mean, you're just popping off. What can I say? Like, I'm just gonna shut up. I'm not gonna talk at all. Wow, you're actually perfect. Like, it's so insane. What's going on?
When she's not here, I do some predictions, you know, because I've been learning. But when she's here, I'm like,
yeah, you're like the budget version of traveling. Actually.
Yeah, I'm really the budget version.
With a better beard. I cannot grow mine.
At least I
have
get
like
that.
only one hair here and I pluck it all.
Bans are coming in hot. Where should we focus? I think it's about the AD carries from one side. The other side, what do you think?
I mean, this just goes to show as well. Like, we already have 3 AD carry bans on the side of Nuriki. Now they banned the Twitch as well. Imagine they just ban another one. Like, wouldn't even imagine what that could be. Maybe the Tristana or something is really safe. But what's Smurf's gonna pick here? The Sai is still open.
You need to ban Eivor Lissandra. I don't know if you guys remember what happened between Nuriki and Bifrost on the Ahri versus Lissandra matchup where they were butting heads all the time. And it was Eivor that came up on top into this one and Nuriki won like 40-something minutes into the game. So I think the last ban for Vanir will most likely have to be that Lissandra. You give a lot of setup together with the Volibear to make that pick onto the Ahri, and you need to keep Ericsson as healthy as possible and getting him out of that laning phase. Saying that though, the AD carry pool has been tremendously pinched, having a Yuumi right there, taking away the Rat as well, taking away the Zaya. I'm just wondering, I'm sitting here and I'm wondering, okay, what do you pair up this Yuumi with right now? Because the Ezreal is also gone, and the other thing that I'm thinking right now in the bot lane could potentially be something like the Swain, but it's been taken away from you anyway. So the AD carry pool has been so pinched because it is the Yuumi. It's not like you can play with any Aphelios or Jinx.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
you can try, but it's
think-
so susceptible to dives.
I think just Merps is kind of forced to pick one of the two, right? He's not gonna get a good AD carry this time around. Has to be the Jinx or the Aphelios.
Oh.
He's gonna go for the Jinx. And I mean, this just
It's a rough one.
insinuates already. You're playing as Lucian, Nami, and Volibear. If Krios doesn't path bot and try to save his bot lane this time, they're just gonna die instantly. On the other hand, if he does path bot, then that just means that Flipper can just invade, which is what he loves to do on this champion.
I'm gonna say it.
It's like a double-edged sword,
Yeah.
right? He either loses his jungle or he loses his bot lane too.
it's rough.
I find it really interesting because I was looking into Vanir composition and you see the Ahri and you see Wukong alongside with the human. Like, this is a perfect game for Sylas as well, but they go for the
Game
swing.
for Aurelia as well.
Irelia now for the Nana as well. You can lock in the Jinx, and if Yumi is there, she's going to be like secondary target. So that is going to be a really good top lane for Banderas if he wants to pick it in, or maybe even the Camille to lock in even the Nana or even the Jinx above all.
I'm liking this much more actually than the Aurelia because you can lock in the Ahri. And honestly, we know how annoying an Ahri can be in the team fights.
yeah.
So pushing her into the jail, not allowing her to dash wherever she pleases, and having that Nami Lucian together with Volibear combo is going to be so lethal for whoever you catch into the cage. I'm just really liking what Nuriki have done right here because we mentioned how Azure usually might fall behind with Abagnale in the bot lane, but right now they have one of the strongest 2v2 pairs in the bot lane, and they've got a Volibear to path for them. So I think this is a recipe for success for Nuriki.
Now that we've seen the entire champion select and test, I'm going to look into you and ask you, who do you think is going to take this one at the end of the day? Vanir or Nuriki?
I had Vanir in my predictions, but Flash, I'm sorry, man. This is the biggest draft cap I've seen all week. Like, it's crazy.
Is this a don't listen to Flash moment?
Yeah, I think it is actually. I'm sorry, man. I have to give it to Nuriki.
What about you?
I'm giving it to Nuriki all the way. I love the Lucian Nam in the bot lane, and I'd love to see Azure play aggressive from the get-go.
I mean, I'm going to say it, even though I have the new shirt from Vanir and I'm part of the top lane as you were talking about, I also win for Nuriki in my prediction.
You traitor, they sent you a jersey!
Just gonna say it, but now we have some way or some way to lock in the Fox because Ahri can be pretty annoying, and especially Ahri mains can be really, really annoying. That's why we're going to throw it into one of those. Nymeta and Initialize. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I actually went on a spiritual journey and a physical journey while I was just moving from the desk over to here. I actually went on a mythical quest and I found a magic item to support Vanir because I love Norse mythology, I love Greek mythology too, but this one, you know, I found an object of great power and I found the cornucopium. This in particular is a great object which can allow you to support a team even through the biggest of draft gaps and the worst of losses. They're sat at 2 and 5, but I believe from this all good things will come. And yeah, Vanir, let's get him.
Save me from this pain. Send it onto the rift, please. Production, get me away from this horrific advert for the cornucopium. What am I dealing with?
Me, your brother, Sam. How's it going?
It was going very well, and now I'm suddenly very exasperated.
Par for the course.
Par for the course. So what is this? What kind of what par would Summoner's Rift be as a golf course?
That's a really good question. I had never thought of this before. I never needed to think about this before.
Par 5, easy.
Par 5,
But like, I suppose it depends which lane you're on. Maybe like top lane to par
It's
4.
got a par 15. That's the lowest score I've ever seen.
Is that when turret plates fall? That's when you get the ball. That's when the ball goes through the window and the turret plates are all broken.
That's the one. Yeah. See, I'm glad we're on the same wavelength then. So, should we talk about some League of Legends? That's what we got on the Rift.
No, I don't think we should.
Well, I'm going to anyway. Shame about that. Because rightfully, as the desk said, it's rough for Vanir. You have a bot lane which is almost untenable if they get rolling early. You're playing into a Volibear, which is likely to lock down a lot of your top side too. I think you potentially can play around your solo lanes as Vanir if they do well enough in the early lane. But even with that, you can actually see that Air has actually gone for the Ignite, feeling very, very confident in this matchup. So we'll be tracking that mid lane in particular, because I think that's somewhere which Vanir need to succeed. And if Air is feeling confident, that might not spell good news for Vanir.
We've got a second as well. Remember, you can throw us some tweets with the hashtag NLC at home or hashtag NLC pets. Got one here from JJ Hockey 23. What a banger first game. Indeed it was. And now it's time to continue the win streak.
Sour down some food. Now, is that a quesadilla?
Quesadilla, something like that. Either way, their wishes came very true because XL absolutely smashed that game.
Oh, it was huge. Absolutely huge, that game. Very rarely do we see teams put so many teams systematically to the sword like XL have been doing in our own NLC region up here in the Nordics, UK and Ireland. Now And we have to watch how these lanes are playing out. I think that Veneer, if you end up losing a lot of these lanes early, this game becomes very, very difficult. So actually, we have to put a lot of attention onto how each of these individual areas of the map fare early on.
Thus far, Ericsson definitely on the worst end of these trains at the early shots.
That's not a good start.
Even with the dematerializers, and as an Ari main, I'm watching you wince here because I know you have a lot of thoughts on how Ari has to play particularly levels 1 through 4.
Yeah, so particularly with someone like Swain, he loves to play on the edge of their E range. If you're trading Charm for Never Move, it actually gets really, really difficult because Swain is happy to trade that a lot of the time, especially at max range, because it's very hard to dodge the Never Move as it kind of like clips onto minions and the rest really if it explodes onto the minion wave. So Aero taking some good trades, taking control of that lane. Most of the time, Ari is a champion that wants to take control of the lane early, and that's obviously not happening too easily in this game, and that really, really doesn't help.
No, it does not.
Serious accuracy from Aero, though.
Yeah, really good work. And like obviously with Swain coming very much more into the meta, hitting that never moving lane, it's really good to see. Gives you that pressure you were just talking about.
So Ericsson is going to go for Dematerializers, has the teleport. So early laning phase, it doesn't have to be as disastrous as it could be. You can get that free reset. Actually, using the Dematerializer onto the melee minions, a lot of the time you use them onto the back creeps. If you use all 3 onto your ranged minions, you get to clear them. It used to be from level 7, actually. Now I think you actually need to get a couple of Dark Seal stacks if you're going to do the same, because if you're lacking that AP, and particularly when you go Corrupting Pot, you don't have that AP. It's not quite the same. But normally, it's onto those ranged creeps for quick pushing power, because you kill half the wave just very, very quickly. But because you've lost control of that lane, you no longer get to contest the bargain bucket, as we were calling it on Monday. Flipper walks in, that volley burst so annoying, so powerful to deal with early on. Flipper gets a advantage early.
Kraox fried chicken is in the inventory of Flipper now.
Oh, that's what the KF...
Yeah, that's exactly what it says, see? That was pretty good.
Also, maybe it's a Kraox Flipper confrontation. Maybe that's the acronym.
Kraox Flipper confront. Genius. Our brains are too big. It's true. Little note here as well for Hess0, who's actually managed to go home early and pick up an early cull. I think did go for a bit of a cheetah recall to secure that. And obviously Ericsson did go through their corrupting pot very early, so has gone for that early recall into boots plus the seal.
Both junglers on bot side. We're maybe looking for a fast food fracas again as Kraox is hanging out in that brush.
Fabulous fortitude with your foolish, flippant...
Okay, those are words which I haven't heard of now. Now, every so often we do go through Sam's literary lessons on the NLC.
I'm not sure whether that was a bit of a mess up there, because I'm not sure whether I managed to get frippery and flippant combined. I'm not sure whether flippant's actually a word. It is now.
That's the thing. So this, for those of you that don't know this word, I learned this through you, because this keeps happening with you. Neologism is the word which means to make a new word.
Yeah.
Learn it now, because it's going to come up a lot when you listen to this guy.
Squibbledy.
What?
It's a neologism. I made one up right there. You asked me to.
We spent so long asking whether we could. Really should have asked whether we should.
How long did we spend? We spent about 10 seconds there, if that. That wasn't a lot of time.
10 seconds too much, some may say. So, okay, we have seen now mid-jungle. Not really working out for Veneer early on. As we said, you typically want to see Ari taking up that lane early, but I will give them some plus points on the other side, because that's a Dark Sail in inventory, and I love that item because it means that if you get one lucky fight and you get a couple of stacks onto that, you can start building towards the book of all things, which I have a soft spot for. I think Magi is a very underbought snowball item, and in this kind of game, when you are looking towards those solo lanes for Veneer, solo lanes are going to have a lot of agency when you look at Nariki and how they have so much power even around that level 6 mark, which they're hitting now.
Indeed, they are. Flipper onto the dragon early on. Is going to be spotted up by the control wolf that Kraox throws down to the back of the pit, but I don't know whether Veneer really want to contest this. Thinking about it, maybe, but moves away from that bush as Azador and Aero come out from their lanes to secure that early objective.
So that's early dragon down. So what we have seen, though, in the current meta, and this is something which... for those that have watched the new LCK podcast, which came out, I think it was Monte Cristo and Wolf that were creating that one. Wolf had a really good take on the meta in terms of like the current meta. A lot of teams are very happy to give over a load of dragons to just fight for Elder, because the game doesn't end before Elder a lot nowadays. We've seen a lot of... oh, that is... Okay.
Ooh, flash for it. Now be a flash after, but there's still the Hextech ultimate after, and Hess0 with no Mega Nard to speak of. Just going down for a solo kill. Banderas steals away with it, abandoned in broad daylight.
Oh, and this guy comes into the Nariki roster for this split and has been really something else. Nariki having that star playmaking on that top side has transformed this team into one which might actually be able to push towards playoffs. And how important would this win be towards that?
Especially after Nariki came away with an unfortunate loss on Monday to X7 on their current resurgence. They want to be able to continue to take this win, and if they do get this one, it's putting them in a pretty good position with things like playoffs becoming more and more of a possibility here. Coming out from the early weeks 4 and 4 makes sure that you are in a position to start thinking about contesting for some of those.
I missed most of that. I was taking a healthy swig from my cornucopium because Veneer are going to need a heavy hit of it after that, because if you start falling behind in again, where we have kind of put that lens for Veneer, those solo lanes, if you start falling behind there, things get quite rough. If NAR can't hold their own on a side lane, if they don't have team fight impact, it's very, very rough. So Nariki on the other side of that, getting leads individually, that is such a big thing for them. Nariki feeling quite comfortable at this point.
They are indeed. They've got that gold, as you said. They've managed to get the pressure in, as you said. And
First Dragon looking to test Herald. Everything's turning up Nariki right now.
Yes, remember Banderas will not have that ultimate. Hezero with the Mega Null running out won't have that either. So both those top laners not really able to be all that impactful should there be a confrontation. But just looking at the minimap, Veneer want nothing to do with this Herald.
So they won't. We have the wee woo wee woo.
Anyone who was watching LEC last week will have an idea what the wee woos mean. It's mainly when volleyball presses Q, the whole crowd would just go wee woo.
We really value crowd interaction here.
Yeah.
When the games get slow, you got to grasp at straws every so often. It's not quite that slow pace in this one. In terms of the kills, absolutely. But we have seen some aggressive look-ins from both teams at this point. Creox looking towards that top side, and on the Wukong, we have seen this champion do so much work in the current meta. Functions into pretty much everything you put him against, and if you get enough gold at that, I think this Wukong could also be something to watch.
Oh, he's gone in. Wait for it. There's a Mega Knot coming through. Creox is around. Volibear will try and get through here as quick as possible. That will be a decent use of the Hextech ultimation, but Bandera still falls down. What can Flipper get done afterwards? He's getting stunned in place. Here comes Ericsson to try and make this one even worse, but the tower shot's starting to aggro onto Hezero, who still tanks it incredibly well. And Veneer punish Banderos exquisitely.
And what do we talk about? It's solo lane topside power. Creox has a huge helping hand, but having the Ahri turn up at the end of that play is huge. You get a stack on that Dark Steel. It's just the one, but it's something. Gold onto all 3 members between kills and assists, and Nariki, who were feeling fairly confident after this point, get preyed upon as Banderas and Flipper just not quite in the know as to where Veneer's top side were at, and they get punished accordingly.
Good stun afterwards with the wallop, and then there's Ericsson, and just really well managed tower aggro. There's nothing else to be done. The charm lands, and one dead Volibear.
Yep, and in that moment, you see Wukong's auto attack swinging, and my heart dies a little bit. Think, crap, could have been another stack on the Dark Seal. I'm a very selfish player at points.
I know that you've literally just commissioned an emote saying, buy the book.
Yes, buy it. It's a really good item. And there's one of them in inventory. That's the Lost Chapter.
Are you just a traveling salesman? Do you just say, like, here's cornucopium to sell, but also Magi Soul Stealers? Wow.
It has wares if you have gold.
I didn't think we'd be hitting Skyrim references at this point in the day, but, here we are.
Yeah, it's a new mod for the NLC. You can download it on your...
you can play Skyrim on the NLC version of Summoner's Rift.
They've released it for every other platform. They've released it for every other platform on the planet, so why not this one as well? Speaking of platforms to build off of, yeah, see, that's a segue. Banderas, though they did give up that one death, actually invading into topside, taking an entire jungle quadrant, pretty much. This is really annoying to play against. I have off-rolled this jungle enough to be just like, this is what happens when one side of your map just kind of falls out of control. It's been a little while since we've seen Camille take control of NAR matchups in a very heavy-handed way, but that's a good start towards it.
Very much is. Wave crashing in on top side will be something as well. Herald summoned in the bot side that Nariki will use to gain more plates into Azator's pocket, who is kind of moved. It's interesting to see him on something like the Lucian as well. Of course, the last bit we knew him very much for the Jinx in particular.
Player, actually. In my thoughts of Spring from NLC this year, Azator was one of the defining players. He was our Aphelios player, realistically. This guy was incredible at that. To move on to Lucian, still be given those
arrows. Trying to trade out here, doing a very good job of gatekeeping on the Swain. Second dragon goes down, and Nariki gratefully secure that. Gold is pretty even, but the objective count right now very much in Nuriki's favor. It will be an Infernal Rift as that sweeps across our screen here. Banderas will reset. Blue buff still on their person, having stolen out the weight from Kraox's jungle.
Well, that's 2 dragons to Nuriki, obviously very important. I actually wonder if the terrain becomes even more important in this game. I don't actually know exactly who it favors, because a lot of the time when you have mobility, being able to dash over walls means that something like Mountain Rift is very strong, Infernal Rift can be a bit weaker. But in this case, both teams like choke points. So losing some of those walls, particularly for Camille hook shots, for Gnar and Wukong to really mess up enemy teams. I actually think Infernal Rift has to change the way both of these teams approach their objectives. So let's keep an eye on that. We'll track that as it comes up to Dragon setups, see how these teams find their flanks, find their angles into fights.
Geography lesson here on Summoner's Rift. Some big epoch-changing, geological changes.
Global warming's really changed so much, the erosion taking place. Where have our walls gone?
Where have our walls?
Bring me back my walls!
Oh, well. Summoner's Rift RNG says no.
I thought you were going to go longer than that.
I did, but I don't. What came to head probably wasn't appropriate, so I actually cut myself back. You have to think about what it was.
No,
how risque was I at that point?
No, you know what? I'm not going down. You're going down a path I can't follow.
Well, I didn't start going down it. I deliberately stopped.
Yes, but you have painted the way open. Open the door, and between that door, is, at least in this game, seems to be, for the moment, a little more topside action as both junglers have found their way up there. Flipper really not interacting much with the mid-jungle duo after that Raptor steal, but might have found an option to now.
Contesting over that, Scott grabs in the bot side. Azator hopping forward, throws down the cleanse as well, but that doesn't mean he will get rooted straight after with the last chapter. Won't take anything more aside from the Ignite afterwards, but that will be Ignite for cleanse and an ult popped as well, but Azor continue to hop forwards. Now that those ults are down, has got another option with the exhaust coming in afterwards. Tidal wave, flash forward, Azor can't quite secure it. All summoners popped by Veneer for both of
us. On the bot side. Flipper was spotted on Vision, and that's why Merbs and Zaremba are going to head towards that tower, going to let it fall. And even though the kills don't happen, Azor Abignalet find enough out of it to take those plates. That's sort of teleporting from Hess.
Whoa, Hessera just gets the kill. That's the price of going in so aggressively. And now with a Yuumi on top of his head, that is a dangerous animal duo. Hero has gone up into the heavens as a demonic god, but will not really be able to get too much more as the Demon Flare comes straight out afterwards. Another kill towards Veneer, but that's about it.
So, plates gone. Aztor managed to take a lot of them, but the response is good. It's not going to be a cross map, but Creox picks up the wave on top side at least to make sure that Banderas isn't going to be stomping in to get more tower damage. Of course, plates have fallen, won't be able to get any of those, but Nuriki, they potentially get punished a little harder than they were thinking than they were going to at the start of that play.
Absolutely. Righty then. We are going to see a game that is still very close in that gold, and you're right, that punish did come through and did a very good job of that, and we're left with a game that, as was potentially on the cards in this sort of Scandinavian scramble, find a better name for it at some point, scuffle, soiree, other words beginning with S.
Whoa. Well, I've just thought of maybe the best piece of content we can have.
Oh boy.
Scandinavian Scrabble. We could have word contests between our all.
I have seen... That sounds both glorious and awful in
you really want to win social media clash? Get me a Scandinavian Scrabble.
Bring me Scandinavian Scrabble. Oh boy. Okay.
Let's not count our scrabbled eggs before they hatch. Let's talk about the game.
Scrabbled eggs.
Let's focus back in on the game at hand, shall we?
I want to dwell on that pun, but I feel I can't do that.
I won't. I'll let you do that in your own time. Enjoy it as you will.
Right. 45 seconds until the Infernal Dragon spot. That will be so point for Nuriki, who again are hunting for that 4th win here in the season. Veneer, though, pretty far down those standings at 2 and 5. They've had some games which will be very upset that they lost. Yeah. But even so, it means they're only that 1 win ahead of the likes of M&M, who are going up against Singularity next and may well be likely and certainly favoured to win that, considering how strong they've looked in some of their losses still. They lose that, things like playoffs get pretty dicey. Things like relegation start looming in the back of your head as well.
So, Banderas moving into bot side jungle. Seeing what they did on top side, taking out some camps. This next dragon does feel to be like the next real pressure point. Ericsson actually has the Leandries. Sierra can use it.
Hero does take a lot of damage, just pops straight away. Exercises the demonic ascension.
Aero had no flash, didn't have any ability to join the rest of their team. And as we were saying, some item completions hit by Vanir. They popped their coals. They were ready to fight. And, well, I mean, Jinx has 5 stacks left on it, but Vanir very happy to take that one. Aero not joining this fight anymore.
Though, gonna get caught up, tries to flash away, but he's into that Hex Tech ultimatum. Bandera still falls though, and now it's a 3v5 and Krayox survived.
Oh gosh, and Nariki, they don't find a way to fight with the 5-man. They try and use that Camille to lock down a target, but the flash is still there. We saw this a little bit with the Vi actually on Monday that Nariki picked into X7, and that was actually Twinari, wasn't it in this case, but when you look into those picks, they flash away, they dash back, you're dragged way out of position. This is a fight in 2 parts though. As we said, Ericsson just had that item completion, gone for that Leandri's Torment, and yes, I will be talking about that after this replay. But having the item completion and just numbers on there, Vanir very happily pick up that. And after this is where, Nariki, I think you just have to take the L. I think you just have to take it. Swain is so much of your power, and as we can see, that flash away brings the first target back into range of the Yumiel, back into range of the Charm, and when you get that, when you get the Merb Jinx popping off, you can't really stick around and fight after that point.
And the gold now, somewhat in Vanir's favor. They stop the Drake stacking, and it's still a relatively close game in terms of the gold, in terms of the structures and the like. But that kill score, some of the way these fights have been playing out, have seemed more Vanir favor than perhaps I was expecting, having seen the draft. I quite like what Nariki had, at least on paper.
Yes, I thought that they were doing pretty well, and I thought that maybe this Volibear pick could play through their lanes incredibly effectively, especially with Aero winning out on those early trades, but I feel like they haven't done enough with their early skirmishing and laning power. It hasn't really worked out the way they wanted to. See if they can skirmish themselves into a better position. The second Herald being started, close to being finished.
It's just going to be taken straight down. Ericsson's going to be there now, and maybe the fight will still come through anyways. Aero, no flash, walks the wrong way again. He got punished the last time on the other side, though. Ericsson absolutely deleted. Aero trying to heal up, but taken out by his Mega Death Rocket, and it's a mid laner for a mid laner.
Okay, so Banderas this time finds a split target. I think that Ericsson chose exactly the wrong place to be. Until you have a stopwatch, you are not getting out of that alive. If that Hextech Alternator was instead that stopwatch, you can cancel out that Camille ult as it's in the cast animation, and then maybe start flashing and ulting away. But you just want Fox on the side of that fight, and no amount of ability is going to get you out of that one. Trouble called that out on the desk, and Camille has forever been a good answer into the likes of your LeBlancs and your Aries, even if it's not a direct lane matchup. And going to go see, of course, how this happens again, because I feel like this is just fundamentally the wrong way to approach this fight. When you know that Camille can just do this, the ability to close that distance, really, really annoying. Of course, it still goes in that 1-for-1, so Aero kind of playing the rear guard, dies to secure the exit of the rest of the team.
Yeah, I wonder whether there would have been an option if we went the other way, but either way, the end result is still a 1-for-1. Still ends up with Nariki with that held in inventory. You could probably use it somewhere like mid lane to secure that final turret, as Banderas can't quite defend this top lane tier 1.
I need to requisition some time now, Sam.
What do you need from me?
Well, I need you to nod and make affirmative sounds for like the next 30 seconds I talk about. Hang on, that's not an Everfrost or anything else on the Ari. That's Leandri's Torment.
Yeah.
Because in this patch, Everfrost's root was nerfed from 1.5 seconds to 1 second. Now, I think this has finally started to turn people off from this item just a little bit and thinking, oh, I still kind of want to be utility. Leandri's has ability haste as a passive. I know, it's crazy, right? We actually saw Lava over in the LCK picking the double burn build a little earlier today. That was sacrilegious. Please don't do that. I wasn't a big fan of it. We can see that Ericsson going towards this Leandri's. It gives you a bit more ability to play around lower cooldown, even though you don't have yourself another CDR item. But you need to be at the fights to use it, and Baron's being started.
Absolutely. I hope I made enough affirmative noises there as that Baron came through.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Baron down to 8,000 HP, but Krayox and Merps around on the other side, though. That is a Nar caught in the cage, but actually managed to get out by popping the Camille over the wall with the blast cone.
Absolutely broken their ankles against the blast cone.
So clever.
To flip Banderas out of his own hold.
So
Ericsson doesn't even have to blow TP. Gets a full teleport, full tower, gets to shove another wave in, go into the enemy bot side jungle. Vanir, off of like one blast cone play, have actually gotten a really sizable win from that micro play.
Whoever else may be asked to be an MVP at some point, I need the blast cone to be in that selection. Extraordinary stuff. Right, checking in here again. 40 seconds until another Infernal Drake. It would still be sole point for Nariki if this can secure it. Veneer would even up the Drake score at 2-2 if they got it themselves. Now at 22 minutes in, as we've seen, Baron definitely on the cards for both teams potentially as well. But right now it's Nariki setting up around that bot side river to continue their dragon stacking if they can.
What cards would Baron be on? Would it be MTG? Would it be Yu-Gi-Oh? What are you feeling?
Probably both. Let's be real.
I'd say, kind of Cthulhu mythosy stuff. Definitely got some heebie-jeebies there. Veneer needs to be feeling some heebie-jeebies as they've lost vision control in this river, though. See if they can break through this bulwark that Nariki are trying to put up.
Zero gonna go Mega now, and that means he's gonna be looking to find the engage while that bar still stands into the river. Veneer go. On the side is Aero. Ankle pressing goes wide, but a flash cyclone with a little bit of a Nimbus strike on top means these clouds pour down on the backline of Nariki, but right now they've actually all survived. So does Kraox though, but they've popped the engage. They've used that tool while Zoomies will be able to heal Kraox back up. They are down now, some critical ultimates. In goes Aero with the ult! Demonic Ascension takes right alive as Banderas into the backside with a hook shot. Still there, shut down onto Merbs. Who the flash will not be able to get out alive. Now Flipper hopping forward with a Thundering Smash, can't quite get in range. Ericsson gets the charm as it all went forward and was quickly punished. Now they're going back towards the Dragon, which is still not being taken to 4v4. Kraox gets rooted with the Never Move. Flipper trying to stay alive. A Sky Splitter will hit him with even more. Banderas on the side looking for some more angles. Over the wall goes Kraox. Now he knows where the top laner is. Look at Ericsson on the top side of your screen as well. But right now, the rest of Veneer continuing to haunt, to haggle, to harass Nariki as they try to get out of this bot side lane. They lose another, and Abagnale and his jungler left to the monkeys, not the wolves. The fish survives, but it comes at a cost.
Monkey see, monkey bonk, rocket.
It's a sign.
Observers, I'm telling this directly to you, that is a massive bait. Couldn't not to be Merbed on this time. Although that Jinx, of course, was one of the first casualties of this fight. Really slick pick from Nariki onto first start of this. This was such a messy fight. Heck, I even remember this being after a lot of the ults had already gone down at the first part. This is a fight in multiple parts, and see flashes traded back and forwards, and of course, Charm eventually comes into Aztoroid, dashes forward, has the cleanse, but the damage is already done. That's the thing. You can cleanse the CC, can't cleanse death. That damage comes through and it's going to stick around. And then this was basically an extended wait. They have a Yuumi at this point. That move speed is so incredibly useful. You've got a lot of gap closes, and even with your consistent damage from Leandri's burns and Swain doing decent work, it's just not enough to deal with the Yuumi at this point.
And this Swain has felt a little bit anemic in this game. All things said and done. Called out a couple times. Doesn't quite the damage. And Abagnale and Flipper just about escape. But Veneer more and more feel like they are the ones coming out on top in these extended skirmishes and fights.
So, back we are to this mid lane, place where it has started over that priority so much. We've seen Veneer picking off whoever they can when they are around this lane. But, of course, when you have a Camille, we've got Lucian jumping forward, you can't really be caught out from Veneer either. I'm looking at this vision now. Look at these pink wards actually behind Nariki's lines. They're not allowing any of these teleports from something like a Gnar to come in, and we are still stuck in this lane. That Baron up and available, that priority becomes so important.
10 stuff right now, edge of your seat. And we'll see now whether Kraos can make it work. Hesteros over the wall with a Mega Gnar coming. Needs to try and get it. Only gets Flipper, but that might be all they need. On the other side, Aero once again split off from his team, while Banderas was split pushing away in the bot side, but with a jungler and mid laner dead, it's Baron time for Veneer.
And for all those pink wards stopping those teleport flights, well, yeah, there's a ward in the Raptor Pit. That's why they end up going towards. Hesero having an incredible game on this Gnar, returning back to the NLC after time away, and Veneer looking to pick up the third win, looking to push Nariki onto level, standing with them. Baron's on the table.
Trying to play as best they can. There is still no spite, so this would be just a straight contest. And they just decide there's no way to make it happen. The health bars are too high. There is no smite, and they just have to leave it as is. Bandera's got a bot lane tier 2. That is the one consolation prize, and it's a miserable one.
Didn't know that MasterCard had the power to tell the future. Came in a couple of seconds before the Baron came down. Gave me a real fright, thinking, heck, that's really quick. How do they burst it from that HP? But Andres, as you were speaking, yeah, didn't really get involved in that fight, was stuck on that side lane. Nariki were, for all intents and purposes, trying to play around the defense. But that damn ward over the Raptor pit is their undoing. Hesero, really sick Gnar play this game. Yeah, died once in that laning phase, almost died a couple of times through the Camille's all-ins, but in these team fights, whether it's been on the side or been the initiator, I've really been impressed by this Gnar play.
2 minutes now on the Baron to continue to put the screws onto Nariki. Flipper being jumped on, but doesn't manage to Thundering Smash away. 40 seconds until what could be still an Infernal Soul for Nariki, but Vanir are just not allowing any ingress into Nariki's blue side jungle.
So, now actually Nariki have one last ward to play around, but they still don't have a teleport to work with it in that red side jungle of Vanir, opposite side of that map. Which Vanir, of course, are defending so heavily on the enemy side territory. Look at all that vision. You're absolutely right. No ingress allowed. And Aero.
Oh, that's an unfortunate catch. It's been a rough game for the mid laner of Nariki. 0-5-1. It has been paltry for breakfast, lunch, and dinner in this game. And he has been well and truly fried.
Ericsson really seeing the opportunity. Sees them walk up, even with that flash. Not able to escape, goes uncast even throughout this. So that's going to be inhibited down for Vanir. That mid priority, which was being fought over so much, now completely in favor of that team on the blue side. You know what? I'm starting to think that cornucopian's done its work.
It's done pretty well. Done pretty well.
Oh, ye of little magical power.
Yeah, well, the rest of us all feeling a little bit dull as Alex and his glorious horn of copium. I refuse to say the proper name. I refuse. At least for now. Give me this. Banderas will do his very best to continue to find some responses for Nariki in the side lane, but it's feeling harder and harder now, especially with that inhibitor down in the mid lane, to make that a consistent probability or possibility.
So, Vanir currently on their own side of the map. They've used those resets. They've got some item completion. Zhonya's coming in from Ori. That's, of course, big itemization in terms of the utility into the Camille ult, which is one of the biggest threats on the enemy team. I actually think that Zhonya's is typically pretty low damage item for a lot of mages, and I have to see if Ericsson has to use it. Level 16s, can he cancel it? What's he going to do with this?
He's got the charm, but that does now mean that the ult's available for Banderas and hasn't been used. Spirit Rush now used for Ericsson as the rest of Vanir coming to haunt Banderas, hunt him down. He is the prey now, despite trying to jump on Fox. Gonna try and get under this tower and find a way out. I just don't think there's anywhere to go. Flash Charm goes wide, and Banderas actually managing to take everybody off the Baron. Well, actually, we're not even on the Baron, they're just in the Baron pit, and Banderas, is he going for a Fountain Execute?
I mean, I don't know what he's looking
Where's
to do.
he going?
There's a dead man's on die. He's gonna run him down. Banderas just gonna take the Elon, get a chance to die.
He's just keeping going. I don't know whether he's even going to die at this point. He does a lot of damage back. Meganar's coming through. Trade out pretty well, can't quite make it happen.
Death Dance ends up burning through. I was thinking, heck, actually dodging the boomerang made things a little close. I could see the angle. It looks a little bit troll going, oh, he's cast his ult. I think if you forget about the Death Dance burn, you think, maybe I dodge the boomerang. One more auto reset with the Q2. Gets damn close with Camille in that late game. But nope, gonna be Hesero picking up the rewards for Vanir's punishment onto the top laner of Nariki. Game slowed down a little bit. It's been less about that mid lane now. I think that Nariki have kind of just given up the ghost in that mid lane and said, look, we have lost this at this point. Getting that mid pro is not something we can force towards, but it means you lose jungle control. See that on your screen right now. And Vanir very, very happy to just move around in force, take control of various areas of the map. Nariki just have to sit and respond.
I think our eyes probably have to turn to the Baron spawning in a minute and a half, and the Dragon spawning a minute after that. Nariki have invested in triple stopwatch. Banderas did have that during that last play, decided against using it, but that will be a big set of items that Nariki are saying it's now or never. We need to try and make the most out of these incoming skirmishes and try and hold on to this tier 2 best they can. Ericsson looking for another angle.
Look, observers, we've talked about this. You don't just randomly zoom in like that. It is really cruel at us.
They're doing it deliberately now, you know that, right?
Whoa!
You've made it, you don't... It's always a mistake to antagonize the observers. They will continue to bait you now.
Yeah, it's always a little bit awkward. It's like whenever you annoy your
he knows
producer,
not what he's done.
They have complete control of what's shown on screen. They can do whatever they want.
This is where they end up picking up paint and going, what is going on?
Well, that's what Nariki are. Yeah, what is going on?
What
Says
is
Nariki. Spandros is at the side lane, not even pushing out of his own base at this point. Nariki would... Can they add sound effect? Oh my god. Okay, you're gonna say... Is this a wildlife tour now?
The wild scuttle crab in its natural environment, hiding away from the enemy junglers as it wanders down the river. How extraordinary.
Cool.
Who was that?
Was Sam Attenborough. I guess we're taking a different family name for this one. Creox. Oh, going in.
Never mind any more baiting. Never mind any more river tours. It's just a dead Azator taken out in the mid lane after he was teleported on behind. And now it's time to run in with the minions. A charm in onto Banderas, who goes away, is resurrecting. But I think he's only going to come back to go straight up to heaven. It is the Rapture, and Nariki are being sent away from the mortal plane, courtesy of Veneer, who bought them all one-way tickets.
Nariki, they fought hard, they had a decent early game, it's just about to be bleached out for them.
Nothing left to be done, Merv's rocket goes wide, but Nariki just out of tools to work with. They're waiting on another minion wave, and maybe Aero, even with the demonic flare, not really able to do much to clear the wave or clear the health bars. G Charm on a flipper, he goes golden. But actually, they're not managed to get as much done with this as I was hoping, as Azator has now respawned. But he's hitting the clone with his culling, and Merbs is trading back even harder than Azator was with the culling. They'll play it tutorial style. They'll get another turret into another inhibitor to gather in and escort this minion wave up to the Nexus towers. This should be it.
Veneer hunting for that third victory, pulling themselves level with Nariki, making sure this racing group in the bottom of the standings towards this place gets even closer.
Double for Merbs to end it all, and Veneer will tie up with their nearest rivals in Nariki, moving away from the likes of M&M and Singularity to tie at 3 and 5.
Nariki picked up a lot more wins earlier into the split than they did in spring, but honestly, what could they do against power? The cornucopium.
They'll have trouble back.
We'll see about that.
Fast segue. Thank you so much, by the way, as we are back after this game. And that was a pretty fast one from Veneer. We all went for Nariki and...
Pointed at something. What did you point at? I'll tell you what he pointed at. He said I'm toxic because that Volibear died with 0 KP. 0 KP after Dan and MC pulled dive after dive after dive. That Volibear died with 0 KP.
I'm such a bad host.
KP.
KP, yeah.
Aha, there you
Is
go.
there. I mean, just have to say it again. Once I just have to go with the flow there, right? I just say it was a complete jungle diff. Not wholly right, but it was a bit of a jungle diff on Flipper's side, unfortunately. I think when you do, on a serious note, when you do pick the Volibear with the Lucian Nami, you for sure have to make something. You have to do something on every single slow push that you make as the Lucian Nami. And it feels like it's a Nariki problem, right? I could go on and flame Flipper for this, but it's a team thing. You have to be able to manage your waves properly and communicate with your jungler to do proactive stuff, and they just couldn't be able to do it.
And now on a more serious note, we didn't get to see Flipper play the Volibear, not even in the mid, not even the bot. I think bot was the ideal lane, obviously, but even the Swain.
I mean, you've picked the Swain mid lane. You definitely do not want to play for the Swain. You do have some setup right there, but it's still fine to play for the Swain. You've got a Camille. You've got set up with the Camille to run down the Volibear. So
set up on 3 lanes.
I just don't necessarily want to throw it down to the bot lane because I know that the Lucian Nami were always pressuring, but if you think of last game, the Ezreal had teleport, this Jinx had exhaust, and they had triple combat summoner in the bot lane together with the Yuumi, which makes it a little bit unplayable to dive on a 2 versus 2 scenario unless you've poked them so heavily, which is why you need the Volibear. But I'm like, okay, fair enough. There's no play in the bot lane. What happened to mid? Fair enough. There's no play in the mid lane. What happened to top? Because Banderas was also solo boloing on the top side of the map. So I felt like there was miscommunication all over Nariki in this game, and there were just 0 plays on the map. It was like very underwhelming to watch.
And specifically because we looked into Nariki and we said, I mean, they're going to take this one apparently from the Champion Select, but
apparently
it was far from truth, I would say, as we do have with us on the interview Zaremba ready for us. Playing the Yuumi, welcome to the show. And we have a lot to digest. First of all, why the priority in Yuumi? Why is everybody looking for the Yuumi? Explain from your point of view, why is that?
Yumi, first of all, hi guys. I think she's strong because of all the changes. Like everyone is like so tanky right now. There was like a grievous wounds nerf, so she is actually like healing a lot, even when the enemy build this. And the games are much slower.
I wonder right now that we talked a little bit about the Yumi. Usually the usual suspects with the Yumi is either the Lucian, the Zeri. We've seen a lot the Twitch. You guys opted to not go for the Twitch, which got banned later on. And the champion pool in general got very pinched in that bot lane. What was the communication going towards that Jinx, which is a very dangerous lane to play?
It's like hard to take anything, to be honest. Like as an AD carry pool, plus also they banned Ezreal. And they have like Lucian Ami, so like going with the Twitch is a kind of like suicidal mission. Jinx is a little bit like more safe, I believe. Also, we were thinking about the Zarya, but they banned it in the second rotation. We just decided to go with the laner, so we banned the counters for it. And I think it was okay. Of course, like the Crocs had to leave a lot of camps just to cover us, because this matchup will look like this. And I think it went okay, but of course we could pick something better, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about drafts, Remba, we on the Analyst, we were kind of all agreeing that Nirki kind of outdrafted you on this one. Not gonna lie, like you were against the Volibear and the Lucian Nami as well. I felt like you guys should have been way more behind than you were. But maybe do you have a different opinion on this, or like could you elaborate? Because maybe we on the Analyst, we could be wrong sometimes as well, you know?
Like for sure, like we can't do anything on the waves on the bot lane, so they can manipulate how they want, you know. And also, I believe like the Swain pick was kind of bad. Like in my opinion, all they have to do is just pick Pry on mid lane and dive us or like zone us, take the plates. It was a legit super bad draft for us at least. But we scaled, they didn't punish us, so like for sure if we're gonna play against like XL or X7, they will try at least to punish us like MC today did.
There you go. That is the view that we had as well. Thank you so much for this interview. Congratulations on the victory. And I'll see you soon. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
I did it! I did it! There you go. Exactly. They didn't punish us. They see the same thing as we did.
So he did agree. It was not a listen to flash draft.
Yeah, I mean, it was just, I always have to say jungle diff again, right? GG we played. And solo bola there from Banderas as well. Unfortunately, not enough for Niriki. Now I have all the terms written down for my Swedish accent, obviously. So nice.
I love when
welcome, guys.
When you join the desk, instantly we go to all the memes with M-Test. I just love it. Looking into Niriki, obviously it was more about execution, not about the draft. And as a coach, when you look into these ones, they're like, I mean, I did all I could. The team was just not on the same page. Maybe it was one of those days, or something else was on their mind. But this was such an important game for them as well.
It felt like there was like a bunch of miscommunication, and also maybe there was not a very clear plan from the player side, right? Because as a coach, you're drafting something, you're like, okay, guys, we've practiced this in scrims, or we haven't practiced this, but this is how it works. It's very similar to so and so and so. So you give them a plan, but it doesn't always work this way, because you mentioned as well, this communication is key in the game. If you don't communicate your waves, you don't communicate that you want to dive, that you want to play aggressively, even if like Flipper feels like the play is there. If somebody says, you know what, I'm not feeling it, we're not diving, it's been called off.
Okay, I had other plans for the interview, but apparently we're going to talk with Azitor, and now, okay, there he is. Welcome to the show. And we have a lot to talk about this bot lane. We have to understand what happened on the bot lane. Were you expecting the Volibear more often? What was the game plan?
I mean, it was in top lane to cover whatever they tried to do. And we tried to create plays by facing the bot lane, but yeah, I think they covered the lane pretty well, so we couldn't really get a significant lead from there.
But where was supposed to be the Volibear? I would like to know what was the game plan for the Volibear. Were you guys expecting him to be on the bot, mid, top lane? Can you guide me through that process?
In bot lane, because we had Lucian Nami, so we tried to use that to get things done, but sadly we couldn't do that.
And I have to dive into this one, because it does seem like the game affected you a little bit, let's be honest. Even talking with Vanir, own team of Vanir said they were, how you say, pick diff on the Champion Select. You guys had the advantage on the Champion Select as well. Was it the execution? Is it just a bad day for Niriki today?
For sure, it was execution issue. Like we we tried to practice this week to play more around bot lane, like with strong picks such as Kalista and Lucian, but in the end, I guess we couldn't do it well enough for
That is
the
actually-
official match.
That is so interesting to hear coming from you, Azita, because we've had you, well, we still have you ranked up among the higher ranks of the AD carries that we have in the league. And we're like, when Azita gets out of lane, I think teams should tremble because his team fighting is insane, right? Especially when we have seen your Jinx and Aphelios for the spring split. And I want to ask, where do you usually lie right now when it comes to the carries? Because you're fantastic on the hyper carries in the late game, but now you're telling us you want to try the more early game scaling picks, such as the Lucian. So, what is your favorite to play? I will ask. I'm not going to ask for like team stuff because you guys know what you're screwing with, but what is your favorite?
For sure, me, the scaling is my favorite because I know I can carry the game later on. It goes there. So yeah, it's pretty easy choice for me.
Okay, Jinx Aphelios it is?
That goes a long way.
Yeah, I
When
guess.
someone like you says that, that goes a long way. So let's see what happens in the future and if you get access to those late game champions. So thank you so much for the interview. I'll see you soon.
Thank you.
And I hope you recover, man. Have a nice one.
No wave.
He's also feeling it now. He's also feeling the no wave is kind of sad. But obviously it
no
affects
fuss.
him. Because when you're looking into the Lucian, you know you need that early game. And the early game was never there present.
I feel like I saw a little bit of disappointment in his face. 'Cause
Yeah.
he was like, you know, I was expecting that Volibear a little bit more on the bot side of the map, but to me it felt a lot more like disconnection in the team rather than we didn't execute that right. Again, if you don't call what you want to do in the game, it's just going to fall apart on the rift if there's like silence or like miscommunication or whatever it is.
Yeah, no, I think on a maybe not such a serious note as well, but maybe Nuriki should all invest in new headsets as well because that mic was below subpar, I would say. But we could understand what he was saying, right? He obviously prefers the Jinx and Aphelios, but communication being such a vital part in League of Legends, you need a good headset.
Maybe he was saying dive bot lane and it wasn't coming to the microphone, you know?
I'm going to use one of your sentences. You're popping off on You're popping off.
Popping off.
Which leads us into the standings to understand where this game left us. Well, almost at the end of the day. We're one game away already. This is sad. Okay, Nuriki is going to fall a little spot, going to the 7th place, which is a hard one, which makes them tied up with Vanir. But since they have the head-to-head, it's going to be Vanir above Nuriki, I would say.
I can give you a very fun fact as well.
Do it!
JDXL will finish the half mark of the season in first place, even if they lose their last game on Monday.
Even so, if they lose, I have to receive a video. So that would bring a smile to my face. That will bring a smile to their face as well because they're going to end up the split in half the split in first place. Everybody gets happy.
Doesn't matter if they lose, you're still first, and he gets his apology video.
So,
Everyone wins.
Torok, DM me, and we talk about that. Talking about DMs,
Slide
talking
in,
about
Torok.
social. It's time for that beautiful segment that you love as well, the social clash from NLC. Which teams are in first? What is happening so far in the social media? As I'm going to explain to you what is happening.
Our cameraman.
I did? The idea is the teams have to provide us on the social media with the best content ever. Ever. And we give them points. The first place during the day is going to receive 5 points. The second one is going to receive 3 points. And the last one, third place, is going to receive only 1 point. Will we get to see one of those bottom tier teams with finally a good post receiving some points? I'm not going to spoil it, so let's start with the third one. It's going to be for Nuriki.
Okay.
I just want to be appreciated. Make a graphic of the split. NLC approves 0 points on 0 points on NLC social clash? It is a lie. You got 1 point, Nuriki.
Aww.
I love it. I love it.
Was that made on paint?
What is wrong with paint? I love paint. Because I don't know how to work with anyone.
I mean, actually, because this is Nuriki's first point, right? They're actually getting on the board now. So, I mean, this just been, as you mentioned, everyone is happy now, even though Nuriki lost.
Complaining about points
in the
gives you points.
I think a lot of the times, you know, the memes come from teams that have lost on the day they lose, but they win on social class. So, hey,
it's something.
It's all good.
Second post is going towards Riddle with 2 points for the social class. X7 versus Bifrost, Vanny versus Nuriki. Oh, badass. Riddle versus Astralis, Dusty versus JDXL. Oh, kind of hot. M&M versus Singularity.
Wait.
You know what? I want that M&M vs Singularity game to be an absolute freaking banger.
50 minutes of team fights, 50 kills in the middle. I would like to see that. So we can take away points from Riddle, but no, these 3 points are to you.
I just had to say, if this was a second place, it actually made me laugh, like genuinely. If this is a second place, I mean, this is looking to be a stacked competition.
So you want to see what happens in the first place? Okay. In first place, and for the first time as well on the social class.
Astralis.
Nah. Astralis! Oh, look at this beauty, though. After some shaky performance in the NLC, our coach Jonas Vendetto side Tuma Jensen has decided that our team must undergo a vigorous training regimen each day to increase our consistency on the Rift. Every single game, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and 10 kilometers running. And look at this. Bifrost, JDXL, and X7.
They're sweating.
The memes are on point.
Sweating.
It didn't work out today, but hey, it's on point. I love it.
Man, I mean, they're getting buffed and they're winning in the split as well. They're doing good for themselves. I mean,
they're winning on and off the Rift.
yeah, legit.
I would say so. So let's look into the standings after this day of NLC Social Clash with the first point, well, the first place going to Astralis, putting them on 5th place. So Riddle in first so far. Vanir really close. X7 with 13 points after Roger popping into the fan on the street, by the way. Team Singularity with 8. Astralis 5. Tied up with Bifrost, JDXL right behind. M&M as well. Nuriki. Dusty! Where are you?
I mean,
I'm looking into you, okay? Don't you make me log onto your social media to give you a point.
So far, you've logged into their soul the way you're looking at them.
Hey.
I think for sure having 0 points at the end of the split should be like have some sort of punishment, right? Like they can't just live like.
I like that. That should be a
Their
punishment.
cookies taken away from them, you know?
But it should be on the social media guy.
Oh.
If Dusty in the
The
split.
players are responsible as well. They can tweet something.
But listen to this. See if you agree with me. If by the end of the split, Dusty have 0 points, the social media guy should be punished. Our social media guy, Doku.
Wait, our social media guy gets punished?
Yes, which leads us into the last game of
I'm
the
in.
day.
Wait.
I'm in?
Yeah.
See, I can always count on Georgia. There we go.
Transition.
Trouble. Thank you so much for that one. Doku. I'm looking at you. M&M versus Singularity, the last game of the day. Week 4, day 2 of the summer split. We need to talk about this one. Even though memes aside, 2 teams struggling a lot, obviously. M&M with the hugest leads you'll see. They can get to the mid-game with like 50-0, but somehow disappears. What about Singularity, though?
I mean, you caught me off
Expected,
guard. That was a nice one, Arsham. You have to teach me on that one later. But I think for Singularity, obviously just getting 1 dub on the board can like change so much in terms of like chemistry and like just the environment within the team, right? And I think for M&M, on the other hand, they need to show now that they can actually start to close games out. Like I've been getting so irritated at them. Like I'm looking at you, Michigu, my Swedish boy.
Yes.
Don't make me disappointed today. Like I need to see this.
For the love of League of Legends, close out your games. You cannot be 10k up, 6k up, 7k
Completely
up.
legal.
You know exactly how to close out a game. But also the point is, yes, we're talking about M&M and how far ahead they get. They take so long to try and close it, right? They go to 40 minutes plus. Do you know how long the death timers are? You can make no mistakes in the entire game. You make 1. You're allowed 1 mistake. But if your death timer says 60 seconds, you're going to get very hard punished. And I think this is one of the reasons why M&M is also losing games. They're not allowing themselves to push too hard in the early to mid game. And when it comes to this late game, they know the decision making is a little bit shaky. If you do make that 1 mistake, you get punished. 60-second death timer, the other team can finish.
And I've said this before, beware of a man who has nothing to lose, and Singularity are looking hungry. So if you give them a bone, they're going to take your entire arm. Let's see if M&M are going to be punished on this game or not, as we are about to jump into the last champion select of the entire day of week 4, day 2 of the summer split. See, I'm learning. You taught me that one. You shouldn't say week 4, day 9. It doesn't work because the week only has 7 days.
It would be day 8, but it's fine. It would be day
I'm a
8.
weird person. Welcome to the champion select. There we go for the Northern League of Legends Championship. Last day of the day. 0-7 for Singularity, 1-6 for M&M. And the game they won
it was solid. The second game was really solid as well, but all of a sudden, woo, they're falling down. As we see Wukong getting banked, Karthus as well.
I'll give you another hint. Ban Olibear.
Olibear? Okay.
But I thought we were all agreeing now that Volibear is actually a balanced champion.
We have corrupted you, M-Test.
We have corrupted
You were so pure.
One of us.
He was really nice at the start. Now he's like, nah, F that.
Yumi as well. She's getting a lot of priority. Senna is going to be removed as well. But we still have the Zeri. We've seen Zeri in the mid lane today. I don't know if anyone else can pull that one off.
Yeah, I don't think so.
But it's still.
Yeah.
It's still a big.
Yeah. Zeri, Lucian still up. Volibear still up. So many things you can handshake at this point. I'm seeing Ezreal being banned so much, and I think it's due to his durability down the bot lane when it comes to tower dives, right? We saw also Odi pull it out with the teleport as well. So even if you lose something, you can TP back into your lane and sort of catch up on whatever has been shoved underneath your tower, right? So a lot of teams just want to get rid of the Ezreal really quickly. Now the thing that is still up for grabs and available is that Zeri. Talia bans that we've been seeing a lot. So there's like Zeri, Talia is still up and available, Volibear is still up and available, but I think out of all these champions, Lucian is still up and available. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, so I was just gonna assume that Singularity was first pick the Volibear, right? Because they did decide to ban the Wukong themselves. So now no handshake in that one. Kind of leaves me to think that it's gonna be a Zeri lock-in as well. But I can't do like trouble. Like I can't predict anything. I'm just done, man. So many OP picks are open, and they do this.
Diego is the new Corki. We talked about this.
We saw Soft play an incredible Lee Sin late game with Eminem in his previous game.
He was good on the clear challenge as well.
The way he was finding kicks into the backline, crucially on the AD carry, were so mind-blowing, honestly. So to see him fall back onto something very passive and comfortable, I would say, as the Viego, kind of pains my early game aggression heart when Volibear is in. Yes, the Fiddlesticks has been locked in. It's a double AD lane. Probably the Lucian could also go mid. Gangplank's gonna go top. And then you have a Fiddlesticks. Now, wouldn't you want to have a Volibear into Fiddlesticks to stop him from farming, Ashram?
That makes a lot of sense, but now I want to see a Nocturne in the mid lane alongside with the Fiddlesticks. You turn off the lights.
Why, are you Vedius?
Yeah, Vedius, legit. Vedius cosplay.
I work with Vedius in the
Can I say? I mean, actually, I would love to see it as well. I'm gonna leave you at that. I think what's really interesting about this is, as you mentioned, Toby, right? Now they picked the Viego, so leaving this fiddle open, I mean, and up for grabs. I mean, Pop can really just be chilling in this early game, I think, with this prior lane that it has already in the Lucian. The Kale as well. Is that a hover?
No, that is...
Oh, that's a lock-in.
That
is a pick.
I'm just super confused at this point.
Okay, so it makes sense here, right? Because Kale kind of gets like a, not a free lane versus Gangplank, but it's one of the easier methods to try and get your Kale to scale into the late game. And also you have so many build paths. You can go to the AD, the AP, the mix as well. So you can do whatever you want on the champion. Since you've seen the top side of the map, pretty much the Fiddlesticks together with the Gangplank, you know you can sort of play into that. I feel like they must have a plan for the Fiddlesticks since they're picking the Kale, because it's kind of like scary and easy to dive if you're a Kale pre-6. You have the Fiddlesticks right there, the fears, the slows, the barrels and everything. It could be a potential target for dives. So I'm assuming they have some sort of disruption plan for that Fiddlesticks.
Yeah, no, I mean, let's just hope for Eminem's case that that's the plan, right? I mean, just looking at this as well with Esther being banned, they don't really have that much like mobile AD carries on the table still. Saya is still open as far as I can tell, and that could be one of the picks, right? But as you mentioned, the Kale coming in, you could just protect your AD carry, right? But then when I look at Kale as a champion again for Kalem, he surely is just gonna want to split push this game when he against a GP. Oh, I got that one as well, actually, the Swedish accent for the GP.
You did.
So I'm just happy about that one. But would just assume that this is just going to be a fourth pick for AD carry on Michigan, right?
Rage. Victor has been bad. Big Rage right there, because it just fits the theme, right? You want to scale with Gale, you want to scale with Viego, you want a hard shove in mid lane. Corki is still up for grabs if you want to go for something like this. But as for the bot lane of the map, I would go Samira right here. You've got the Nautilus, you're playing into the Lucian, just pick Samira and go all out on them. The most they can pick of you, like, they're literally forcing them. Yes, they're forcing them to pick the Nami because they haven't banned the Nami here. So they're like, if you want to play the Nami Lucian into us, we're going to play Samira Nautilus. Now what they can very easily do is pick the Braum right here, right? And completely destroy the Nautilus in lane.
Yeah, I mean that would be another pick, right, for Person, who is obviously debuting this week on Singularity. Just saying this again, I think even if they would pick Nami though, it's still like a really hard matchup for Michigu and Shredder. I mean, it's not an easy one for sure. If Nautilus can land some hook, wait, that's an MF lock-in? Is that gonna be the Lucian?
It's a Lucian mid lane. Okay. And I think that makes sense because we have double AD lanes for Fiddlesticks, but now we have triple AD lanes for Fiddlesticks. But this is pretty good because Fiddlesticks does want to be the only kind of damage that's AP in the team. Now, the Braum makes sense. It could also be a misfortune mid lane if they want to swap it like this because it makes a lot of sense together with the Braum. But Braum is absolutely fine towards the bot side of the map. It really pairs up well into the Nautilus, which is a melee support, and also Misfortune is really good into Samira because he gets to shove in the lane really quickly.
Yeah, I mean, we saw on the, I think it was on the first week when Michigu was playing Samira, this guy was completely popping off. Just picking the Braum now is going to kind of negate a bit of that pressure that this Samira Nautilus has. Is this going to be the Swain lock-in as well for the final pick of the game? It is. So
I mean, it's Chimera.
It is Chimera. I would probably expect the Swain to be picked a lot more when you have like a lot of melee champions. This time around, it's literally only Gangplank, the Fiddlesticks. I mean, Guess going melee, but I'm a bit confused about this one, not gonna lie.
Just gonna say, if we get to 25 minutes, it's going to be a bloodbath regardless of
I'm just saying, if I was playing Katarina and I altered into the Singularity composition, they would all go pop.
Oh, yeah.
They're all so very squishy, and they're only reliable-ish engage with a bunch of quotations to put around my reliable is the Braum ultimate. So I think Pop is going to be responsible in trying to find Fog of War flanks with his ultimate to potentially start fights, and then you're going to have Tatui bringing out the Cannon Barrage to sort of separate the fights, right? And once you've isolated someone, that's where the Misfortune shines through, that's where the Lucian shines through as well. Other than that, I feel like it's a pretty difficult composition to play, man. Like your Lucian's gonna have priority, your Misfortune's gonna have priority, then you have the Gangplank's gonna have priority, and you're like, I have all these 3 priority lanes, but I kind of want to farm till level 6.
It's a battle between the team that is in last place and the team that is still trying to recover. When they get the leads, they could get the game rolling for them. This could be a good comeback for M&M. So without further ado, we're going to toss it to the last. Oh, that's Prime League. Okay, move on, casters. Initialize in Nightmare.
I was attempting to lean on Alex, and he's quite a lot taller, and thank you, appreciate that. That's actually very constructive. I don't really know what happened to Ashram, but there was Prime League involved, and clearly they've given
always a horrible nightmare.
It's a nightmare, Prime League.
We have a nightmare in the jungle, of course. We've got that demonic Fiddlesticks. Now, I have cast.
Segue.
I have cast Porp's Fiddlesticks a lot too.
I wanted to ask you about this. I assumed you wouldn't.
Because I've cast Porp for a number of years at this point through the university scene, I've seen a lot of his crazy stuff. I've seen a lot of his stuff in the which has succeeded in previous leagues that he's been in. He's talked to me a lot about how this pick has been strong situationally for a while. I think with 3 winning lanes, Singularity actually have some routes into this game which look pretty promising.
Well, we've got to get our own route into the game as well. Onto the Rift we go.
Casters, start the game.
Boop. I pressed the button. There you go, it's happened.
Fantastic.
Prestige Misfortune as well, with the golden candlesticks absolutely everywhere. Final game of the day here today. Singularity versus M&M. On paper, perhaps not the most exciting, considering standings, but at the same time, the amount of stakes in this game, when both teams are towards the bottom of the tables and really want to start picking up those wins if they want to do things like avoid relegations at the end of the split. This has so much import.
Spiky stood outside the brush, catches wind of them there. They're going to flash over for it. Currently, let's that make it rain onto all of them. And actually, this is going to be the Comet Misfortune. And I'm looking over at M&M. There aren't huge amounts of abilities that can get onto the MF and cancel that ult if you position well. I think Spiky and Porp, if they manage to combo up, there isn't a huge amount which M&M can really say about it if it's in the right area. This is a lot about objective setup for M&M if they want to survive that combo. I think if particularly Soph manages to, or of course Shredder as well, if he's decoupled from his lane partner, if they manage to get out onto the map and unsettle one or a couple of these Singularity members, that's where things start to turn in their favor. But if they allow all the pieces of Singularity's crazy teamfight burst combo to come together, that's when it gets dangerous for them.
If the Gangplank, the Fiddlesticks, the Lucian, the Misfortune
Walk into a bar? Is that a joke?
all get to press R. Then
they walk into a bar, it explodes.
Exactly, that's the idea. Probably because it's full of like barrels and explosives.
Okay, so this is the thing you do on
Yes.
Fiddlesticks, obviously. You get to leash a lot of camps next to each other. Pop doing the double super leash. Oh,
you missed the reap. That's a bit sad. It's okay, he'll still be just fine. Bountiful hard if there's a lot of...
Yeah, he knows we've seen that.
Call him out, there it is.
He knows the tech. Just didn't execute it on quite well. But still, Fiddlesticks is not getting invaded. Still has pushing lanes on the top side of the map. Can be a couple of seconds slow on their clear, which is a little sad, but still, you see the logic. And Fiddlesticks very happy to just clear through these camps, hoover them up, like a Nunu from not League of Legends, the one from Teletubbies. So
yes, there is definitely an element of that. I grant you the W for Fiddlesticks is a little bit Hoover-like.
Yes. Which jungle camp would be W ghosted? Okay, right, this is really...
as with everything else. I don't know how niche Teletubbies references
Well, I know that SK are planning on doing a particularly cursed piece of content with it as a central theme.
Okay.
See if...
Spoilers.
Speaking of curses and haunting, Soph is haunting this jungle. Maybe has a chance to... Oh gosh, this is really
dangerous.
sad.
Orb's going to get stunned and taken incredibly low. Visions of Empire force to flash. Does still have the reap, potentially smite on the Krugs. Pretty good now, actually. The danger's coming back as the Bountiful Harvest causes a lot of HP coming straight back through. Gets onto Paul, but can they get the kills? Still chasing him, can't quite get it. The door goes up. He's still alive, but they're now between two turrets. Michigan and the rest of M&M need to extricate themselves. Get stunned. Michigan's surely going to fall. There's a tower shot coming. He will die, and the double buffs get transferred to Spikey.
So... this is obviously pretty crazy. We were like, pushing lanes from Singularity. Maybe this Fiddlesticks can survive the early game. But when this happens, Swain's actually got control of this mid-wave. Port being a couple of seconds late on the clear leads to this. This is what it leads to. Trying to do that 6-clamp clear, doing the super leash effectively, where you're using multiple camps to use that big drain function. Soph gets the Krug steal on that, but even with this, M&M, I think they're a bit emboldened. They kind of bait themselves into a bad fight. So many summoners used, don't get away with the double buffs. At least Soph gets to walk away and continue to keep up that red buff, but wow, that's really quite unfortunate for M&M after that looked to be pretty a one-and-done trade.
And just look at all the summoners burn. Everybody not named Caleb on M&M burned at least, well, burned both summoners, actually. So huge loss of those additional spells. Their name, Pork. Gonna try and steal as many of those as he can. Doesn't get the big chicken there, but does continue to try and be as aggressive as possible here. And actually, it's a game that is a little bit in favor of M&M in terms of the gold, but honestly, that play could have gone significantly worse for either team there.
Yeah, and obviously a large part of that was the mid priority coming in from M&M. Now we do have this new player Mirza coming in. He's going to be part of the spotlight again, walking up into never move range. Not going to get caught by that, but we did talk about how dangerous Soph and Shredder can be in this game if they're decoupled from various lanes and get to freely roam across the map. And Mirza manages to stay safe there.
Does indeed. And we'll check in with some of our NLC pets. That is utterly adorable.
Oh, someone.
There's, of course, someone throwing this one out. Hashtag NLC at home from a few days ago, watching with a doggle on the lap. His bed in bed is relaxing. That it is. Very adorable indeed. We could definitely use some more hashtag NLC.
The great thing about the NLC is that, again, we get to so many people that we see kind of tweeting these things we actually know.
Oh, exactly.
Someone's a good friend of ours.
Absolutely.
So, hope they're having a good time. And, of course, those of you out there who are watching alongside us, absolutely let us know how you're doing as well, because it's great to build this community up and celebrate our regional League of Legends to see how you're all doing back at home.
Yeah, I mean, like, I need to see more incredible home pictures and pets if possible. Person does get hooked up, but has a door, and therefore that blocks a lot of the damage.
Yeah, Braum has a pet door.
It's a pet door. It's like a pet rock, but more extreme.
I've seen that SpongeBob episode. I know what happens.
I'm trying to remember what else happened in that one anyway.
Well, there's a race between pets, and the rock wins.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's throwing back to my childhood there is Alex offers 10-year-old, 15-year-old spoilers. Probably longer. I'm not quite sure how old.
Hang on. At this point, it is completely safe.
Yeah, exactly. You're fine. You're past the statute of limitations on that one. Either way, 1-on-1 scoreline, seeing a little bit of pressure going on. But honestly, the later this game goes, M&M with the Kayle, with the Swain, with Samira, not exactly
They're not
unhappy if it goes late.
So it starts to be a question of not whether you can do damage to... So, to say another topic which I bring up all the time, scaling isn't hitting training dummies. It's not saying, I do 1,000,000 damage, because if that's the case, Kayle would be picked every game without fail. Now, it is meta, but there are plenty of champions where if they're free hitting, they do incredible amounts of damage, but are they going to function? So let's look at this game, because I look at so many of these champions, lots of low-range champions. I know that when the Swain was locked in, particularly MTS was saying, oh, there aren't that many melees. Swain's not going to be part of this fight, though. Bot lane's starting to get a bit weird.
Damage, and Shredder and Soft just say, yeah, we can't help you there, you're done.
And actually, they call off the play on bot side, too. Soft and Shredder go, well, that's just dead, that's just gone. Mishigu left alone in lane and gets punished for it. It's going to be covered to the side of Singularity.
And a Fiddlesticks pulling off a gank pre-6 is not good news, generally speaking. Merza trying to back away. There's the Hex Flash over the wall, but Shredder's not really going to be in range. And honestly, coming into this game, we had a lot of praise for M&M. And I know you in the pre-show were saying, look, this does not look like a 1-in-6 team. They've had some really good games. Hell, they had a fantastic comeback against Bifrost on Monday. But the problem is they've not been able to convert those mid and late games into
almost come back. They did come back. They just didn't win.
No, exactly. They came back and then didn't come back again. Yes. It's a polite way of saying they kind of threw it, unfortunately, at the Nexus. And as it stands, this game is another one of those games where it's a little bit slow in the early game, which is not necessarily the best thing for them. And they will be wanting to get this win here against Singularity. As it stands, despite some good performances, there's still only one win ahead of this team, who, by a lot of margins, had a lot of work to do, really.
Off walking off, spotted by Person, gets tagged.
Oh, enough of those narratives. Soft flashing, does get stunned into the culling, and Merza steps into the mid lane, rolling, gets himself a kill.
Look, at the end of the day, M&M have had pretty good mid-jungle control so far. Soft pushing into the enemy jungle, and Camera, when they get to push in, putting wards in the bot side jungle. Bot side of the map, awesome, great, loads of control. Why are you walking into top river? That's the area you don't have control over. And Person in the right place at the right time. Merza gets onto the board in terms of their own kills too, and M&M really punished for that overstep.
Camera and Merza switch sides on the Rift briefly there in the lane, but they've given Porp a lot of time to get a hold of this. Rift Herald again to continue with some of this pressure.
And also gets those first tier boots back as well.
Yeah.
This is where you start to, particularly, it kind of reminds me of the Diana kind of syndrome from Spring, where you get to a point where you get your first back and then you just explode jungle camps. They just go, they just disappear, which is why M&M taking the chance while they know that Herald is down to at least deny some of those resources from Fiddlesticks. Of course, Porp, no stranger to these farming AP champions. Played that a lot on the likes of Karthus, and this time actually seems to be in a position to do a decent amount of work, but is still being denied resources by M&M.
A lot of wards into his red side jungle as well, so he's going to come in here and get the hold of the Krugs, but I think he's going to be a little disappointed to realize the rest of his camps down here are gone. Mishigu and Shredder, though, currently shoving up, might actually be at risk here.
Oh, do not fight this, M&M. This is the point where you need to have very good jungle tracking. They need to play by process elimination, know which jungle camps are up, and then play around their vision. They've done 2 parts of that. They know which camps are down on red side now. They have a lot of vision with it. M&M, if they play around their vision as opposed to that topside pick, which they didn't do so, they should be fine. They're using that Swain W as well to add to their efforts.
They've got 3 control walls, one behind the red buff, one in front of the red buff, one in the bush going into lane. But Mishigu is being forced to stay so far away from these minions. That wave is in an awful state for them.
6 from Braum now, 2 flash on there. That's some decent hard engage. It's not the most reliable, but flash Braum ult in your face is not something you particularly want to be eating either way. So, M&M leaving themselves in a position where they don't necessarily know where Porp is, and they have to play respectfully. Even though Porp is losing out on some time, again, most of the camps are down. You're effectively free to make a play here. I know it's a lot of time spent, but it's still, I mean, if those camps weren't going to be respawning anyway, whatever, right?
He's still just outside of range of that control, I think. Not quite sure, because he's dead now. I've never been the best at reading those ward radiuses again. Well, I'm partly not.
This is the Fiddlesticks spot. And you see that Camera again, spotting out a lot of stuff here. That's the blast plan hit. They know that the play's on. Stacked wave is absolutely
huge. Here comes everyone else. Camera
can't stay under this turret.
Cameron's off on their way they need to run. Out comes the harrowed path, but it costs them some plates. Mishigu and Shredder play it safe, but once again, they're zoned away from a lot of that wave, and the Dragon Spawn, they'll take that instead.
So they use the stack wave to hold the enemy lane under turret. But what are they actually going to get from that? Are they going to be able to respond to this? Dragon's falling fairly quickly, but M&M are going to be in time to respond.
culling to try and keep him away from the control board. That absolutely works for now. He might head back and does so, but it keeps him away from anything resembling contesting that dragon, stops that dragon stacking. And Porp has got the Herald in inventory still, will need to lose it soonish, and has fallen behind that tempo as a result of that play. Remember, that has given Soft some time to get some more camps. He's up about 15 CS or so.
Well, you say that, but I mean, the topside camps are still up. I mean, what you're doing is delaying the next respawn of them because you spent so much time on bot side. The problem is, can you even contest these bot side respawns? That's really annoying now. They've basically lost all of them on cooldown. Bot lane's not roaming from Singularity. I wonder if that would have been a play for them. I think that Singularity haven't done a good job of really protecting these jungle camps. There's been a bit of a lack of awareness of when they've been going down and the information to contest them. M&M on the other side, being very methodical about, yeah, okay, let's deny this jungle form. We know this is important in this game. In previous seasons, it's been more important. Think back to season 10, farming junglers and camps were so important. The amount of XP and gold they gave were an objective all in themselves. Less so nowadays, but when you have farming damaged junglers, they become that more important again.
Calum now potentially the recipient of a little gank action. Still waiting as we see a little bit of the goal. What are you spotting out here?
Spotting Nautilus on the top side. And we were talking about how Singularity's bot lane hadn't really moved to deal
with going.
They
know.
He's going.
They're going to try and stop him though. There's so much damage. He's been silenced. Does manage to get Divine Judgment out. Porp with the Crow Storm still rolling, doing a lot of damage. Just go golden. But everybody's here. The cannon barrage afterwards forces Porp to flash away. Soft gets the kill. And the first Crow Storm is heavily punished by M&M.
So Singularity don't manage to defend the bot camps. They don't manage to get their bot lane towards the top side when the play happens. And now they lose their patience. If they'd been patient, they could have just said, well, we'll just try and group up a little later. They pulled that trigger too early. That Herald, as you were rightly saying, didn't actually manage to even get pulled. The Singularity, again, just really struggling with this cohesion. M&M punishing them for their impatience.
Camera, though, might now be in danger. Has got Ghost, has got Flash, may need to use one or the other, but now being jumped on, so much damage will probably be flashed on afterwards. Rooted in place into the culling. He's got a Ghost, but nowhere to go. Throws up the Demonic Ascension and gets murdered by Mirza.
Okay, well, they find something now. They've lost a bit of pressure on top side, losing some vision after that ill-fated top lane ult, but at least the Lucian is starting to get rolling. I'm looking at a lot of players on the other side that can get burst out by a fed Lucian. Even the Sway not going to be too happy with that, likes of that Lucian running towards them. But now, even with your AD carry starting to get fairly buffed up, what can they do with this?
Matsui now going to try and take this option to get some damage on the Caleb. Remember, that ult is down, so it takes a lot of damage back, but now being traded back onto with the Starfire Spellblade and some Radiant Blasts. But of course, there's some Origins inventory to make sure it's still a relatively even trade as it stands.
So Caleb is not going to go for the crit Kale. This is going to be Nash's Tooth, more AP damage, more magic damage, more scaling on stuff like their shields and their very big burst damage if they turn around with their abilities, but it's not going to be completely auto-attack centric from this build. Let's track that as the game goes on. Once again, these bottom camps have been such a big target for M&M, and Singularity are not in position to defend them. Bot lane, we're pushing in towards it, but when you get control of bot lane, you get control of mid lane when you've just gotten kills, you need to do something with it. Yes. The next step has to happen. And it can feel a little harsh kind of talking about this, but this is a 0-7 team. They're sat here, and these are simple things. They need to be able to use this prio at some point. And it feels like right now, they're not really aware of, what they're losing in terms of these smaller camps.
To quote one Mark Cadrell Lamont, jungling is a team sport. You don't get to do it by yourself, especially when it comes to these kind of...
What team sport would it be? Handball. Do you know much about handball?
No.
I don't, which is
I
if you mention it.
I could make up some rules about handball and pretend that's what it is. So I believe handball is like dodgeball, but with camouflage, and people don't go out after being hit by what?
It's like, you walk out of the house. Handball!
Handball, exactly. And really what it is, the ball is attached to your hand.
That's what Porp is actually trying to do right now.
Slapping.
Maybe that's what Porp's actually trying to play. Maybe that's why it's the team jungling sport, because he's trying to come out of that camouflage and see what he can do with it. And that's
trying to take a lot of damage, but there's the Glacial Fissure afterwards. Demonic Ascension comes through, but it's not actually getting that much down as Porp trades it straight back with the ultimate of his own. Will get the Herald as well, might likely die afterwards, does so. It is a 2-for-1 in favor of M&M, but the Herald goes the way of Singularity.
But if you're, again, fighting for this, where's your misfortune? They have 2 kills. You need that ultimate around this fight, and it feels like Soft has been picking up so many pieces from what Singularity have put towards them. Shredder a little bit of an ill-advised engage at that point, but even with that, Still turns around a little bit awkwardly. They just kind of allow Fiddlesticks to just jump straight into them. This hook here from Shredder, there's no follow-up. Kalem's not in position. It's a fantastic brawl ult to delay the backline from really getting across what they wanted to do, and that means that they lose themselves their support. Of course, the play does go in their favor outside in terms of the kills. They lose that Herald, though, which is a little awkward to deal with. If they manage to actually put that down this time, start opening up that map, get some vision, those jumping over the walls, become a lot more dangerous if Singularity pull the trigger.
Call it out here as well. That is a Trinity Force in the inventory of Viego. A little bit of an unusual build. We've seen a lot of Divine Sandra into slightly more bruisery builds, but there is some room to go things like the Trinity Force or Healthful Crit has often been a solo queue special for Viego players.
Yes, Harry, do you remember, that was a really fun build where you would see Prowler's Claw Viego. There was an NA Academy player that would do the Viego slide. I forget their name. If you go ask, I think it's Cubby on Twitter. He talks about this a lot. Love Cubby, great guy. And he speaks about this player with great fondness because he just go Prowler's Claw Viego, just like one-shot people with unavoidable one-shot combos. But it's been a while since we've seen that. And the Triforce is... I actually can't remember the payoff you get from this, but of course, in terms of your consistent damage, Triforce tends to do a fairly good job up until the hyper late game when the percent pen from Sundra becomes really, really nice in terms of the raw stats you get.
It does indeed, but right now, Mirza being potentially chased down here. Soft just pops the Spectral Maw, and I don't know whether you want to be here, dear old Mirza. There's no teleport to support him. There is a Cannon Barrage up shortly.
Living up to his name and rolling a natural one.
Oh, very good indeed. How do you want to do this, he asks, but I'm not quite sure whether he's Matthew at this point, doing his absolute best to 1v3 this bot side play does eventually fall, and there's nothing you can roll there to survive that.
Yep. How do you want to do this? Apparently wants to try and all in and find something. Can't find enough. There is the Herald. Actually, this is a really good position from Pop. See if he's actually on vision, but one of the dangerous things from M&M is if they quickly move from one area of the map where they have had their vision to, as we saw earlier, to areas without, you're at risk of having huge turnarounds. If you don't catch the Misfortune on ill-advised skirmish, they get to wall. If you don't catch the Fiddlesticks off of vision, they get to lots of things which can go wrong. And of course, the Cannon Barrage coming in regardless of where you end up has to be tracked very, very carefully. So Shredder going in to clear out this vision. Important stuff for M&M. Can't really let that slip.
Quick note as well, according to Jojo, who of course works for Singularity as one of their team managers, was noting Tatooi's birthday is tomorrow.
Oh, really?
And it would be a wonderful way to celebrate, I'm sure, for Singularity and Tatooine in particular, if they can get their first win here in summer.
That'd be really cool. Because we know that this Singularity bunch is quite tight-knit, from what we've been told, even with the loss streaks that they've had to endure this year. Heard some very heartfelt stories about how, you know, this is the team, this is the squad that they wanted to be with. Let's see if they can achieve something on the top side.
That's a good way to start. Caleb taking absolutely viscerally low, but won't quite die. Tatooine tries to play this one out as best they can. Shredder and Camera coming up best they can, but Tatooine does get Caleb with the Cannon Barrage. It will come at the cost of his own life. Afterwards, though, Paul has to run away. Everyone from M&M was around, but it gives a lot of time on the bot side for Mirza to try and push in best he can.
How well has Soft been doing at punishing Singularity? It seems like every time there's an opening, oh, the free jungle camps, yeah, we can deal with that. Actually, Soft going in towards the top jungle.
Will be a 2v2, and it does kind of make that one a little bit more. Even the wards going down, though, are the really big difference. You can see it.
So I might have got a bit baited there, because I saw like some blinking around. I'm like, wait, that's a Heartbreaker. Then I realized, hang on, you've got Fiddlestick's body. That's actually a freebie. So he's just walking up and using that Heartbreak Strike to be for a free exit from that lane. So after all this is said, M&M take control of the top side of the map. Yeah, they lose that one kill, and that's a little awkward, but trade that back, and they get the collateral this time. They've lost the Heralds in their previous fights, but this time get themselves that top lane turret.
Do you hear that? That ticking noise coming from the top lane?
Monka W.
Oh, actually,
13 out of 16.
Yeah, I know. What does it mean? For reference, Caleb is heading towards a very dangerous point, namely the level 16, third rank of that ascension.
Time is a tool you can hang on the wall, or wear it on your wrist.
Or have it in your level.
The past is far behind us. The future doesn't exist.
Are you going to continue quoting?
No, there is a whole song related to that. I'm not going to dive too deep into the topic because it's actually really kind of creepy, but yeah.
I wasn't expecting... I thought I really should have been expecting Don't
Yes.
I'm scared.
Yeah,
Here we
it's
are.
been a long day. The longer we go into these, the crazier and deeper
Quite
into
nice.
the weird box of references the Hapgood brothers have. This is last game.
They're long and endless.
Last game of the day, almost at the halfway point in the split. One more game to go before that first round robin is completed. And a reminder of those stakes. Of course, M&M would love to open up that gap at the bottom of the table. Have to try and get themselves anything on the board to give themselves just a hope in that second half to be playoffs contending.
Well, Singularity actually here with a 3,000, 2,500 gold lead. Got a lot of structures, are in a fairly okay position to fight, even if there is a pretty strong Viego to deal with. If Soft can be contained, there's some options. Bladewell will prevent that ultimate from getting too much done, though. Camera chunked out. Might be somebody to punish it. Shredder does a hook, and I'm not sure whether he actually wants to Soft. Burning down. Does get shut down as Merza gets that. Huge pickoff. Now Mishigu trying to trade up, but is slowed down. Gets in with the Devil trigger. Infernal trigger. We're not going to be able to quite get that down, and he's dead as well as Merza picks up that one. This guy coming in to slot into the mid lane in face of Piccione gets 2 critical kills.
One's a solo, and then Mishigu tries to hero play on the back end of that fight. But this isn't something that we talked about yet. Point and click fear from Fiddlesticks onto that Samira makes your game incredibly difficult. M&M, they don't end up stopping Singularity before this phalanx forms, before the combo arranges itself. They lose a dragon, they might lose themselves a herald off of, sorry, brother,
Baron, a little bit bigger than that.
Lose Baron.
Yeah, we've gone up in the nobility rankings. It's Barons we're talking with here, and Singularity with the jungler nowhere to be seen from Soft. Looking to try and get this one down to 900 HP, secure, but now can they extricate themselves from the pit? Person in the back of it all could be so dead. Now Soft could start resetting. Merza trying his best to tail with camera, but there's just nothing to be done. Porp doing his best to stay alive, but he is dead as well. Merza now trying to run, but no flash, no hope, and it will be in the end a 3-for-1, but 2 get out with Baron.
It's still a win for Singularity, but it could have been more. They choose to maybe stick around. I think Merza could have gotten away with it. Chooses to stand and fight, doesn't get enough down. A good never move from camera saves his own life. And M&M, if they manage to break open mid-lane turret, they're not actually going to be able to do that. That would have been maybe even the scales a little bit. Allow them again to start taking control of some of that vision control, which is so critical to the way they play out these fights. Soft has been carrying quite the burden this game. 7 kills out of his team's 9. Been doing so much work. Again, really got to stress how much it is important that he's been punishing mistakes and, you know, making sure he's capitalizing on some of the sloppy execution of Singularity. But this time, Singularity, they do end up getting towards that Baron. Sloppy or not, they take that objective, get a kill on the back end of it, and that's the real takeaway. They get to use that Baron out, see what they can capitalize from that.
Shredder's Nautilus definitely having a rough time of it this game. Diving into all of this kind of AoE effects is pretty rough on the Nautilus indeed, and then you're right, Merz just can't find their way out, and Soft returned alive and a little bit angry having been caught out the last time.
The only deathless member now actually on Singularity is Spiky. Actually, speaking of that player, how much of a glow up this guy's had. Singularity is a team which has come in for a lot of development plays. Haven't really seen a lot of returns on that. Been a difficult journey for the org, but Spiky in particular, I think, has actually gained a lot from his NLC journey. At the start of the spring, he had a rough time of it. Now started 2-0-2. Not had the cleanest ultimates just yet, but still being a force in this game. See what he can do with the rest of this one, though. Rest of that Baron buff.
Calum shoving in the bot side is not here, is now onto the tier 2, but Singularity shoving in 2 lanes, trying to deal now with a Shredder and Soft off the one side. Cannon Minion off that top end, not being focused. Gonna see a quick reset to prevent too much more going down, but they'll take the extra global gold. It's an economy Baron, as yourself and a friend of ours, Rudu, like to say, and they will actually, honestly, now move themselves up to a fairly significant 4,500 gold lead.
That's meant that, of course, that some item completions are in. Talks about how hard it is to cancel out Spiky's ult if he's in the right position, if he's over a wall. Does 3 items on that ult now. You really can't afford to let that happen. So again, M&M can't really afford to take blind fights, which is going to hamper their ability to use this Viego in aggressive ways. Viego really does want to be trying to catch out targets, but if you're diving into someone and that MF ult comes over the wall, things get so dangerous. Also on the other side of the map from him, Tatui actually close to getting to that Infinity Edge plus cloaks to get himself to really dangerous damage in that front too.
I want to pick your brain here a little bit as well, because Spiky has gone toward...
Don't do that, it's my brain.
Right. Well, I'm picking it anyway, because I'm mean, apparently. Those are Swifty boots in the MF's inventory with this build.
Yes.
Discuss.
Don't need to auto-attack, don't need those Berserker Greaves, you just need to be positioning well, get across the map quicker. Lots of things that can work for you, works with your W. Calum trying to get some kind of reprieve on this bot side, and they do.
Calum going to take a lot of damage and does have to put the Divine Judgment down. Big ultimate now traded the fear onto Soft, who walked into Porp, channeling the ultimate now. Crow Storm! Not quite a murder, though. I was talking about Swain and Never Move last time. but this time they force out a few flashes, but not too much more. And on the other side of the Rift, Camera trying to shove in and get some damage down.
And a cross map in some way, but again, you can kind of see M&M, they can't take blind fights at this point. You jump into a crosser to defend any area of the map. If you don't have that vision, things get really, really dangerous. Pop lands a bit short on the Crow Storm, but still, you can see the thought process, and Singularity might actually be just on that verge of the first win they've been chasing for all of this first half of the split so far. Top side is getting awkward.
Camera in trouble here. Tatooine, nearly the birthday boy, not quite there yet, looking to add a few numbers to his stats. That would be a great present for him.
And, we're going to talk about these teams yet again. It's Cloud Dragon coming up. It's Soul Point, not Soul for either of these teams. And M&M, they've had so many issues with this mid-game into late game. And we're seeing it again in this game, really struggling to capitalize on early advantages, on individual advantages. They got towards the objective first. They have some vision across here, but they've got ultimates to worry about in just a handful of seconds coming back up for Singularity.
And Tatooine's decided he needs to wrap up nice and warm. Double crit cloak to top off that Infinity Edge. I think he's now at 100% crit if I've done my numbers right. Probably not, but either way, he's going to be hitting like an absolute truck with the barrels. They're going to try to burst down the dragon. Pop goes in! What a Crow Storm! Goes gold, doesn't manage to go golden though, and now he's able to be stolen back. It's traded away.
Camera!
And what can Camera get done?
My God!
By judgment afterwards, as Mishigu goes wild! A triple kill! After I thought Singularity had found the mother of all fights, it's turned around in style. S-rank!
Oh, M&M, and it's Mishigu that leads the charge. 4 kills under their belt. Singularity, they pull their ultimates, and honestly, they don't get much out of them. Crow Storm looks good, doesn't really do much apart from stack. Mishigu's ult gets 2 or 3 off of that. Again, Spiky, similar position. We talked about how important it is to see these Crow Storms and these bullet times doing well. Actually doesn't get much done for it. Can't defend the Misfortune's position. Mishigu pounces and takes down Singularity 4 men at a time.
That depth charge from Shredder knocked up 3 people.
Ridiculous.
Prevented Porp after what looked like the best Crow Storm we'd seen all game from being able to Zhonya's. Huge, huge moment there from the Nautilus, who'd actually been otherwise struggling a lot in this game. It's now very, very close. Singularity only at that 2,500 gold lead point. You've got level 16 on Calum, who's completion cost away from death cap. Very scary.
In mid, pulling around, using that vision they finally have.
Oh, they're certainly going to try. The Glacial Fissure comes through. On the other side of that Misfortune. The bullet time stops time. The Doomsday Clock is deleted.
And when finally M&M get themselves a win, get themselves to a point where they can play around an area of the map where they get vision. They push too far. They get too cocky, and now suddenly maybe Baron's on the table again. They can tank it forever with Fiddlesticks Drain. Can they stand and fight the pit though? Low health target, Soft. Gotta think he's gonna try and see what he can do with that.
Camera's in so much trouble. Goes golden, but there's a cannon barrage coming down on top of him. Barrels afterwards, make sure he is bird food. Straight for the worms is him, which is a little ironic considering he's supposed to be being friends with the Ravens. Took me a second to find the right statement there. Soft. Chunked. Mishigu on the other side doing the absolute best. Goes in. So in low health bars. He can't do it again. But Soft has got reset after reset available. But he doesn't have enough. He's dead. Pop goes golden, preventing another Heartbreaker. Instead, it's Soft's own Heartbreak that comes through. The Playboy takes a taste of his own medicine. Shredder is here alongside Calum, though. And the Doomsday Clock is back. It ain't over till the fat lady with 6 wings sings. She goes over the wall for a double. One man gets to reset to tell the tale.
It's another disaster at Baron for Singularity. This one's so much worse than the last one. One member, Tatooine, gets to escape with that buff. Good turn at the start of this. Start to kind of solo out one side of the fight. Saw this in the game just before this. You start approaching from multiple directions. You can just snap of a finger, go towards that isolated target. I was so worried at the start of this because look at those low health targets. When you have execute champions like Viego, when you have collector builders on your team, it's so dangerous. Point and click stun just about buys time, but Soft not able to use the damage which you get from those resets to any real avail. Goes down so quickly, but Calum to the rescue. That Kale, level 16, TikTok, Monk W, 16 out of 16. Some big old damage from the Kale.
Yeah, it's in the name. It's Kale plus M, and the M stands for murder, apparently.
It's a good one. I hadn't thought about that.
I came up with it right then. I'm quite happy with it.
Yeah.
Death Cap's in, by the way, now for Calum as well, who was level 17.
There's level 17. Let's just do some housekeeping. Items have been completed.
Yes.
Which ones are really important? GA Evolution, huge. That's one less soul which Viego can go towards. Then you've also got Edge of Night for Spiky. That's one extra cancel denial on your ultimate. So it means you can stand and maybe defend your position just a little bit more. See if they can keep a hold of that shield. Very, very important if Spiky gets that huge damage you get from late game. Misfortune off of that ultimate too.
Soft takes a massive barrel chain. Actually, he's in danger here. Has to heartbreak over the wall. That's a big one as well, considering the Cloud soul points coming up pretty damn soon.
Speaking of that, M&M moving forced to defend their vision. Spiky going to keep control of that. Edge of Night again, just keep checking if that shield is up. If it is up, M&M are going to be in such a difficult position. But M&M really trying to bring Singularity out into the open, away from their vision.
Doing their best here, and it's actually a little bit of a range discrepancy that's hurting them. The Make It Rain, the barrels, making it so difficult for M&M to actually close the distance in the way they want. They've got the vision control, and actually, Singularity might say, we don't care.
At this point, Singularity, I think you give it up. Just don't fall for this. Push mid, for sure. It's just a Cloud Dragon. To be honest, that extra movement speed doesn't really mean anything if they get caught up in your ults anyway. M&M are going to control that soul. It's a bonus for them. It is something. Singularity, I do think they make the right call, and I think, look, M&M have just bested us around the objective setup. They got there first. They got that objective. Let's just give it up.
Of course, you have now got Kale with the Divine Judgment, Viego, Swain, hell, even the Samira, all pretty good with Cloud Soul. Nominally, though I completely agree with you, is it going to matter when you're in the middle of all the circles of death that Singularity can put out?
It's like a metal concert. We've got all circle pits everywhere.
But probably vaguely, probably no pentakill skins, though I think probably a few of these champions would be happy to have one.
Oh, Viego.
You're right. I mean, that's dissonance of pentacles. Not quite.
All right,
it's
sorry.
It's like
Pretender to the throne.
Yeah, exactly. It's the rival. Though I grant you, I'd kind of forgotten about that.
Yeah, so we have circle pits too. They just go counterclockwise.
Whoa! Yeah, that's it.
And that's the best thing, because of course we have a lot of Nordic countries in the NLC. There's a lot of metal lovers up in the Nordics, so I feel pretty at home there, even though...
Where's the metal theme songs, guys? Like,
that's very true.
I am very down to get
for Scandinavian Scrabble, if anyone wants to put together a metal band and invite me
involved.
Invite us, invite Artron to it. Be happy with that one too.
Artron was playing like live on stage recently. Like, get this guy on the guitar, you won't regret it. There's content to be made, people, but also game-winning plays to be made. 2 minutes until what would be another Baron here as Porp trying to secure this blue buff, but with the blue buff going the other way, kind of gave it away that there were some enemies in the bush over there.
See how important vision traps are in this game right now. M&M, if they push up a lane and they allow Singularity to kind of fall back and just kind of absorb them moving forwards and then try and pile onto them with their ultimates, very dangerous for M&M. We saw exactly what happened. Quadra kill. Wait, we pushed too far. We ended up dying to that combo. Singularity, on the other side of this, they don't really want to be making their own aggressive front foot plays as well. If they don't have the ability to catch everyone they can, they don't want to be piling into. Camera turning around huge amounts of damage even in his own right now. It's not obviously full AP Swain like we've seen in many seasons past, but Swain is so annoying at this point. So many champions on this M&M squad. If they get stuck in, start doing DPS, it's really not something Singularity can deal with.
Minute until Baron. Mirza currently shoving up the lane in the bot side while Kemra does the same on the other. Neither have the teleport though, which makes the split push game a little bit tricky. You need Tatui or Calum to be doing it. And right now with a level 18 Kale, 4 items complete. Yes, you can clear the waves as GP.
18 out of 16. There's an extra 2.
This is Doomsday. This is Doomsday 2 Boogaloo. That's what this is. It's extra Doomsday.
Okay, now look at
Doomsday.
Doomsday. Well, we have 9 champions on the map. Speaking of that, in the mid lane. Speaking of this, look at the damage who can come up so quickly. So tentative are these teams approaching this. Such an important game for both of them. If in spirit of nothing else, Tatui dodging out on the Spectral more. Again, a win here would mean so much for either team. Security for M&M, elation for Singularity.
Yes, that's some damage though. Massive ultimate! The bullet time makes Shredder a very appropriate name indeed. Michigu chunked out. That's the ultimate popped! Going in! Gets 2, but popped in turn! Singularity versus M&M. Now a 3v3. Mirza's got the ultimate left remaining. And I think it's still going.
It's
what
still
can
going.
happen? Flash with an Ever Reinforced the flash out of Porp.
And we are no closer to determining who's actually getting the death blow in this game. It's 2 apiece. You lose Michigu, Shredder on one side, Person and Tatui on the other. maybe the HP bars being in favor of Singularity is what's actually going to be the big win from this, though. The remaining members from M&M can shred through this Baron, and you don't have the ultimates for Singularity to contest it just yet. You're looking on Mercer, a hope and a dream. Lucian, what can you do?
Spiky Porp gonna try and get over here. So much damage back. That was actually a decent read. Porp uses the protocol to try and escape, but now he's in danger. Has got a stopwatch and nothing else remaining. Porp doing his best, but he's gone. He's done. They tried to contest, and the jungler dies.
It's just a bit of a disconnect. Don't have that. Zhonya's in a perfect place, and even if you do pop that stasis, of course, they struggled so much to defend him. Mercer not in a position to dive forward and do the Lions' share of the work after that point. Diving into a Kayle with a death cap, with a full AP build, is really not something you're going to be enjoying. M&M scrape their way through to a late game advantage. They're behind in gold. They do have that Baron's going to overlap with the Elder spawn so often in this meta. It has come off to that Elder. Started with Shredder, pulling the trigger, thinking that they caught Lucian quick and early enough. Percy with the heroic save on the Braum. Does so much work to save the carries, and even with that, this fight just becomes a mess. It just becomes an utter mess. Mishiku half a second away from just clearing up the entire team. Porp buying just enough time on the back end to break things up.
Porp was so close to getting Mishiku before he got to go in there as well. That proto belt with the flash as well. He was desperately close. It's still a competitive game. It's a game that's 2,000 gold apart, if that. Full items now on the gangplank. I'm on the edge of my seat. You're on the edge of your seat, I am sure. Get the popcorn out. Get those hashtag NLC at home for next week.
Remember to breathe. That one's an important one.
I don't know. I'm not sure I'm going to have time.
Gonna go Treat, trying to keep that advice for ourselves. Feels like it could be one more fight in it, but all of these fights have been going so even. You just don't know. Once again, it's back to that mid lane. It's trading off the wave push. Porp has a proto belt to escape and to make it rain to buy some extra help. You can see how fragile these champions are. One misstep could mean life and death in this game. Could be a first win, could be a second for M&M.
A moment of stillness before the airwaves begin to sing once more, before the storm stops crashing. Mercer with an opening salvo there with the culling. Doesn't really get all that much done. 8 seconds until an Elder Dragon fight that will decide this game.
I love how M&M have been checking their flanks. They've been stopping Porp from doing anything.
Barrage does a lot of work. That will be the blade wall down. That ultimate's not great, but Kemmer on the side. Caught a bit caught, but there's a Manic Ascension now up. Has to ghost away on the other side. Tatui flashing back out, doing the best. Shredder knocked up, but no much damage is coming through. No resets yet. Michigan to the backside. Gets 2! Popping off a double for him. Another for Camera. And there's nothing left to be done. M&M win a late game fight. It's been a long time coming. It's been a hard-fought game, but they will secure the win.
The Elder doesn't even fall. Singularity once again around the Dragon. Don't get the ults they've needed. They can't quite land it, and they were this close to the first win of summer for them. They're going to be leaving with another dose of heartbreak, as this team so often has in the NLC. Heartbreak for Singularity. This org which has tried to develop, but not today.
Elation for M&M. Tragedy for Singularity. What an entertaining game.
It has seemed like throughout spring and summer we've seen enough of this from Singularity, and this is a team which has had pluck to it. It's had a certain amount of character to try and weather these defeats, but defeats they've had to weather. On the other side, M&M, this is a team which has had its very low moments too. For them to open up a gap at the bottom of the table, even though we are just coming to that halfway point, it does mean a lot. These victories to separate you from that nearest rival, potentially with an increase in form, push towards maybe even playoffs at the end of it if they see a great run of form, means quite a lot at this point.
Does indeed. A very important win indeed for M&M, especially with the likes of relegation being a thing at the end of the season. But that's enough from us. Thank you. I'm going to need a chance to catch my breath. It's been a hell of a day of games. Fortunately, we have the Analyst to deal with the end of the show.
Oh, trapdoor.
He was, he had to go a little bit lower.
That did not work out the way you intended, man.
You remember when Viperuno and Jamada were trying to hide underneath the desk, and Viperuno clearly made zero effort to go underneath the desk, and you could see like half of his head.
You want to commit to that one, you have to fully commit. M&M, they broke the curse. They finally get themselves back on track.
But it was
Yeah.
We had the struggler in this game. I felt like for the first time, I saw Singularity putting out a fight. Their new mid lane, Mirza, absolutely smurfing it. I feel like he was a huge difference maker towards like all the other Singularity games that we have watched. And honestly, it looked like a little bit of a better execution in these team fights with like the Misfortune and the Gangplank ultimates. And I feel like Singularity could have also pulled it off.
Yeah, I mean, I just have to agree. I just feel so bad for them at this point. Like, they're just trying every single time to like get that first dub on the board. But M&M, obviously, they're going to be happy about this one as well, right? They actually managed to close it out for once. So, I mean, kudos to them. Maybe not, but it's a start.
It's a start, okay. We get a W. How we get it doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, that's just how
obviously
it works.
you leave this game with a W, but you have to think about the mistakes you've done and can you make those mistakes against enemy teams in the future, because we're about to wrap up the half of the entire split, which means you're going to get those rematches. So now you have to face JDXL, Bifrost, Astralis, and those are teams that don't allow you to make that sort of mistakes.
You missed one from the top, man. Riddle.
Riddle, yeah. How did you forget, man?
Can you even play versus Riddle? I don't know, but I do know the one that is with me on the interview. It is Soft, it is the jungler. Welcome. I mean, I think I've seen you before, like...
Yeah, just a few times.
Just a few times. I think we were talking about yesterday, right?
Yeah, no. Yes, yesterday for the challenge. Yeah, it was yesterday actually. Yeah.
Where you miss a Krog.
Man, you don't need the Krog for level 4. Like, you guys are inting.
Is that the infamous Listen Challenge top of the leaderboard guy?
It is the top of the leaderboard guy.
You're inted so hard there. I'm the top.
Yeah, you're on the top.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
But if someone ties with you and they kill the last Krog, you're out.
You're out, man.
Oh man. Okay. Well, you know what they say. A wise man once said, "A W is a W."
A W
Same
is
with
a
this
W.
game, guys. Yeah.
Exactly like today. You faced off Singularity. It was a rough game, I would say. It was a rough game. They had a lot of AoE and a lot of wombo combo. What was the plan coming in from M&M to face these guys?
I mean, we just wanted to play our own game, I think. To be honest, we didn't know what to expect. They drop different stuff every game. I think they caught us off guard with the fiddle. I hate this champ so much, man. Like, honestly, this champ is so stupid. Like, come on. They want to beat M&M, just pick Fiddlesticks, guys. But yeah, it was a bit hard. Like, we didn't really respect him early game. I think he got a few ganks off. The game kind of got a bit out of control, and we had to recover a bit. But it was a banger. It was a banger for everyone to watch. So you know, a W is a W. Finally, we're on the board.
And I don't know if Fiddlesticks is stupid when Volley Bear is open and it's not been picked. I'm just saying, or
but
something
Viego's,
like.
But Viego's supposed to be good, and then he takes Fiddlesticks and he cracks my sculling. Like, what? This trap is broken.
Soph, I want to ask you something like more serious about the team, right? Especially since you had the 3 back-to-back games where you guys snowballed, but you couldn't necessarily finish the game. Now, going up against a team that everyone else has beat pretty convincingly, does that add more pressure where you're like, okay, this is the breaking point. If we even lose to this team that everyone has beaten, something is really wrong.
I don't think so. If we would have lost, it would have been a disaster. But I think in terms of the game, I don't think we're sad that it was a close game. I think our last like 3 games, I think, have been sad. But we know that we can beat these teams. The games it's like one late game mistake a lot of the times. Granted, Bifrost did smash us in early game, but we kind of brought it back. It's just been a few, it's small details here and there that could get us these wins. I don't think we're too sad about today. I think SNG played well, props to them, but I don't think this really shows like where the level we're at. I think teams kind of, I mean, we're not a real 2-6 team, I guess. Like, I'd like to think we're not anyway, right? We can take wins off the teams above us, which we're planning to do in the second round robin. You know, we're still planning to get playoffs. I think it's definitely achievable. So yeah, I think spirits are high. We've got some work to do, and we're just going to put our heads down and focus on the next step.
And if I may, I'm going to throw a little curveball to you, Soph, if I may. Last split, I'm looking into M&M the same way that I looked into Astralis in the previous split. They had the composition, they had the talent for that. They were getting the scrims going on, but there was always something that was missing. Do you believe that M&M could be the new Astralis? And if so, can you break the curse like they couldn't do in Spring Split?
I think we can break the curse. I mean, I didn't watch too much NLC last split. I wasn't actually in NLC for the first time in a while, but I heard that Astralis was like quite a slow team, right? I don't think we're necessarily slow. I think sometimes if we lose early game, the games we just get stomped, right? But I think our other games, we play aggressive. We play comms, which are looked at as aggressive, I guess. I don't think we're the exact same team, but I guess in terms of we're missing that one thing to end games, I guess we're similar in that aspect. But we're definitely working on that issue in scrims, and we're aware of it, and we're trying to fix it. So I mean, I guess there are some similarities there, but we'll try to finish the rest of the second round robin on a high and get some wins on the board.
In all honesty, you have Michigo, and passive is not something that he knows. That's a word that is not on his
He
vocabulary.
does when he's on Ziggs. We said that
Yeah.
Michigo has two modes, either Ziggs or Samira.
Yeah, do it.
He's either pissed chilling or he's all in,
Don't give him the Serac, okay? Bring him some damage on Michigo, okay? My boy knows how to do
I'll
it.
put on Samira every game, don't worry.
Man, thank you so much for this one, Sof. I'll see you
Okay.
soon. And congratulations
Cheers,
on the
guys.
first place on the Lee Sin Clear Challenge.
Who's the last one?
The last one, so far, I would have to check by. I think it's MC.
Okay. Yeah. MC.
Yeah.
Int it.
So
Okay.
it,
I'll see you.
flame him
Yeah.
on Twitter, man. Flame him on.
Yeah. I got it.
I'll
Don't
see you
worry,
soon,
guys.
man. Thank you so much.
See ya. Bye.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. He waves. He's fun. I like this guy.
I mean, yeah. who
Ashram
doesn't, right?
approved.
Ashram is approving this guy. I mean, it's nice to see him, even though the games were not, this game was not clean at all. They managed to come out with a dub, and I mean, it's nice to see a smile on his face, honestly.
And that is really important because on the last split, like I told, like Astralis and all that, and they were really depressed at the end of the split. This guy's not depressed. This guy knows what he's playing for. He knows how to fix this. So at least this brings me some sort of joy looking into this team that they have a way around the problem and they might be able to fix it before.
I mean, I don't think he should be because even though they lost 3 games in a row that were in their own hands, they were in their own hands for a reason. I love how you mentioned Astralis because I felt like the games from Astralis, they were never in their hands. Like they were just being way too passive, not proactive at all. They just had no game plan. I feel like Eminem are going into the games with a very solid game plan. And if it happens that they make one mistake and throw it in the late game, it just happens, but at least we know that they have a solid game plan, they know how to execute, and they do get their leads. One thing you need to learn how to fix is just close out the games, and that's it.
On the other side of the spectrum, though, we have to talk with Singularity, and I think Pop is going to be with us for the interview, the one that played the fiddlesticks in the jungle. This could have been it, Pop. That was so close, and this seems like a different sort of Singularity. Can you run me by not only the plan, but the new mid laner as well, and how it almost was your first victory?
Yeah, I think we struck some gold here. I mean, if you look at our match history, we're kind of trying different picks, different players, different compositions. So hopefully we're bound to hit something good. Fiddlesticks has always been, I think, like a really good champion. But it requires a whole team to kind of draft. You can't just put Fiddlesticks into everything like you could Viego. So we managed to find something, and it turned out okay. We're really close, but we're unable to finish it off, unfortunately.
Yeah, I actually want to talk to you a bit more about that Fiddlestick as well. Is this a pick that you guys been, obviously you've been practicing in scrims, right? But you picked it kind of early as well. Is this something that it's Fiddlesticks actually blind pickable? I mean, I've seen counters like Analyst saying this, and LS is saying this champion is just turbo broken, but I feel like it's more of a niche one. Do you think that in this draft it just kind of fitted perfectly, even though it was picked so early?
So we've tried Fiddlesticks since we've started playing in like January, and it's always done relatively well. It just it kind of needs the whole composition around it is the main thing we notice. Is like after you get to a certain point in the game, if you have 2 AP champions, you kind of just get like ruined by Merc Treads because the whole champion kind of gets nerfed. So if you have something as Lucian mid, which previous mid laners haven't been so comfortable on, I'm playing on AP champions, so we've kind of moved away from it. I do think like my kind of hot take is you can probably like R1 Fiddlesticks every game and probably get away with it. There's a lot of things people do in a Fiddle. Like you saw, like they late invaded for wards, or they can bite everything as counterplay with Fiddle because you don't have to start pots. You can start control ward and stuff like that. So there's a lot of interesting things with Fiddle for sure.
So we talked to Sof about Fiddlesticks, and he said, "Oh, this freaking champion is just so annoying to play against." So on a scale, because you play the Fiddlesticks, of 1 to 10, how annoying is Fiddlesticks to play against?
Yeah, it's like extremely obnoxious. I think there's a lot of those champions that people like don't like pull out in pro play, like Fiddle, like even Eve. I think like has his spots. I think there's a lot of value in being like obnoxious, because like if you're in fog with Fiddle, you can't play side lanes. Like there's one time where they didn't know where I was, and both their side laners, both top and bot, had to play really far back. And those kind of things can kind of like build up in your mind. It's like, why is Fiddlesticks like stopping me from farming my melee minions? And it can kind of they can kind of take a toll on players. So yeah, I think Fiddlestick's pretty annoying.
So 8 or 9 out of 10?
Yeah, I'll give it a 10.
Okay, cool.
A 10, so you know what you're playing with. And now that we're talking about playing with, I want to understand how is Merza fitting into the team, and how is Singularity looking right now to you?
Yeah, so there's a lot of changes going on this week, and there will be next week. It's actually my last game for Singularity as well. So yeah, so there'll be a different jungler coming in next week. So we'll have to see what the changes are. But I think yeah, I'm pretty positive, and yeah, wish the team the best for the future of the team.
Hey man, it was a pleasure to have you at NLC, regardless of what
thank you for
happens.
having me.
And you always brought a smile to our face in every single interview. You always showed up. You never failed us. And I don't know what the future brings, but thank you so much for being part of the NLC.
Thank you, Pop.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Pop.
You're amazing. One last goodbye, at least.
Oh my god.
I got so sad.
Oh
man.
no.
I was emotional. No.
It wouldn't have been a banger if you went out with a W, you know?
You brought in the Fiddlesticks with a party as well, with a party skin. And you went out with a banger.
Yeah, that's a definition of it, right? I mean, just nice to see him quite happy. I mean, obviously, he felt like kind of emotional about that, talking about the team and everything, which is obviously understandable. But it's nice to see him actually show up on the interview, you know, week after week, even though they're kind of losing.
Every single time.
It's just really respectable, and big up to you, Pop.
Not everyone can do that.
No.
I mean, most of them just leave me stand by myself.
Even when
in
they
the
win, they're
interviews.
like, oh, it's Ashram again, I'm leaving.
Yeah, so maybe we need someone else to do the interviews, but we need to look also into the standings to understand how the day affected these little boys. There we go on that screen. JDXL still undefeated. Riddle now undisputed on second place, with Astralis and Bifrost following them from behind. Dusty and X7 face to face, while Naruki are going to lower one spot. Varnier raising one. M&M Gaming get an additional one, and Singularity almost finishing half of the entire split without a single victory.
Oh, wait. Our producer literally said to us, we have perfect symmetry back, and we do. 8008 6226 533544. Google would be so happy to see
Somewhere
this.
in the world, there's a Goldberg saying, that's all things should
Someone screenshot that and send it to Google. We achieved perfect symmetry again.
Well, that is lovely, but he's now part of the LFL, so he left us. No, I'm kidding. I already
In the region we're gonna beat in the Masters?
Oh, once again?
I'm watching you, Goldberg.
You know why? Because right now we're gonna show you the play of the day presented by MasterCard, and we'll show you why we are the best region in the ERLs. DJ, roll the tape.
Damn. That was nice.
That was clean, just like this
very
game.
Riddle guaranteed to go to UMass apparently because
Guide me
his
through
play was
this.
insane. We have Jax Plank being an absolute nuisance in the side lane, and even though Astralis committed 2 of their carries on that side lane adventure, they lose respect. Jax Plank keeps pushing, and at this point, Astralis have to commit more members to going back to base, which gives a pretty free Elder Dragon over to Riddle, which they utilize to finish this game, and oh my god.
Oh, that fail flash actually
And
was...
then he's gonna
good
get
for
on
to
the
watch.
gate.
That is
See ya.
so nasty.
Oh my god. That is nasty. I mean, just looking at that play as well, kind of showed what we talked about on the desk as well, is that Riddle kind of learned throughout the game how to play their side lanes kind of properly. And you're seeing Jackson being an absolute menace, as you mentioned on the side lane there. I mean, just kind of sums up the game perfectly.
And it's a lot of confidence giving you to your top lane. I mean, we can fight the Elder Dragon, just do your thing, man. We got to finally get some sort of top lane split push. But also, we do get to see the schedule for next week. I would like to see what games we're going to have on week 5, day 1. JDXL facing off versus M&M. It's going to be a rough one as well for Noriki versus Riddle. Now, Astralis Talent versus Dusty. That is going to be a good one, as Bifrost are going to take Vanir, and at the end, Team Singularity with a new jungler will face off versus X7.
So I'm looking a lot in the middle of this group, 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock, and I feel like this is usually the mix that we will be looking at, right? Yes, XL are exciting to watch when they play, but it's like whatever. Even if you beat them, they're still first in the standings. But right here is where the huge shuffle begins, right? Because one victory, one defeat can move you up or down in the standings really quickly.
Yeah, just looking at Dusty, right? Obviously, they didn't get the dub today, but if they can do that next time around, as you mentioned, since the kind of the symmetry we have going on the standings is just so perfectly. If you just get one dub, can mean that you're moving up 1 or 2 places in the standings. And I mean, this is what's so exciting about NLC the split as well, right? Is that every team can kind of beat everyone, except for Singularity. I'm sorry, guys, but I had to do it to you. But other than that, it's just super exciting to see all the teams like kind of
clashing out. It's the opposite from the old saying from Fnatic. Everybody wins versus everybody, and at the end, Fnatic wins. The old saying, the opposite for Singularity. Everybody wins and everybody wins except Singularity. Well, let's see what happens when the changes come through for the next week. The last one before the end of the first half of the split. And before we look into that, I need your words on this week. What did catch your eye on week 4?
I think the one thing that caught my eye is the fact that I think XL cleaned up their game very much. So like now they look undefeated and dominant while they hadn't for so long. I feel like Riddle have solidified themselves as a very standout second. And I think Namera said it on the caster desk as well. I think these two are a cut above the rest and the other teams are going to have to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree on that point for sure. I think what I'm looking at is just Astralis kind of being consistent in the mid to late game. Obviously, we talked a lot about this today, right? And yeah, I mean, just kind of nice to see that the teams are actually kind of learning how to play their mid game and late game as well. And on the other side, I'm just looking at I'm so disappointed by Dusty. Obviously, this is a team that I just love to see these guys play, and I really hope that they kind of step up for next week because this week looked kind of subpar. Yeah, not biased at all. I'm just saying.
They sent you a jersey as well.
Actually, I mean, you should, guys. ASAP, I can give you my address. Just DM me on Twitter.
On social media. Doku, please pop on.
Again, with the social guy on the social media. Doku, do your job, I guess.
But now I'm plugging MTES.
Yeah, plugging MTES on that one as well. From my side, I would like to thank you, everyone on the other side of the screen, for watching NLC, the best ERL, and to thank you, Trouble, by the way, and you as well for joining us during this week. MTES.
Also, I would like to thank Namera because I wasn't feeling well and he jumped into the cast for me, so
MVP.
Thank you for that, MVP. For sure.
Even though he's a main Ari, he's a cool guy, just like you guys. So thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you next week on week 5 for the Northern League Championship. See you guys. Have a nice one.
It's Wednesday, my dudes.
It's Wednesday.